A year and 3 months to the day we started Homeowners and Public Works. Today we're going over all 26 episodes that have compiled together to make an amazing story as we move on to our new adventure on the Wisconsin map. At the time the series started, I wasn't married yet, but give it a month, and the stories just kind of write themselves. My wife became an amazing cameo, and she's really been an amazing part of the channel. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the cross-reference of real life now heading to Farm Sim.
To say the weather has not been very kind to us is pretty much an understatement. We have been doused, drenched, and quite frankly swamped out with the amount of water going through our creek beds, and it is causing a lot of problems for our roadways since most of the town's streets are a gravel base. I don't think that's going to be a problem for my mail truck, but I gotta start by running my mail route since I'm the local postal man. I also work for the city public works, and I think later today we're going to put in a call because we have to fix one of the gravel roads just outside of town going to the co-op. There was a truck that was trying to go there over the weekend and the ground was just way too swampy, and the road speaks for itself. I really do not want to get stuck. Come on, LLV, don't let me down. This is where the semi got stuck, and as you guys can see, they tore up the road. We're going to have to haul in quite a bit of gravel in order to fix that. Just got a few more stops down on the highway, and I think that finishes our route. I'm really hoping that the grass dries out later today because I would love to go out and mow the yard, but I'm just not sure if it's going to be dry enough. We're going to head down to the Public Works office. That way we can start analyzing the tasks on the job board. We got a plethora of equipment that we have to work with. We got to mow the park, do water samples, which I might just have Daryl go do that, and mow the ditch sides along the highway. I think we can make that work. And that Komatsu will be the road grader we use to get the road fixed. I only work on township roads. I am not a part of the county, which when we look up at our PDA, the roads that we need to do that classify under our jurisdiction are the county road that leads all the way out of town, which this is the patch area we need to work on, all the way up to this intersection, this road, and this road going all the way down to the store. And these are all private driveways, and occasionally we can get called out to work on the co-op's road. And over in the bottom left, this is the guys that take care of all the rest of the county roads. So they got all the rock, they have all the materials, wood chips, sand, you name it. That's who we order our supplies from. We're gonna do the mowing of the ditch sides first. And while we're getting this tractor warmed up, we'll give the county a call to at least get an order from the rock truck. That way we can prep to get the road grader out. If any of you guys are new to my channel and you like the content you are seeing and want to help support, please consider dropping a like down below and possibly consider subscribing. I like to have a lot of fun, and I try to do content that really connects with you, the viewers, or to us smaller town folk. Ooh, this Ford sounds real nice. This is where having a wider stance tractor really does help from a stability standpoint, but I only do 2 passes going down to the dealership and then coming back, and then the same on the opposite side. To all of my people that might be doing roadside ditch mowing, what is your setup? Let me know down below. I'm running a TW24 along with an iMac rotary mower. I might go into the code and change this to be a mulcher, because if you see the chains underneath, that would just mulch this up. That would not leave this grass clumps on the ground. But for the meantime, I can live with it. Man, it's a little soupy down in the bottom. I'm kind of slipping. What's Darrow on? Oh, sweet. So you got the order in for the rocks. What's nice is I don't have to do that side because those are all residential properties. They got to take care of that themselves. It's getting a little steep. If this map seems very familiar, you are correct. This is Forest River, North Dakota. That was very famously used in FS22 as our Grandpa's Farm Series map with Austin Farmer. But I wanted to utilize this map for a different purpose than last time, so we are going to combine homeowners and public works under the same roof because you can do all of the work in town, and we also can just have a nice small homestead. Back when I worked for the Game and Parks, the guy who ran our flex wing mower was using a Ford just like this, but it had a big Land Pride flex wing that was almost like tan. It was, I think it was before they were bought out or they basically became a branch of Kubota. This would be a really nice tractor to have on like the old school series, but I can't keep adding tractors because we still got to use the big bud. The actual county building should be open, so let's grab one of our pickups, head over there, and just kind of see where they're at. Believe me, if we had a dump truck big enough to do the job ourselves, we would, but this is my only dump truck, and to fix that county road is going to take a lot more rock than what goes in this bed. Oh yeah, these guys are ready to go. Look at that monster. That'll lay some gravel. See if Thomas is in here. Thomas! Hey! You got my rock? I had to shut the camera off. He said some not nice words to me. All I can tell you is that he said they're getting loaded up shortly. We're going to be using the white rock because even though it sucks to drive on, it's a lot bigger stone. It'll help us make a firmer base with using less material. And hopefully that can lay a firm foundation so when we go back over it with a smaller rock like this traditional brown rock, it can settle in the cracks and make a smoother roadway. As it's a little brighter out, we can actually see here is the extent of the damage. Not really great, and this is where the guy got into trouble, and we can see that the truck did not go to plan, and it ate up this corner. So from a broad point of view, this section's fine, but it's right in front of this guy's house. This spot, I think, was just more of dirt and mud that was flung off when getting out. But there is our main spot we need to repair. Let's start by dumping the rock, and then we will come back with the road grader and fine-tune it so it can be packed down and ready for transport. You know what I mean. Do what I mean, not what I say. Just make this quick, because otherwise this truck's gonna get stuck. That's all she wrote. I'm gonna hope that that's enough material. We'll try and pack it in while we're already here, but whoa, look at how much that's settling. That is crazy. If we need another truck, I'll just come in with my dump truck. I don't think we're gonna need that much more. Now we just have to dig out the grader. I don't think we gotta move a lot, but I could be wrong. Please don't be a lot. Please don't be a lot. I think it's just a skid steer. That's fine. Heck, we might even be able to squeak it out without moving anything. Just tilt the blade really sideways and work my magic. Yeah! And there's a Ford there. Dang it. Wait, can't this thing, like, turn in the middle of the frame? Yes! Grab walk. Best road grader ever. Now I just have to figure out all the different controls for this. Let's get our blade tilted right first. We want probably close to a 2-inch gap. Just spread it out. You see it pushing all the old stuff up over the top. Man, I don't think I could have set that blade any more perfect on the height-wise. That is making a very nice pass. Yeah, we might need a little bit more rock. That's all right. I can do that with my dump truck. I seriously don't think we could have done this any better. Probably 2 more trucks from my little dump truck, and I think that'll cover all of it. Well, you can most certainly feel the weight on the back, that's for certain. There is truck number 1, slightly. Ooh, we're gonna get a little bit past that. And I'll probably come back from this direction on pass number 2. Try and slow down to get a thicker layer of rock. Save a little bit. Here comes the next one. Need to get like a roller of some sort to come over this. I don't know why it's not dumping right there. It just refuses to dump rock. Of course, in like the slightly worst spot of the entire road, it just refuses to dump rock. That makes sense, right? Now let's try to make this road almost as perfect as it's gonna get. Lovely. Lovely. Slightly feel like I'm beating a dead horse, but every time I go through it, I seem to pick up just a little bit more scrap to make the ground even a bit smoother. Whatever you do, do not hit that loose gravel patch on the end. I have zero clue how well this is actually going to work, so we're just gonna put a hope and a prayer up that it actually works fantastic. Hey, that's smoothing out the bumps rather nicely. That's really all I'm after, is just trying to get these massive humps out of the way. Camera's a little wonky on this thing, but that's all right. Might try and push that mound of rock down, because if someone were to hit that at full speed, that would not end very well. Going off-roading with a roller, but... Oh! There's a tall mound of rocks. Uh-oh, don't high center it. A little too much, I guess. I think the road turned out good enough. Let's head on back to the homestead, and I'll kind of show you guys what's going on there. And I believe the grass dried out enough that we're going to mow the yard. Today is absolutely gorgeous. Even the fog all cleared up. Roads are starting to dry out. I don't think we need anything in the garage, but I could be wrong. Only can fit one car in this thing anyway. I got my workbench on the left and another toolbox on the right. But heading to the backyard, I want to put a pool right in this spot, but we're going to have to grade it out at some point and haul in some sand. Trampoline, every now and then you have to tie that sucker down in these horrible Nebraska windstorms. Well, this is North Dakota, but same difference, Midwest. Apparently, I can't figure out how to shut any doors because someone could have just taken all of my stuff. Oh, that has to go back down to the city shop because we had a Husqvarna that we bought a bagger kit for, and I just told him I'd keep it in here until we could figure out where we're going to place it. This is my mower. John Deere GS45. You guys do not remember or do not know what this mower is? This is my real life mower. I grew up with this. My dad would walk behind it all the time. And I finally just put my foot to the grindstone and I converted it to 25 and I did it the right way. It's got a 5-speed gearbox on it. Usually you always mow in second or third depending on how fast you want to go. But with a 14 horsepower engine, this thing is awesome. And I do not need to have my vest on. Why do I still have the vest on? There we go. Vermeer shirt. For those of you that might ask, is this mower ever going to be public? I don't know, because I just kind of wanted to have it, and yeah. So that part is undecided, but it feels nice to just have something that really is close to home for me. I even put my Andy Clean sticker on the side panel like I have on my real one, and this thing does a fantastic job leaving a really nice cut. We might set you guys up with a little bit of music and time-lapse mowing the yard, and we'll check back in when we get a little bit more done.
Old glory flying on a 12-foot cedar pole. Daddy standing by trying to kill them yard mowers. Yeah, the clothesline holding our Sunday best. Now mama get them down round about sunset. Now some folks think it's a little bit odd, yeah, being country as a dirt clod. Country as a dirt clod. Spit!
We'll have you guys head down to the comments section. Are you as a pain in the rear about your lawn as I am? Because I'm a person that I like to put stripes in my yard, and I've already mowed once this season. Pulled the mower out over the weekend, got the place looking really nice, the striper working. And this mower is really doing a good job as well. I thought it'd be having a couple more issues from a collision standpoint, but I'm very impressed with it for the most part. And in real life, this thing, it's not a zero turn because it just clamps down on the one set of wheels, but it can turn on a dime. And 4 mile an hour might not seem like a very fast mowing speed, but trust me, when you're behind this thing at full throttle in third gear, you're walking pretty quickly. At some point, I always wanted to get the bagger system that comes on this mower to work, but I think I'd have to make it where the mower deck is a separate attach item and then script it almost like how the Husqvarna is in the mod hub, which it's definitely possible, but the time that I have anymore these days is just so much harder to justify putting time into mods. Another big reason why I'm using this mower compared to, say, the Husqvarna Zero Turn is that the yards that I've had previously, they always were way too big to really justify using a mower like this. Well, on a property like this mower is almost perfect. It's a 54-inch deck. If I ever do make the bagger system work, you can bag it, you can mulch it, you can mow it. But for the meantime, it gets the job done. And speaking of jobs done, there is our yard. Let's head down to the tavern and get ourselves a bite to eat for lunch, because we are going to have to go and mow the city park afterwards. Wow, this place is packed. I mean, I know it's good food, but still. Leroy, Davis, how we doing?
A few moments later.
You guys stay out of trouble now. And Leroy, anyone to tell you you look like Corey, just older? You guys have a good one. I gotta go get some mowing done across the street. Tom's Lounge is a really great place to eat. Highly recommend it. They got really good specials there too. But here's our trusty Husqvarna. And luckily this one does have the ability to mulch. So let's drop the deck and get mowing. You know, it's been a while since I mentioned anything about these guys, but if you want to know some of the tools that I use to help make my videos and content a lot better these days, I highly recommend you guys go and check out Spotter Studio. Spotter Studio is the brainstorming engine that I use to help with title generation, thumbnail generation, or thumbnail assets, as well as prompt ideas. One thing that used to really hinder my channel's growth was titles, all right? I sucked at making titles. And when I started using the tool, I can mix and match words to figure out what words worked best to grow the audience that I can reach to with my channel. So to content creators that want to try and make your life a little bit easier and you are serious about trying to become a content creator, there's a link down in the description down below for 14 days which you can try the software to figure out if you like it or not. I swear sometimes we need to put up a sign or like some stakes to tell the guys who mow this place what the boundary lines are. It's always like a car and a half past this little parking intersection and then halfway in between here and the gas station. They never mow this. They just mow around the park. Now we can move to the inside. And the other thing we're going to have to do is cut the spots across the road. I don't know about the next guy, but I really like to do a 2-headland system when I mow. That way when I go to turn the mower around, it makes the grass look like it has a little bit better of a cut quality, while also looking a lot more symmetrical. Maybe I secretly am like a 58-year-old man that's just trapped in the body of a 22-year-old. I care about my lawn way too much.
Later.
I just hate mediocre lawns. That's why I'm gonna solve it. Facebook Marketplace has been my friend over the last few weeks. I spent about $300 and got this really cheap disc from International and about $1,200 for this old skid steer trailer, because as stated in the video title, we are going to be reseeding / resodding my entire lawn. Been looking on Tractor House recently and I came across a John Deere Model A along with a really old Model B seed drill. The seller agreed that he would sell me the combo for $6,000, and the only other things I'm going to need are some starting fertilizer and the grass seed. I have some fertilizer in my back shed, but I need to run to local Baumgars and get myself a fertilizer spreader and the grass seed. There's a good chance I'm going to have to talk around with some of the farmers. I know we got 2 guys around us that use straw blowers for bedding. I'm going to see if I can make my life a lot easier and pick up some straw bales, and we'll spread that over the top of our freshly seeded grass to lock in some moisture, but we can't worry about that until we even get the ground torn up. So let's go take a look at this Model A and see what we're working with. Hello, that property comes up quickly. Pretty nice looking setup. The tractor I think has been restored, but the drill's pretty much original. My hope is that I'm going to be able to fit both of these on the trailer, but I highly doubt it. I think I'm just going to have to trailer home the seed drill independently. The tractor I know would fit on. Johnny Popper, pretty dang simple. We're not going to be using this thing for big applications. Seems pretty nice. Fires like a beaut. I'll finish up some financial stuff with the owner and we'll get the stuff loaded on the trailer. If you might be a fan of my Homeowners Series and you'd love to see me continue doing more on Forest River, North Dakota, then be sure to let me know down below by smashing that like button and subscribing down below. As we get into the summer months, I got a lot of great projects planned. I appreciate each and every one of you for tuning in. We'll come back for that seed drill on another trip. Looks as though our check finally went through. That is fantastic. You might be asking yourself, why are you making a job so complex it doesn't have to be? If it wasn't bucked up, then why on earth are we even trying? Using the Field Create, we'll be able to tear up the entirety of the yard. Then by running our seed drill, which I also went back and picked up over yonder, we can then, and only then, lay down our fresh grass seed. Having a local home and garden store really does help, because I'm not having to drive all the way into the main city to get some pretty basic supplies. We need grass seed, we need bales for the shredder, and I will also need... Oh, what was the other thing? Oh, I needed something else. I can't remember. Grass seed's the most important. So that's what we're gonna look for first. What is this? That is lime. Calf feed, horse feed, fertilizer. Oh, okay, well there's seeds. I'll need 2 stacks worth of this. There is our straw bales. Oh, the fertilizer spreader. That's what I needed. Don't need anything up there unless that... I think that's ammonia nitrate. Don't need any pavers. Don't need any sandbags. What are you? Road salt. More lime. We might need lime. I'm not 100% certain of that. The straw bales, I'm probably going to need 2 trips worth. So we'll put the fertilizer spreader on the front, and then we'll buy it, go back in, get the bales, and yeah. Because these are nice. These are the nice ones. You don't want to get those cheap plastic ones that are kind of like a piece of garbage. There we go. Now I just have to go and find the register. I'm going to try and cram everything into one load. We'll see how well that works for me. This is why having a topper is both beneficial and a pain in the butt. Because if you're trying to just get this stuff to be covered up, this is a perfect way to haul things. But if you have stuff that's too tall, then the topper becomes kind of a hassle. But with all the stuff we're buying, it's short enough to fit in the bed. So therefore it's covered up and it's secure. Toppers are OP, change my mind. There's a good chance we're going to be here for a little bit. I bought quite a few of these.
A few moments later.
I want you to raise your hand in the comments section if you have seen the diagram of how you're supposed to stack square bales in an 8-foot truck bed box. It's been a hot minute since I've seen it, but there's like a particular pattern that you can get an X amount of hay or straw bales in the back of a truck bed. And I found it to be very, very useful, but of course I have stuff in this one, so we can't do that. But we're going to do my best. It is a firm belief of mine that every child growing up at least one time should play the game Tetris. I have a very confined space that I need to put a lot of materials in. Tetris is literally just stacking small shapes in a confined space, and it teaches you how to do that. Look at that. We fixed everything that we needed in the bed of my truck. I rest my case and step off my soapbox. Which, speaking of soap, we need to go pick ourselves up some Handy Clean. I don't think I have any at the house. Also, be human, people. Put your carts back. Don't make other people do it. Don't leave it in the middle of the parking lot. Put your shopping cart back. Believe me, it will not hurt you. I can get really, really petty and buy one of those things. Be one of those people. I will never financially recover from this. I'm hoping this grass works well because I bought some really cheap stuff. Usually a 50-pound bag of grass seed ranges anywhere from $60 upwards of $110. I got a slight discount because I bought in bulk, but I still think it averaged somewhere around $40 a bag. We'll get everything unloaded here in just a bit. I'm going to need to start talking to the guy who owns this plot. I would like to buy the plot because I want to put like a bigger garage on it to store this stuff. We're just going to get the Ford out of the way in the meantime. That way we can get this disc ripping. Other than the trampoline, I don't believe we have any other obstructions. We will move you and we will start tilling with you. Please work and don't be an absolute pain in my neck. Yes. The tight turn radius is definitely a plus. I won't go all the way up to the road as I will be leaving the rock. There we go. That's the way. I like it. That really is tilling up nice. I really wasn't sure how well this was going to turn out, but for starters, I'm pretty impressed. I bet my neighbors are just looking at me like I'm absolutely crazy. This is not something I would do in real life, but most certainly is something I would contemplate doing in real life. Wonder how fast I can even go. Man, I'd be here forever if I was tilling up an actual field. Try and dodge the concrete. I'd rather not have to re-pour that. Try and dodge the shrubbery. Very nice. Very nice. Try and sneak around the mailbox. I did not sneak around the mailbox. I was too busy watching the disc. I didn't see my tire. Why is this working so well? This makes 0 sense. It's awesome, but it makes no sense. Watch out, ladies. We're about to do what's called a pro gamer move. That's the way you do it. I probably won't have the best lawn this season, but all them yard junkies are going to be dreaming that they wish they had my lawn come next spring. I think other than the one pass on the side of the house, that pretty much concludes our work. That looks good enough to eat for me. Just gotta dung the back of the truck out to get to those grass seed bags, and then we can start working our way around, planting some seed. We'll probably go and pick up the straw blower with the truck, because otherwise it's gonna take us about 2 hours to get that old Model A over across town. Really should be stacking these a little bit cleaner, but I don't really care. This can go in the back shop for the meantime because the fertilizer bags are sitting, I believe, on the back shelf. These can go next to the drill. We'll top that off. I have no idea how much seed this drill's supposed to hold, but we're about to find out. At least a full set. 100 liters short of a good time. And while we're at it, just put the fertilizer in the tank. Lovely. Get ourselves lined up. Make sure we have the grass selected. And start drilling grass. Nice. Looks as though seed is going in very even. Most certainly overkill. But that's the whole point of this experiment, right? Oh, I just love the turn radius on this tractor. It makes this so nice. Might have to go into the neighbor's yard just a little bit because I am not getting around that tree. Gonna need to look into how much it's gonna cost to get a sprinkler system routed into my property. The house is from the 1970s and the old owners could have cared less what the yard looked like. That ship is not going to sail in my book. And dang it, I did not get that part. Hold on. There we go. Now I won't go insane. Gonna have a few spots I'll need to fix. But I don't think that is going to be an issue. I probably could have also gotten away with using only one bag of seed. Front yard is done. Now just to finish up with the back, and it will be on to fertilizing. Kind of hard to tell. I wanted to look from an aerial perspective to see if I missed anything, and it does not look like I did. So let's grab our fertilizer, and then we will run over to my neighbors to grab the straw blower, and I think that is really all we need to do, and then letting it grow back in. I'm pretty sure the spread width on this thing is kind of weird, but we're going to work with it. Oh, never mind. It's actually really nice. I thought it had like a massive cloud of dust that it would throw. No, that really is honestly nice. And to make matters better, I can do this over and over again because this is real grass. We can fertilize the lawn. Yes! Oh, I just became so much more happy. Thing goes through fertilizer pretty quickly. Good thing I bought 2 bags. Looks like I might also need to buy a roller. The yard seems a little rough. Hook it up to the back of maybe my 4-wheeler. Yeah, we'll see if we can find one that I can buy for like the 4-wheeler. I'll be really curious to see how well the straw blower will really work. So the straw, I'm hoping with the straw blower, you can unload that kind of like a bale, and we can just shoot the material all the way around and get a nice even coat. Oh, come on. I almost got the whole yard in one tank. No! Of course, it took from the bottom bag. Yeah. Very, very nice. That is great. That means I can spread the entire yard with 1 bag of fertilizer. Just jot that down in my notes. We'll have enough for mid-season as well. Let's get this covered up with straw, and that'll wrap out our day. Or should I say, cover our day. Ha! 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 I told my buddy I'd give him like $60 to use this thing for just a couple hours. This straw blower will most certainly do the job. Just got to get it off as Oliver. Please do not be a pain in my neck. I would rather not have to run back to the farm store to get another kind of hitch. Thanks, Steven. Have a good one. But I seriously don't see this being that big of a hassle. Just put a couple bales in the back, take the auger of the blower, and just... But getting this yard as pristine as possible, and then maybe buying out like a section of these plots and putting a new garage on it. Woo! Man, that'd be nice. Only thing that would suck is mowing. Then I got a lot more walking in front of me. Let's start with 1 so I know exactly what I'm working with and if this is even possible to attempt. Lower auger. Goes side to side nicely. Unload here. We want to shoot. Yeah. Nice. And see what I mean? It's going to come out fast, so we're gonna have to swivel this auger like crazy. But that's why we bought 8 bales. We might even need some more bales at this case. We might need some more bales at this rate. We'll try 3, see what we can get done with that. Let me give the city a call and see if I can just get that 4-wheeler with the front loader. Straw's coming out a little faster than I'm able to control, and I'd rather not waste material in areas that don't need it. We had to dig the thing out to put the bracket on the front, but they did give us clearance. I just have to be the one who takes care of all the maintenance and the fuel, because it's not fair the city's dollars are going to fix my property. Sound fair? Anyways, we got straw to spread out. Let's see how well driving on it works. Not great. Yeah, that's a lot better. Just kind of try and use the bucket to make a thin layer over the top. Hello. That's too much. Look at that. Nice. Oh, that is working so well. Looks good enough to me. Let's move positions and get some more straw thrown. Beautiful. We got 3 bales left, and it's been kind of tedious work. We had some pretty big ruts on this side of the house I was kind of unaware of. Technically putting the straw into a giant pile, I don't mind trying to use the chute on this, but it is just so hard to regulate how much straw is coming out that it's almost easier to sift it with the 4-wheeler. Need to get this out of the way so I can spray the front yard. This I believe I can get a pretty good shot at. That'll work. And that will work. Yeah, maybe we won't need it. If I just play the sprinkle game with the bucket, we might be able to cover the whole yard. Another spot in front of the house. Mailbox. If I could just get the front part of the yard to look almost perfect, that is going to be like a picture-worthy shot. And I'm just about there. Come on, I swear I can do it. There's no way I can't. I'm pretty sure 3 more bales and we have the entire yard covered in straw. Let's run back over to Baumgart's, pick up a couple more bales, and we'll be right back. Have you guys let me know down below in the comment section, what is your favorite outdoor home and garden store? Is it a place like Baumgart's? Is it a local place? Is it Ace Hardware, Home Depot, Menards, Tractor Supply? The options are really endless. Just need to get 3 more bales and we'll be back home. Get a little more by the clothesline. Dump the majority over in the empty patch. And the last bale. Never mind, that wasn't the last bale. Now we're good. Let's finish up with the old Honda and see what it looks like. I don't think I'm going to be able to get it any better than that. Now we just have to let it sit back and grow. We'll make sure we get the sprinkler system budgeted in. Even though I got $5.6 million, we also got to realize I'm working with city funds, which is quite a bit of money for a city to have. Our town has a serious problem. Over the last 2 decades, we have been ranked as the absolute least prepared village in our entire township. But all of that changes today because with legislation passing at the village board, and some grants from our state government, we'll be able to work with our systems involving our water, sewage, and emergency response unit. Let's get into today's episode as there is a lot to unpack. Words cannot describe how big of a day this is for the village. When it comes to severe weather or really emergency response, we kind of have been lacking for the last couple decades. To set the stage, I want to take a look at the sewage department first. With our weather pattern constantly shifting as time goes by, we cannot be certain as to what is going to happen in case of a blackout. And rolling blackouts cause even worse problems because, like our sewage system here, if this shuts off and the sewage starts to back up, people's houses are going to stink. You have all of that bad gas. Like, this needs to be running at all times. Which is why I'm going to be installing 3 backup generators on all of our town's main utilities. We were lucky to be able to acquire 3 giant Caterpillar generators. We sadly did not want to invest the money in standbys, as the standby ones are a more expensive option, so we will have to turn these on manually. And when you take a look at these monsters, they are huge. We got a lot of plumbing we're going to have to do because these need an external way to get the exhaust fumes out of the buildings. We want to make sure these are undercover. We're just going to need to get the skid steer out and load these onto our trailers so we can start getting these things around town. If you guys do enjoy the Public Works series and you'd love to see more projects like this, be sure to head down below, smash that like button, consider subscribing, and drop a comment. Kind of got to dig the pallet forks out since they are up against the wall. We'll load 1 generator at a time and haul them around town. As for the fire barn, we're going to have to construct a building and likely a path to get to this generator because the contractors never built a pad to accommodate said generator. That's fine with me. It's a quick and simple trip to the rock quarry. Didn't really realize how heavy this thing was. Holy cow. Let's try that again. I bet you I was just picking it up in the wrong spot. There we go. I knew I wasn't going crazy. Pretty sure this thing is not wide enough we couldn't just load it onto the trailer with us. Careful to clear the fenders. And we're not going very far, but I'm gonna strap it down anyways. You never can be too careful. All it takes is one bumbling idiot to blow through an intersection and we cause more problems. We'll probably have to grab the international service truck because I think that has all of our couplings that we'll use to make the exhaust system, meaning from our exhaust pipe coming off of the turbo, we'll make an outlet pipe heading out the side of each building, then make a little fence on the outside wall so people know not to go near that because 1, it's hot, and 2, it's got diesel fumes just spewing out the wall. This building's nice because it's really big. Our other 2 job sites are gonna be a bit more of a hassle. I'm going to put in some faith that the majority of the weight is towards my front end, because trying to set that in there sideways is not even close to an option. Yeah, that's too heavy. Okay, we're just going to carefully push it into position then. A little bit more of a nudge, and I think that's about it. Wonderful. Just got to plumb the exhaust. I will check to make sure everything works, and it's on to the next station. Where are the lights for this place? Aha! Oh, that's right. I gotta go get the other truck. Dang it. It's always something, isn't there? There's always something. Just grab you, and you. Get our exhaust vent installed. Then put up our safe barrier. Beautiful. And that completes the generator for the sewage. So let's fire this thing up and make sure everything is working properly. Sounds good. The smartest thing we ever did is the electrical boxes are already set up to adapt a generator. We just never had the generators. Let's flip the main breakers so that way we can convert the power over to the generator and we can put it under load. Oh yeah, she's running good. That's exactly what we wanted. Get that flipped back to regular and power down. Just shut off the lights and we are done. If you're still a little confused onto what we are doing, in the case of a town blackout where the entire area loses power, we want to make sure that our utility systems are staying up and active. You do not want this stuff sitting and non-operational because 1, the tower can run out of water because the well is not powered, and the sewage can back up, which that causes its own problems. This one we're going to have to be a little bit more creative. We might have to call in our buddies over at the county to see if we can borrow their mini excavator, because we are going to need to trench in a line that can run a electrical cable from this building to the main water tower. This one never had the prep work done to allocate for a generator. We'll probably put the electrical box right yonder. That way it is a direct line straight to the shed. Let me make that phone call quick so they can come out and help us. Then we can bring out the other generator and get the water tower functioning. Well, the county didn't have their mini excavator in, but they did have their little backhoe. It's on the Deere 3R, I believe. They're currently out working on the trench, and I think the electrical company came out and installed the box on the side of the shed, but not the water tower. They had to run back and get another meter. I haven't really touched much on the fire barn and why we are moving to this new location, but that was due to a growing demand of our rural community, and we just did not have the infrastructure to supply the need that the demand required. That is our old fire department. That's a garage. And over the last couple weeks, they have really been hammering out the rest to finish the new fire barn, and we're going to be taking over all of the contract work to maintain the yard, fertilize, and keep stuff like this generator in check. Well, they didn't bring any trailers, so they must have, yeah, they just drove the tractor over. Already taken out a section, and oh man, they're really far on that trench. A lot faster than I was in construction sim. Man, I was there for like 3 hours digging a hole. This one, I'm really gonna have to find out how I'm gonna orient it, as the box to turn everything on is on the opposite side. We're gonna have to push it in like we did the other one, because this is just not a very big building. How much room are we working with? It's a decent chunk of space, but the electrical box should be right on the opposite side of that piece of 2x4. Yes. And then the new box will go right in this gap, and I think they're gonna put a fence that the door swings out so we can access it, service it, and engage the breaker when need be. But we gotta flip it around first. Can't do anything if we can't install it right. They really put that backhoe in like the absolute worst spot. Looks as though with this one we're gonna have to install the exhaust system first, since it's gonna have to go kind of right up against the wall. A little bit of scoocha later, let's get our new pipes in.
12 seconds later.
Let's see how it looks on the inside. That will work, just need to try and get a few more. It's a little crooked, but I think it will work in the end.
That's what she said.
Now we just gotta wait for the electrical box to be installed on the water tower, and we can test this one out. Let's get you flipped on, and you flipped on. Start the generator, and put it under load. Nice! Water tower backup generator is a success. Let's get this breaker turned off. Set this back to the town power. Get that nice and locked up. Power you off, and we are on to the fire barn. You might be asking, why on earth are we putting a backup generator on the fire barn? Well, unlike the old building where the springs and the doors are light enough that you can just lift it up and get the truck out, this new building does not have that that convenience. The doors are bigger, they're heavier, and we need to make sure that our emergency response vehicles can exit the building. These guys are currently out on a grass call, so the station is empty, but look at this new fire station. That is a clean looking building. Give you guys a quick little tour. You have our dispatch room in the front, got a little break room upstairs with a kitchenette, and that's like a whole full-blown grill. Come on, Tom, do the dishes. Is that a croissant? And then a whole lavatory system. Not really sure why we need 4 urinals and 3 toilets, but I guess the joke is that you know who's been on the department the longest because who's got the biggest gut. I believe this is a prep room for training, maybe also a lounge, and then a 4 exhaust system bay that can accommodate enough equipment. And if I am correct, the electrical panel should be down the far side. Yes, just outside the back of the station. We are going to have to build a pathway once we get the structure built, but looking at our shed options, the most logical option would be to go again with the one that is over at the water tower, but that costs $25,000, and it has to be secure. That's the big one. This is right off the side of the highway. You don't want people coming in going, hey, let me just take stuff. What to choose? What to choose? It would be a little inconspicuous, but you also could use this nice metal garden shed. Ooh, or better yet, we could try and get one of these older, like, clay garages. Also kind of matches the fire station vibe. Let's do that. It's got a garage door and a side door. Plus, it's low profile, and I don't think it'll drag too much attention. I was thinking about it when I jogged back across town. 1, this place is really not built for trailers, so good thing I was able to get out. But 2, I could use my John Deere Model A with the disc that we used to tear up my yard so we can make our path. I'm gonna have to haul in gravel anyway to make the pad, but to get underneath the grass so we don't have to worry about it and we can make a solid base, why not just use the disc? Just try and stay out of these guys' way. That's the last thing we need to do is block emergency services. I didn't grab the generator. Crisis averted. If you guys missed out on the last homeowners episode, we tore up the entire yard, reseeded it with brand new grass, and we also threw some straw on top to help lock in and retain some moisture. This is my little Johnny Popper that we used to do all of it. Really was an overkill setup, but I don't care. It got the job done, and now I got a cool old tractor. Still working on negotiations to buy the plot directly to my east, but it's kind of nice that this thing's coming in handy other than just tearing up my yard. I was getting worried that I was gonna have to try and sell it again. The dude I bought it from was surprised I even bought it from him. To make the service road, we're gonna run 2 passes going just a little bit to the north, and then it'll bend back pretty much to the side door. We're gonna make a concrete pad that extends off the current one anyway. We just wanna make sure that we have an access road to get to what we need to work on. Lovely. Ooh, I see we got rain in the forecast. We're gonna have to speed this process up. And I want to get caught in the weather. We're going to get that garage placed down so that way we can start dumping gravel to the service road and installing all of our electrical components. Get our other panel installed, and we should be good to load the generator. We've got a little bit more to work with on this shop, but we're going to have to flip the motor around once again. Not a big deal, just kind of annoying. I honestly think we'll have enough room to maneuver the generator where I want without even having to take it off the forks. Just got to make sure I dodge all the walls and play the super fun game of 10-point turn.
A few moments later.
Genius. You going for an Austin Powers kind of a moment here? Did not really think that part through. Now I gotta see if I can even get out of here. There we go. Crisis averted. Just need to get the external vent installed, which I'm trying to figure out where that would be. Right there. That's better. Man, I'd like to know where this precision mode was about 30 minutes ago. That'd have been a lot more convenient. And build the pipe out. That's so much better. Why couldn't I have had that before? That is perfect. Let's get the fire barn off the town grid and get you turned on. And you turned on. Says it's pulling power. Let's go check the lights. Do we have lights? Yep, we have power. That is awesome. Well, I better check the doors. Like a beaut. I think the fire department really is going to appreciate that. All that's left is get the bucket on the skid steer, dump some rock for the service road, and we are done. Idle down, power off, and swap it back to city power. Now comes my favorite part of any landscaping project. Making driveways. I am very particular when I do this. Am I good enough of a pro I can just lay the path down without even having to use the skid steer? Yeah, not exactly, but I was pretty close. No. Well, I almost got it. Gotta get over the hump. Just clean up a little bit around the edges. Yeah, that looks fine. Today we are going to be building out a brand new swimming pool set for my backyard and my brand new shop across the street. Let's get into it. If you guys missed out on the announcement, as of last Friday on the 2nd, I actually am now a married man. And why not celebrate that with a brand new truck? Not really, just wanted to trade in the old 90s Ford. This is a great deal for this truck. Higher mileage, GMC. My Ford was fine, but this truck obviously has a lot more capabilities. We need to head to the Home and Garden to pick up the boxes for the pool. And then I will show you guys exactly where and what we are going to need to do to prep both plots for the pool and the new shed. I don't remember exactly where the pool is located. Probably somewhere in the garden. Oh, okay, that's probably it. Yes, that is the pool. Let's get it bought, and we'll go from there. If you are a fan of the Homeowners Series and you'd love to see me do more projects like this, then be sure to head down below, smash that like button, and consider subscribing. I don't know why, but I forgot to take off my Public Works uniform from the last episode. But finishing up what's been going on with my neighbors across the road, we were able to buy the plot that I wanted for about $25,000. I went back and forth with a couple options, one being the shed that we have for the Public Works. I also considered a smaller 32 by 40 shop and even an older barn style But after kind of deciding it all, I ended up going with a 68 by 45 metal shed. Pretty great room on the inside, a lot of good space to work with, and it's even got a pair of shelves, and we have plentiful of room to store all of our extra little toys that we might acquire or are going to be using later down the road. This is going to sit further back on the property, meaning we're going to have to tear up a lane for the driveway, and while doing all that, we need to cut down this tree to make room for the new pool, and then chop up a spot in the yard as well to lay the new pad and a walkway from the house to get to the pool deck. That all makes sense? Good, because we're getting started. I will need to use the Public Works wood chipper with our wood truck in order to get rid of that tree. The map does not have a sell point for just, straight trees, so we're going to have to chop it up. But I want to work on the pool part first, since we're going to have to pour a relatively large pad. And I still technically haven't ordered the parts to get the new shed. Getting an overhead view, we can see that the pool deck is pretty large. And the reason we're getting rid of that one particular tree, it just gets way too tight. It's going to cause a lot of maintenance problems with our filtration system plugging up, all of the leaves dropping in it, the sap that might get all over the deck. I don't want to have to deal with that problem. The other one on the far side, it's a little bit further away. Don't have to worry about it as much. But that tree in the middle of the yard, as much as I'd like to keep it, it just kind of has to go. And if I start the pad coming from the house right at the edge, it technically goes over to my fire pit and just past where the tree is at. Gives me a great outline to work with. Let's get our disc in position and start tearing up the yard. Our yard has been coming in fantastic, and I will be getting out later this afternoon to throw some fertilizer as it's supposed to rain. Not certain how much water we're supposed to expect, but I do not believe it is going to be enough where we will not have to run our sprinkler system, which was installed 2 weeks ago. I'm doing a lot of the work myself to try and save some money. Luckily, the new wife is a lot better of a saver than I am. I'm the spender out of this relationship. One more pass, I think, ought to do it. And if I need to trim anywhere else up, we'll just kind of dig it up by hand with the shovel. See what our view looks like. That is awesome. Pretty much right on the money. Let's head down to Public Works and grab the wood chipper so we can start dismantling that tree. And we will be on our way over to the dealer to sell off the wood chips. I was getting concerned that I wouldn't have a good use for this setup, but I tested it out earlier this morning and it worked fantastic. And that excites me because I want to try and use this thing a little bit more often. Oh shoot, I never dug up the driveway. And we might as well just place the building first. I don't want to drive too much on my grass, which is going to be the best way to get back there. Probably just backing it in. Get our pipe out, back door down. And we just gotta chop you down. I'm getting rid of an oak? That's a shame. How bad can I be? Timber? Preferably just not on my house? Nope. Please tell me it didn't hit the house. Ha! A little bit of gutter work. That'll be fine. Why is it every time I tend to cut down a tree, it usually hits my house or something? I promise you, I'm not this bad at cutting trees in real life. Chop up the little ones because we do not need them. If I can find it. There we go. And feed the big boy into the chipper. Up. Come on. Oh, you got to turn it on. That's right. I'm smart. Yeah. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But this time it worked just fine. Question is, how much did that little tree give us? Oh, not too bad. 300 liters, I can work with that. Bet you I don't even get $100 for the materials. Who knows? I could be wrong. Why the animal dealer buys wood chips, I'm not sure unless it's for betting. But our final number is... maybe? $77. I can live with that. We really need to send the road grader back down that one road we filled with white gravel. This thing has just gotten so rough. It might have to be saved for the next Public Works episode. Plus we had some washouts. Let's pop back onto the Model A, get ourselves that soil turned back up to be able to finish out laying our pad. Then it is on to constructing the pool, decorating around it, and then we can focus our attention on the brand new shop. Finish cutting out our stump. That was quick. Where'd the there's the tractor. I haven't been able to mow the lawn yet. It's still kind of coming up, looks a little raggedy. For the most part, the resodding of our lawn is turning out well. It'll probably help if we start moving all of our equipment over to the new pad so the grass can fully like heal and not have big ruts from the heavy equipment sitting on it. But I just have not gotten around to it because of all of the other projects going on. Go ahead and move the cedar across and my skid steer trailer, which, dang it, once again, wrong size ball. And secondly, because I do not want to have to use public works equipment, I have been looking on Tractor House at some skid loaders. And as much as I like the little Komatsu, it's kind of pricey. We might go with the Gale R190. Just will need a bucket for it. And this truck came with a plow mount. I think this was an old city truck. We could have a little snow plow to help clear around town. Now that the fiasco's out of the backyard, let's go put up a pool. Our new pad, we wanted to pretty much be an asphalt base, have it connect to the back door, over by the firewood, and then just straight up and across, back down, and complete the box. As for the pool, make sure everything is as level as it can be. Get our pool constructed. Let's go take a look before we start throwing some extra decorations. Ooh, I like that. Put some nice new flower beds there. Trim up a little bit around our back pad. Throw some decorations there. Throw some decorations over by the clothesline maybe. Or tear this little bit up and put some grass back down. But as for the pool, I like it. It looks good. Get some pool chairs and jump on in.
Sings again and not a lullaby.
It swims nice. Exactly the way I like it. And we even got ourselves a reflection. Now time to head up and get all the rest of that done. I think that should wrap it up. It's not super fancy. It's just a nice little archway with some vine decorations. We have our flower pots right outside the back patio, 2 flower boxes. The firewood still stayed the same, but this is like the pool toys, extra stuff that'd be for pool storage, right off the main deck. I kind of want to tear the middle of this up and make it almost like sand or mulch or something, so that way when you're hanging clotheslines, you don't have to worry about mowing underneath this. Flower bed made out of a tire, threw down some extra grass seed on the side just to see if we can let it grow in a little bit. This might change. I might tear up this little bit of concrete and just plant it back to grass, but little windmill, 2 more flower pots, and then nothing there. Guys obviously saw up on the pool deck. We might buy a grill, but 2 pool chairs and a small umbrella just kind of helps cover and make the deck space feel a little bit more, lively. But hopefully the wife likes it. Let's head across the road and start working on my new project. I'm excited. No need to spend more money than we have to. Let's get our building picked out. Looking spiffy. Just like so. With the power of camera magic. And all we have to do is get the driveway, the main pad, and a flagpole designed out to the road. And that should complete our new shop. Don't want to take a look at it just yet. It's still under construction. They're finishing the inside work. The outside was quick. Let's get to our job. It's gonna be so nice to have an actual place of storage to put some of this stuff. I do not like having stuff sit outside more than it has to. Things like my little cultivator, that's fine sitting outside. I can care less about that. But the tractor, it's in pretty good shape, and I don't want that sitting outside, especially if I were to try and sell it someday. Think I can get this all in one pass? Yes, we should be able to. Might have to widen the mouth of that so I can get trailers in a bit easier. Just kind of make like a trapezoid end that widens out at the front of the door to both sides. Beautiful. That looks good. I'd like to haul in gravel and flatten this out as much as the next guy, but I kind of really like the brown rock that goes right along the curb sides. And the only way to get that is technically by painting it. So by, once again, camera magic, boom. We have acquired nice gravel driveway. Trying to decide where I want the flagpole might be a different story. Let's take a look at that. Maybe right in this little sector? This was the one thing I didn't really plan. That looks good, but I also kind of like right up against the building. Maybe that side? Ooh, I like that. Yeah, let's do that. Very nice. Now we got a little bit of extra parking. I think you guys want to see what inside the shop looks like. Let's go check it out. Opted for a nice snap-on toolbox. Got a nice creeper. Angle grinder, really old TV because I can care less. Gotta have Old Glory. Mini fridge, welder, shelving came out nice. And it does not appear that I decided to install a light system in this place. Smart. Wait, I did, but where is it at? Is it outside? I have zero clue where my lights are. Nope, I did install lights in the shed, but I installed lights on my toolbox. That's good to know. That seems like a very snap-on thing to do. Anyways, let's put our stuff in the shed. Put this stuff towards the back by the shelving. I could probably store some like fertilizer stuff. Might even put my ATV over here. Except that seed drill would probably fit right along that gap. Let's see if we can fit this on the opposite side. The odds of us using this disc anytime soon is almost slim to none. Good enough for me. And now you watch, this is gonna be way too big for that gap. Kinda close. Oh, ho, ho, ho. I'll take that with a side of perfect. That really could not have fit any closer. Set you right there. And the walls of this are insulated, so the shed will stay temperature controlled. And since we did not need to buy a skid loader, I'm just gonna place the skid steer trailer right next to or in front of the seed drill. And we will head over to fertilize the yard, and I think that'll wrap us up. Now that I don't have the tree and that one patch of grass, I think I can spread the whole yard with one tank on the fertilizers. Still don't know why I haven't changed out of the public works outfit. But hey, we're doing work, so let's keep on the work outfit. Now I just have to hope that it rains, otherwise I'm just gonna burn up my brand new turf. Since our last encounter, we have officially gotten funding, not to drive the 7.3, but to take the road grader out to that strip of road and others around it. Over the last few weeks, we've been kind of getting prepared for said projects by investing in a new gooseneck trailer and some other cheap equipment, bulldozer, that can really help get this project underway. But my main goal is to clear off all of that old excess gravel in preparation for the bulldozer to be able to clear a nice clean path so when the asphalt guys get here, they can lay a perfectly flat road. Let's do ourselves a favor, get the blade down on the ground, and start pushing the gravel off to the side. If you guys can remember back to the original episode, a massive storm swell came through and basically washed out this road, and we tried to do a quick patch fix with laying down a whole new layer of gravel. Well, the truck traffic just keeps getting worse and worse on its way to get grain sold, and this homeowner has sadly been the one who has suffered the most just trying to get in and out of their own property. You guys can just see the amount of damage that lies underneath, but for the most part, the rock is just destroyed, and there's no real hope of fixing this unless we're able to flatten it back out and just repave it. I think one more pass going back ought to clear it out. If you guys enjoyed the Public Works series and you love to continue seeing projects like this and more, be sure to head down below, possibly consider smashing that like button and maybe even subscribing. Now that the roads are cleared off, let's go and get our bulldozer loaded up so we can start leveling out the road and the pavers could start making their way to the job site. We used to have that really big GMC, and I actually sold that for this International. The problem with it is that that bed sat way too high, and I just couldn't find any trailer that had a tall enough neck on it that was able to accommodate that bulldozer. So after getting a little bit of money for it, we went and got this on an auction, and now we have the capabilities to tow heavy while also still staying relatively ergonomical. However, we're going to need to start looking into expanding another shop because we're running out of space to put all of our stuff. I am looking to maybe upgrade the tractor at some point. That Ford, it's not like it's terrible, but it's been giving me a handful of issues from a reliability standpoint, and I feel that we could probably do better. The 100C Farmall, the 6110R from Deere, a 7810 from Deere, or a New Holland TL85E. So drop down to the comments and let me know out of those 4 options, which one would you take? Get this thing lined up straight. And we are off to the races. And if you guys have not seen this dozer blade in action yet, they gave it an option that pretty much makes the entire width of the front blade a plow. So it gives it a really, really smooth look. I'm just gonna park on a shoulder because it's about the only place that I can fit. We got a long way to go because we got to go all the way from this piece of pavement way down to this intersection. My little dot's there. But this intersection and then all the way from there to the highway. This whole thing is getting blacktopped and starting making a road. My goal by doing this is you guys can see how far down this is digging. Once we lay the really thick layer of rock and asphalt, that will then compact down to be the same level as the road around it. And I think if we run over that rock with this blade, it should technically get rid of it. This is going to be a wide road. Yes, it does delete it. I just saw it on the left side of the blade. I'll leave that for the moment and try and come back. Road construction around railroad tracks is always finicky because you can't necessarily shut down an active rail line, especially for a small community like this. That dozer feature it's really cool. I get it, we're technically just making a field, but that's one of the more realistic ways I've ever seen somebody use the plow feature. There's the main section. Just turn off the make fields and I can get rid of the gravel. This is gonna be a long stretch of road. The rest of the main road is done. Now we just gotta tear up the one in between the anhydrous fill-up and the elevator. This is pretty much just a straight shot, and I think we're actually gonna be widening the road a little bit. That's another big reason why they wanted us to just pave it, because it got real annoying with these big semis trying to make turns and drive on these really narrow roads. We'll just try and get as much of the lane on our way back. And I would think by this point I could call the asphalt company out so they can start getting the road paved. So we'll check back with you guys to overview the layout and where we go from here.
2 hours later.
Man, oh man, that took a while, but these guys are now finally stationed up. We're going to be the one that takes back the dump truck to go and get the asphalt. I was not able to find an actual asphalt material type, so we're just going to have to work with topsoil because it looks the closest to asphalt, but the Lee Boy paver is pretty much set to go. But we got to run over to the county building because they are the ones that have the asphalt dumper that we can load with the dump truck. I don't know how many trucks this is going to take, but I know we're going to at least need to make a few trips. There's our asphalt. Let's get trucking. Looking at our drone coverage from up above, this is the entire path that we have to pave. So that stretches the entirety of the road that we originally did our patchwork to, all the way past the railroad tracks, a little bit of an extension out because of turning trucks from the co-op, out to the intersection. I'd like to make this a little bit more rounded or a really square to the edge of the road, but that's what they're paying for. Then over to this intersection. Poor guy's going to be sitting there for a while blocking off the road. Don't really have a whole lot of stuff to do, but that is the path and task at hand. Looks as though we got another truck full of hot asphalt. So let's get this thing into position and we'll start laying some road. Between this truck and our other semi, we really should have a good amount of material to go through. I just wish that I actually could get asphalt. That would make the cherry on top of this entire thing. What's crucial about this is that if I can get it to match, I literally think the topsoil should give me a layer that is just as tall as the road, so when I run the roller over the top of it, that guy right there, we can get a relatively smooth surface of a road. Kind of like this, but with the topsoil on top instead of the dirt. Paver on. Let's go. That's some good looking asphalt. I'll be the first to admit it. Yes, that ground does look different. I realize that apparently you can't dump any sort of material on a field. That makes so much sense in the world, right? Man, I just love this game. So I just painted the entire ground like a mud texture. We're still gonna pave this road, don't you worry. Oh, I'm paving it. And in reality, I might actually see if I can get the follow me mod going and have it start dumping while I'm having someone else drive. Will that work? It will. But I bet you 10 bucks that's gonna be more of a hassle than it's worth, so we are just gonna dump as we go. This truck I know can carry 2 loads for that. Oh no, oh I forgot to shut it off. I forgot to shut it off. It's a good thing this thing like slightly eats the stuff as well. Okay, let's try this again. There we go, that's better. Got a little worried there, I didn't know if any of this was gonna work at that point. Western Star will be unloading its second batch, and it has 6,000 extra liters, and this only has 14. That means we can make 3 total passes with these 2 trucks. If any of this sounds confusing, don't worry, it's all confusing me as well. Haha! Now that puts a really smooth layer down. If I just had asphalt, this would be so much better. And hopefully we'll be able to get to the train tracks with this. That way these 2 trucks can head back and load up. Not gonna lie though, out of the 2 dump trucks, the red one looks better. Its shape, I just like the shape of it more. I'm full, they're empty. Let's get paving. I don't know about y'all, but that is a nice looking road. Holy cow. It's also a very wide road. I'll say this, it's taken a little bit to figure out how to actually work this system, but now that I kind of got it rolling, this thing looks amazing. Like, this blacktop looks good. And that is a wrap for this section. Let's just hop on to our roller, get that flattened out while they transport this thing over to the other side of the job site. I think we're gonna have quite a few passes. You know what's nice about construction jobs like this? If you've ever been around one of these job sites, they could leave it be the most messy thing on the outside of what actually was the project. Look at the area around where the road was paved. Trust me, sometimes it looks trashed. There's nothing against it. There's a lot of things they can't control, but it's just so funny that half the time you look at a brand new blacktop road, the roads around the new road look like garbage, but the new road looks awesome. Wow. Dang, that looks smooth. Hopefully once this cures and dries, it should turn a little bit more of a dark color, but only time will tell. I just have to get this thing compacted with the roller to make sure that the bonding of the materials is fully set. With the exception of a few little spots on the shoulder, that's got to be one of the best looking roads I've ever seen. I think we'll check out the other side and see what they've been doing over there. But as for this road, I think we're done. Oh, wow. They really did a good job on that. Not too much wider, but at least kind of can get the point about it. And I guess they must have listened to some complaints, because that definitely is a little further past where the cone's sat. What about down to the railroad tracks? Looking snazzy. How's the track crossing? Like butter. I think we're good enough to open up the road again. I'll get a call out to city officials letting people know, it could be in the newspaper, that the roads are open. And then to top it off, I will have to go back to the intersection by that house and take out the pavement end sign. There's no more gravel. And for road construction, that really does help, because that might help detour some traffic in case the main highway needs to be fixed. We have a fully paved road now that goes straight into town and then back out right by the home and garden store. That is awesome. Well, I'm gonna get this stuff cleaned up, and then I think all we have to really do is mow the ditch side, and we should be good to head out for the rest of the week. I really just want to take a moment to thank you guys for tuning into today's episode. This road has literally been a nightmare for this community, and I'm so glad that we can finally have put the money into it and fix the problems it was causing. Do we have a special one for you guys today? I am going to acknowledge that this is all for entertainment and that I actually had help from a local public works department. So let's cue our intro and get started. We have 2 major sewage problems we need to address in today's public works. The first one being a pump replacement in our holding tank that sends our sewage out to the lagoon. And the second one being that we have to dig up the old clay tile, mind you, sewage line that is suffering from a sag. Tree roots have invaded the line itself and is causing a blockage that we need to dig a massive hole from manhole to manhole and replace that line to fix the sag, and also throw like a pebble rock underneath it to help the pipe settle better. Now, I won't be able to do much of the concrete work that's going to take to do this job, so we have hired out a professional crew to help us with this. They are also going to be helping us with the other project, which that's going to take place over by our waste treatment plant. If you guys like public works and you'd love to see more episodes like this, be sure to head down below, smash that like button, consider subscribing. When it comes to projects like this, I know I'm limited on how real I can get, but I like to try and get you guys as immersed as possible. Now, we've already saved ourselves some time by bringing the Ford over last night. This thing is attached to the pump we are going to use to pump the sewage from this manhole all the way down to the end of the block.
Holy shoot!
The line that is compromised is this manhole in the middle of the street to the end. And what we're suspecting to be the root of the problem is in this sector right here. These two trees have probably got some really big root systems underneath them, as they have been here for decades, and it probably just snuck into the tile lines and caused the clog by getting the root system embedded in there. Meaning we need to pop this cover off, plug off both ways in the manhole. We do not want to go down in there for lack of oxygen, and then route the line from our pump that will take sewage from that manhole down to this one, just bypassing the middle line until we can get it fixed. I really wish this project could take place on a street that is not basically Main Street, but that is the cards that we are dealt. All I'm really going to do to help these guys out is get our lines set up by stringing out the pipes. They'll get everything connected, but that way we can start getting the bypass process underway. This will not look anywhere near exactly right. We're just kind of getting the visual aesthetics of what's going on here. I also hope they brought out enough of these pipes, otherwise we might have a problem. I can run to the home and garden store, but I'm not sure if they'll have these in stock. Connect you. Start making our way down the line. Try to avoid the road in case there are people that need to travel. We have the road blocked off, but we still need to make sure that the people are able to get out of their houses. That might be important. You know what I just realized? Why are we putting the pipe on the side that actually has driveways? This side does not have driveways. And if they are, they're on the side of the house. Hang on. There we go. Now we're starting to route this thing correctly. I want you guys to head down to the comments section. If you have worked or know somebody that works in public works, what is the stinkiest job they have had to do? A show that really tackles this question head on is Mike Rowe's Dirty Jobs. Now, that's not always public works, but it certainly does nail the head on the topic of this kind of a job. I think we're going to need more pipe. There is no way with 3 left we're going to get even close to the end. And I'm going to have to take this trailer over because I certainly can't fit any of these hoses in the back of my truck.
A few moments later.
Quick trip later, and we are back in business. If this isn't enough to get us all the way to the finish line, then we might have a problem. I think this should be our last pipe. I hope. Are you helping, or are you just going to stand there and watch? Oh, you got to be kidding. We got to get one more. Come on, man. There we go. It's a little janky, but it gets the point across. That is all we need to do. We had to block off one driveway. There's just really no way to do it. But now we need to get the concrete crew to get out here and start splicing into the asphalt so they can inspect the line itself, and then we can start replacing the segments that we're going to need to replace. Also, probably be a good idea to kick on the pump. Get the pump turned on, and we are now pumping. So while that does that, let's get the pipes from the vacuum truck over to its position, and then I want to start by moving over to our next project. Beautiful. That's what we like to see. Let's make our way over to the water treatment plant. Now for the second project, this one's gonna get a little bit more intensive, which when we get a closer look, here is our lift system. The back left tank is our holding tank. This has a set of sewage pumps that is going to pump out a liquefied state of waste out to the lagoon, which is south of town. This shaft, however, is our processing tank, which if we went down in this one, it's a bit bigger than the holding one. This is where all of our sewage will come in and be shredded down to then be sent to the holding tank, which once a sensor level is reached, it is flushed away. These are the ventilation shafts that provide us fresh air down in the hole so we can safely work in said spot without worrying about sewage gas. We're gonna have to be quick because the vacuum truck is gonna be used to suck out the tank portion that we can get the water level down enough to replace the pump. That is what these two devices are in the back of the truck. These are our sewage pumps. So let's get these two set up over by our pump tank if we can get the process started. I know what you guys are waiting for. You're waiting for us to see what's going on down in the shaft. Well, I gotta tell you, first things first, we gotta get some protective equipment on. I can't get the exact outfit that I want on, but this is probably gonna be the closest option. Throw on the yellow and just try and cover my head. Now we're set to dive. Hang on, kind of cramped in here. Yeah. So here is our valve line that is going to the holding tank. This is the side that lets the water in. This is the side that brings water in from the city. This part I'm not 100% sure on because I did not ask for clarification, but what we're going to do for the sake of our video is we're going to shut the flow of sewage off that goes to said holding tank. If you're wondering what that green pipe is, that is our ventilation shaft that blows in the fresh air so it can keep our O2 levels safe. You do not want to be in a confined space that has sewage gas and a lack of oxygen. You'll just, like, die. Kind of. But all of our components in this sector look good. Our grinder seems to be working just fine. Let's head up top and go check out the other one. Okay, let's just see. How much water are we going to have to suck out of you? Here we go. Oh yeah, I forgot this platform sits, like, significantly higher. I think our pumps, yes, they are off to the left. Those are the two pumps that we are going to be replacing, but we're going to need to drain the water a bit. Get all of this excess sewage out. That way we can safely replace the pumps, get this thing back up and running in a very timely manner. I'm going to take care of this as fast as I can so we're not having too much sewer, quote unquote, back up. So let's get the vac truck over and start sucking this out. I don't have a whole lot of room in here, but if you're wondering how confined of a space it is, this is what we're working with. It's kind of tight. Just got to get the vacuum truck into position. That way we can start sucking out the water. I think that should be good. 400 gallons should be well enough of an extraction to get us below that line. Let's go check it out and see how far down we got. Okay. Oh, yeah, that is way down. Try and take a look. Let's grab our pumps and try and get these things replaced. There is 1 and 2. I just gotta get down into the gully. Don't touch it. You'll soil it. Shut you off to the side for a bit. In with pump number 1. And in with pump number 2. Try and get that thing cranked down. 1, this stinks. And 2, these are very tight quarters. I do not recommend doing a job like this unless you have a tough stomach. Perfect. Those should be fastened down. Let's turn our valve back on the other side. That way we can let sewage flow back in. And we'll kick on the pump and see what it does. Whew, that one stinks. Okay, let's try this again. Let's turn you back on. Turn these back on. I think we're set. Sewage is flowing. Let's get the back truck out of here and then go check on our sagging repair on Main Street. In theory, we could just dump this right back into our holding tank, which we probably should do. Yeah, I mean, it's going right to the same place anyway, so let's take care of that before we head over. Into the tank you go. I wish these tanks dumped that fast. Well, the pumping still looks like it's working well. And yeah, they are getting some action. Wait, when did they haul in the backhoe thing? I didn't see that. Well, wait, what even is that? Is that an excavator? What the heck? I've never seen that from JCB. All right, so our street's been torn up. The new mains are in. There is the old clay tile. Yeah, that is, yeah. That sucks. So I don't know how much longer they are going to be rocking with that. We've been drawing a crowd to watch all of this. But what do we got in the truck? Just soil? Beautiful. So we are going to get the rest of this work patched up and get a new layer of asphalt down, so that way this road can be back to open. This project's going to take at least a couple more days, so let's head back over to the water treatment, see how well our pumps are working, if the tank has filled back up, and then we'll jump back over here to check out the finished product of what this all looks like.
One eternity later.
A little overcast this afternoon, but it's been roughly a week. Let's pop the lid on the poo tank and just see where we sit for our levels. Sure, ventilation is on. In we go. Oh, yeah. It reeks, but our pumps are looking good. Seems like the flushing part is working well. I kind of failed to mention this, but these pipes don't actually go straight to the lagoon. They go to the pump in the waste building, and then it goes out to the lagoon. So let's close up shop. I think we're done. Other than taking a quick look over at the other job site, that is all we really have for you guys today on Public Works. Conveniently, it is just down the road, and we have our brand new asphalt laid down, so hopefully everybody is happy. The sewage will not back up, at least for here. Considering that this line has failed, I'm not going to be too certain it won't be long before we're going to have to get this side also addressed. That's just what you get when you live in an old community that was built with clay tile for sewer lines. If you saw in the thumbnail, I'm just coming back from Freeport, Texas, because from carsfromjapan.com, we picked up one of those little tiny Honda mini trucks. Let's get on back to the garage and get our episode started. Yeah, if you guys have never heard of carsfromjapan.com, I really don't blame you. But you can pick up one of these old Honda pickups for like really dirt cheap. And all you have to do is really go down to the port and pick it up. Well, I took it for a test drive while I was down there to make sure the thing, actually functioned. And it does. But if we head into the shop, I got myself the Harbor Freight Special. We got this little, what would be considered an ATV trailer that I'm planning to pull behind it. And last week on Marketplace, I picked up a little Honda push mower. You guys might recognize this one from the mower that I technically worked on in 22, and you would be correct. There she be in all her glory, the 216 Honda. Thing looks really, really nice. It could be used for tune-up projects around stuff that we can't get to, or properties that just kind of have really too much contour that a bigger mower deck can't do anything. But the last piece of equipment we have to go and look at is a 417, I think, John Deere. And that mower's got a bagger system, a 60-inch deck, and it also comes with a snow blade, which we can use to do like driveway snow plowing jobs in the winter. That thing, however, is on the north side of town, so I'm going to get the little Honda off the trailer. We're going to head north and go take a look at this thing. I've already put flyers up around town, gotten a couple calls. Even if I can't use the big John Deere, it doesn't necessarily matter. I have my walk-behind, which is my GS45 in my little back shed. But we're going to see what we can make out of this thing. If you guys are fans of the Homeowners or Public Works series and you'd love to continue seeing projects like this go on, then make sure to head down below, smash that like button, maybe even consider subscribing. I think all in all, this setup probably cost me about $6 grand. The truck itself took like $3,500 to get imported. That Honda lawnmower was nicer at like $500. This mower is going to cost at least $1,400. And then the trailer I just threw together with parts from Harbor Freight. I don't know about the next guy, but just mowing in general is like my happy place. It is my place of peace. So there's the mower. And this is what we got. Oh, it's a 445. This is a big boy. I thought it was a 417. Blade looks pretty nice. The bagger system doesn't have any holes in it. Seems like all the connections are pretty solid. The deck's not in that bad a shape. Sometimes these things get rusted out. Hydraulic lines don't look terrible. And it looks pretty solid. See how she sounds. That sounds like an old John Deere lawnmower. I think we'll give the owner a little bit of a chit-chat, and then we'll be back on the road, getting started with some lawns. With the mower bought, we now have to put this magnificent combo that is our lawn care setup together. This is either going to look absolutely stupid, or it's going to look like the coolest thing you've ever seen. Wow, those tracks are really rough. Most of the properties were probably just going to be mulching, but in the case that a property does want to be bagged, we do have the back half of the Honda, which I'm pretty sure has a fill plane in it, so we can just haul grass out to the dump with that sucker. I think what I like the most about this mower in 25 compared to the 22 version is the tire setup. I like these bigger looking turf tires. It looks more like an accurate wheel representation of what went on these things. I just feel like the thing's gonna be a nightmare to get up here. Might have to try and pick it up or tilt the trailer back. Yeah, that's not driving up on that. Hang on. What you are about to witness, please do not try this at home. This is not recommended in any way, shape, or form. Now, if I'm fast enough, I can get it to fall on the ball. Or just not tip at all. Come on, man. Don't do that to me. Nope, 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 nope. It was a little sketchy, but we got it. Would not recommend doing that again. Okay, now on to the other Honda. I think we're set. Let's go get ourselves our first job. Probably right after I shut my garage door. That might be important. The amount of times I have seriously contemplated buying one of these trucks is absurd, and this guy is our first contestant. I'd like to make some money before I start spending it. Might be a good idea. This gentleman, however, does not want the grass bagged, so I need to make sure I set the mower deck to mulch. Yes, chop that sucker. Ow. We are off to the races. Try and get around all the trees first. Not take out the trees. Just go around them. Yeah, I am not fitting inside that gap. That push mower is going to be used for quite a bit of this yard, I guarantee you it. This thing's turn radius is non-existent. Thing's also, like, absurdly big. This mower might not look very big in the game, but trust me, you stand next to one of these things in real life, they are massive. I think we're almost about done with this thing. It cuts the grass pretty quickly with that 60-inch mower deck. It also catches on quite a few things, and it's driving me nuts. I want you guys to head to the comment section. What is your preferred mower deck width? The one we are using is a 60-inch deck. I like 54. I feel 54 is a very nice medium. 48's a little too small, but if you're mowing an acreage, you probably want nothing less than a 60. It also depends on how big of an overhang the deck has from the outside wheel. So hypothetically, let's just say you have a property that is very, very hilly, and your wheel width compared to the deck width is significantly shorter. You are going to scalp the ever-living bejesus out of that because the deck's going to dig in. But if the wheel set is about as wide as the mower deck, you're not going to scalp. That's one thing I don't care for about my GS45. The deck sticks out way further on the left side, so if I'm going through a hillside and I don't know how to go through that accurately, it will scalp the turf real bad. Versus something like this, where yes, it also sticks out the side, but look at that, it has a gauge wheel. It's pretty self-explanatory knowledge, but that's just the tips and tricks if you're wondering. Now let's try and finish up with a couple of these other big patches, and then we will swap over to the Honda. If memory serves me correct, the collisions on this were not bad. I was able to get really nice up close and personal with some of these. Which, yes, it doesn't look like I can. Us in the Midwest have been getting a major heat wave, and I know the East Coast has really been getting hit. So that's why I broke out the tank top for the first time this season. It is just way too hot out, but you know, I would wear shorts, but I worked at the Game and Parks in the maintenance department, and you get hit in the leg a handful of times with dirt, rocks, and debris. You learn to wear long pants. I'm actually able to get pretty close with this thing, more than I thought I would be able to. Don't mind me, just gonna squeak right through that. And this push mower is kind of fun. Now granted, if I had to do the whole property like this, it would probably suck. But I'm really able to deliver a nice product off of this. I will note that if I do buy small engines, I would buy Honda. Granted, yes, Briggs & Stratton's not a bad motor, but you can't tell me that Honda does not know how to build an engine. They might be pricey, but dang, they are reliable. Another fun fact about Honda push mowers, when my dad moved, he left the GS45, the big walk-behind, to me. But he still needed a mower. So he went and bought a Honda push mower, and the one he got was the fancy one you could leave the mower running without the blades being on. He said even I couldn't mow with that thing if I wanted to. I gotta wait until he's gone. You guys thought we kept the deer nice? His looks like it still came out of the box. I think that's really all we have for this besides underneath the swing set. That and maybe that one part by the electrical box. Beautiful. I believe I had one more job that was registered on my job list down by the bar. Let's see if we can sneak between the transformer and the power box. Start making our way down. Place is looking spiffy. But we got more jobs to do. To note, this is not going to be replacing or doing anything to our landscape series or even the public works series. I am specifically just doing this for the fun of it. This is a side hobby job. We gotta mow the home and garden store. That is our other contract. This is one of the larger yards, so this is gonna be one of the $60. This thing is just such a cool truck. I mean, come on. Who wouldn't want one of those? Well, I guess you could probably say a lot of people, but I want one, okay? These guys' property line goes all the way from the railroad tracks to Main Street and right about to where our evergreens are. Well, not ours, but those evergreens. Same with the last job, they do not want it bagged. Hopefully I don't really have to use the bagger a lot. The problem with farm sim grass is that when you cut it the first time, their so-called amount that comes out of the bagger when you dump it is kind of excessive. That back line is also not even close to straight in the slightest. We will address that when we get to it. When building out that trailer, I contemplated getting one of these little utilities, but I just didn't see the use of it because look at how much bigger those trailers are to that one. Granted, that one has a really nice ramp system, but that trailer costs probably a third of what those utility ones did. Sometimes price really can reflect the quality, but I trust my work, and it really won't be driving down the road anytime soon. I don't really want to do jobs outside of town. Just did a loop around the fence line. The very far side, they do a really good job of keeping that grass along the fence pretty much dead. But this fence line and then going down towards the road, they're a little harder because they can't really spray it as well. I think what might help is if they throw some rock and then do some Roundup. That way the entire fence line can look like this little strip right there. Because you see how it has the rock sticking out like probably 6-7 inches? Makes it a lot easier to get around the posts. Let's start sectioning it off and going back and forth. Really don't think I'm going to need to use the push mower for this site, but could be wrong. If I could pick one of these mowers up on the old school, that would be awesome. I like the Husqvarna that I got, but it's got a smaller mower deck than this, and this is, you know, older. So cross your fingers that one of those comes across the used market. See what I mean? When you get this stuff built up in the back, it's harder to maintain it. So if they brought that gravel out and then sprayed Roundup along the fence line, it would probably help with keeping that grass from growing into the chain link. There's one thing that weed trimmers and mower decks hate most, it is chain link fence. You want to know how to tear paint off a mower or strip the string out of a weed trimmer? Put it up against chain link and watch how long it lasts. Since last time, we have updated one of the vehicles in the shop. If you guys remember, we had that like 2014 Ford dump truck. Well, the city got approved to get a new dump truck. This is a 2024 F450 with the dump box. We got a bunch of strobe lights on it. And another thing, I know in the last video, I saw someone comment, government things you have to buy new. You can't buy old for these kinds of things. Well, this is Farm Sim, and buying brand new sometimes just doesn't really make sense. In addition to the new Rhino Flex Swing mulcher mower, we also replaced the TW20 Ford with a 6320 John Deere. They didn't want to approve the 7810 because we were getting the dump truck, so this is what the budget allowed us. If that makes any sense. We do not have any major jobs that are going on around town, like, I don't know, sewage line breakages. But we are going to be mowing the roadside ditches with the brand new Rhino, along with a pasture that is currently going through the bid. We pretty much have already won it. It's about a 4 to 5 acre plot that we're going to use to build a new public works site. As this series keeps growing along with the equipment, we need to have adequate space. And right now we have absolutely zero space to put anything anywhere. So I kind of want to show you guys what that looks like and what we might be placing down. But then we gotta head to the highway. If you guys do enjoy public works and you want to continue to see this series flourish, you gotta let me know by heading down below, smashing that like button, consider subscribing. I've driven the tractor almost exactly like this, except it was a 6430, slightly larger and newer. But on the topic of land, this is the plot. This plot finally went up on the market. Landowner who had it finally passed away, and there was nothing in his will about any of his family members acquiring it, inheriting it. And now we just have to pretty much clear out some of the spruce and pine trees in the middle so we could build our new public workshop to better take care of the village. That light pole cannot be removed, so we're just gonna have to move the driveway slightly over to the right so a trailer could swing in. Believe me, I'd like to get rid of that thing, but it's not worth the cost it is gonna take to remove it. I think it's time to head over to the highway, drop the wings, and let's see how this new mower cuts the grass. Two things. One, if you are wondering where the Rhino came from, that is a converted mod I did from 22. It is not public. And number two, the map. You guys always ask, what map are you on? What map are you on? Well, this is Forest River, North Dakota from OS Spotting and Mapping, aka SMEBI. I do not have direct links to the map, but you can find it via google.com. I'm pretty sure this is a Patreon map, so you will have to pay for it. But it is well worth it if you were on computer. This is the same map that we did Grandpa's farm on. Get our beacon light on. Just make sure we don't take out the stop sign. And we are off to the races. Now that this thing is a mulcher, it's going to help us get rid of all that excess grass that always kept plugging up and getting the machine stuck. I hated that about the other little mower. You couldn't change it. Granted, this one is just stuck as a mulcher, but I actually prefer the tractor to be that way. Holy cow, this ditch is rough. Go around the county sign. This is a job I'd actually love to do. And I've done my own civic duty every now and then. When the grass in the roadside ditches get too tall around my area, it becomes a visibility problem. And I don't feel that that's safe for our community to have to try and look at an intersection and risk getting in a T-bone collision because they can't see. Sure, I'm kind of putting my own safety at risk for a car hitting me at 70 miles an hour, but I'm wearing a big sign. You can see me. Bottom half's a little bit smoother so we can kind of speed it up a little bit. When we do clear out the back pad that we might expand the shop on, we're not going to take out any of the trees likely today, but I do at least want to get a count on how many of them we're going to need to take down. We'll show you guys what building we're looking at when we're back over there, but for the meantime, we're only going to work on getting the grass and the shrubs cut. Oh, that's right, we got to go up alongside the road for this one. I don't remember which gentleman I talked to when I was at Farm Progress, but at the Rhino booth, he gave me some insights as to some of the specifications on this mower. I think it's got 15 degrees of flex going down and like 25 degrees up. I'd have to double check, but I think that's what he said. Oh shoot, I remember. We did have one other job we have to do. So the fire barn is going to be working on a training set where they can build in 2 containers. They'll stack 2 of them on top of each other, and they'll use it as a training site for breaching and entering a building when it is on fire. But in order to do that, they need to have a big pad of gravel. We do not need to really do anything with the gravel. They have another company doing that. They just want us to haul in the gravel. So at some point today, probably in between these ditches and mowing the pad back there, we're gonna run in with a new dump truck and grab a couple loads of gravel. This is a lot smoother, wow. Let's crank it up. From the legality standpoint, it is the property owner's responsibility to maintain a grassway. So if we look across the road where you could see those ditch weeds, that is technically the landowner's responsibility to clear that or make sure that is maintained. But for this side, since it's really just the railroad and then the highway, we technically have the ability to mow all of this, with the exception of it being within city limits or it's stuff that the county does. Just for an example, this is why we would cut this. When the grass gets super tall, if you have a car sitting at the intersection like this, you cannot see a car coming from the oncoming lane. And same goes for this side, but this guy actually does a pretty decent job cutting the grass down. But on this side, gets pretty dang tall and no one ever goes down here. And that's when people start getting nippy at the town board because they're not doing anything. But in reality, that's not our job to clean that. And since this little area is kind of like the first place you see when you go through town, I'm just gonna chop it quick. It's a lot easier to cut it with this one than it was our other one. I want you guys to hit the comment section. What is your preferred type of flex swing mower? Would you be a woods person? Are you a rhino person? Are you a bush hog person? Are you a John Deere person? I don't really know any other brands besides those 4, but you guys know the drill. Man, that looks so much better. Oh, we're gonna need to get into the park to get that cut. That's getting tall. Try and finish up around by the fire barn. That guy's pine tree line is the end of city limits. Just gotta wrap this one back up by the home and garden. And we'll be off to hauling in some rock. Alright, I couldn't help myself. I know this thing's gonna probably bog the Husqvarna anyway, so I might as well go through and clear it while I'm here. And that, I don't know what the heck happened to that park grass. It's not very tall, but we got a bunch of weeds in there. Who knows? That'll work. Let's grab the dump truck. I didn't necessarily want to get rid of the old dump truck, but the city said it was time. What's nice is that this was a base model truck. It's a bare bone XL67. Heck, I'm not even surprised we got a diesel. Man, these guys gotta clean up their act. Charge that to the fire department. Kick on our brand new strobe lights. And let's roll. I don't remember how many quote-unquote liters our old truck held, but this one does have a slightly heavier duty suspension package on it, though we all rated the haul bar. If I can remember correctly, we should be dropping this thing off somewhere in this area? I don't remember off the top of my head. Let me give Brad a call. I think he knows where it's supposed to go. Yep, I was right. It's this little patch yonder. They haven't, like, mowed any of this out yet, but they need 3 gravel loads so they can make a flat enough pad, because they're going to have the shipping containers come in sometime next week. It's going to be a lot of gravel. Whether it's homeowners or public works, I'm sure we'll pop over there and see it once the training facility's done. Don't really know what we're all going to do with it, because I'm not on the fire department, so I can't use it. There is payload number 2. Slightly had a doozy on the last one, but here is number 3. Yeah, I went to go back the truck up on the second one, and I kind of ran over the mound. Got stuck. But there is 3. Since we are already in a relatively fast vehicle, we'll just pop on down to that new pad. And let's check out how many trees we're going to have to probably cut down and haul out. But I better slightly take it slow. I don't know if there's any, like, foxholes in this. Yeah, definitely going to need to take those 2 out. What about these? Let's pop up and see what we got. So the shed we are looking to invest in is the 66 by 96 workshop. Now we can pretty much make it whatever color we want. So I'd probably make it as close to what we already have as our current shops, which is that tan with like almost an off black roof. And if we look inside, we have the bay door on the far side, a lot of really nice shelving, along with a loft space, workshop, and an office. Plus, you can't forget the American flag. But with our building plans not being completely confirmed, they still have to go through the board. All we can really do is just mow. And by the looks of it, I don't think we will need to take out those trees in the back. I think we can just pretty much place the building right there, get those 2 sets of trees out of the way for a driveway, and then the rest of this can just be like a parking lot almost. We're working with taxpayer dollars, so we're not really gonna get everything we want, so we'll make sure we're smart with our money. I might have $4 million, but it's not all mine to spend. What is money I can spend is the possibilities of us selling the old, smaller shop across the road from the main shop. If that is the case, I might buy that for my little lawn care company. I don't really see an issue with that, and I don't think too many people would really be opposed to it. It's a nice little location. I already know that I'm not going to be taking up the whole blueprint, and I get the fenced-in yard as part of the property. We're going to have to readjust everything from the trailers to the trucks to the road grader, but of course, we can't do anything right now. What I can do is mow the pad. Let's get our Rhino back out and get back out there. I feel like I'm really going to like using this tractor a lot. There was nothing against the Ford, but it had just a couple little buggy thingies that kind of drove me nuts from time to time. I just wish they make another one of these as the 30 series, like the 6430. You can get a 6420, but I want a 6430, the slightly larger one. And you would be very, very surprised at how expensive these tractors really still are. I think a 6430 could still sell for mid 40,000, possibly even more. I don't remember. I think we'll tune you guys into 3800 The Buck while we get this mowing action on. If you want to check out that playlist, you got to make sure you head down below to the links in the description to check out buckedupproductions.com, where you also might be able to find some tools that I use to help make videos on my channel. Let's get to mowing. done. We are getting pretty close. I'm not getting absolutely everything, so for some of you guys that might be wanting to absolutely gut punch me, I plead the fifth. I've never mowed this before, so I had no idea what to expect. But I think this plot is looking really, really nice. And it's a very good chance we'll probably end up rezoning this back half and putting in some houses, because there's definitely places you could put new housing. But that will be up to the county board. That is not my wheelhouse. Kind of a pretty hopping place in reality. This is our stop to make sure we have our tags, and yes, we are set to go. They're waving us through. When you go to the state parks, those booth people, if you get the wrong one, sometimes it can be a little bit of a hassle. The campground is completely full. I've had this place booked out for probably close to 2 weeks. I think every single camping spot has been taken up. This is around about... Where's mine? Oh, there it is. Yep, because there's the wife's car. What's nice about this place is that we kind of have like almost a parking stall. We probably don't want to stay here for too long, but here is our setup. We got the lovely Fleetwood E350. The rental. This is the camper that actually got my channel its name, the Rental Man Buck. Just stare into the face of history. But each campsite comes equipped with a little picnic table and a charcoal grill. But we're not going to probably be grilling out until later tonight. I know Daryl wants me to go out and see his cabin that he rented on one of the, what do they call those? The sandbars. If you do periodically hear fireworks go off on my mic, people are lighting off fireworks where I'm at in real time. But I think we'll need to go and get the boat off the trailer at the marina, because I do want to go and take a tour around the lake, but I also know I kind of want to mow my campsite because it's really, really tall grass. Another thing we're going to probably do while we're out on the lake is, if you guys can kind of see that orange building on the far side of the horizon, that is a Hooters. Now, some people go to Hooters for obvious reasons, but you know what I go to Hooters for? This like barbecue chicken sandwich. It comes on Texas toast. Like, dude, it is awesome. And the environment is even better. The people are great. You can have a really good laugh there. Now, here is our boat dock. We might rent out a golf cart. Haven't fully decided yet. There's the no wake buoys that we got to make sure we do not exceed what I think is like 5-10 mile an hour when you're inside those. Try and get the boat lined up. Sometimes this can be a little bit of a hassle. There we go. Get the boat detached. Beautiful dismount. Sadly, the boys will not be joining me on this episode, but I did hear there is a shooting range on the main highway that we came in on, so we might go check that out in the afternoon as well. I think I want to get out on the water first. It's only going to get hotter today, and, you know, if it's going to get hot, I'd rather be in the water, not driving around on it. So let's go take a look at the lake. See what the old sea-doo sounds like. She's got a big block in her, don't you worry. Now, I won't lie, I spent an absurd amount of time trying to figure out how the water physics in this game work. And one thing in particular is that I have the water line set where it's just far enough up on the body that it looks normal, but it's also just shallow enough that I do not have to see that stupid don't drive too deep into water. But once we are past the buoys, we are home free. This lake is absolutely massive, let me tell you this. There is the campground that we are at. This place has 4 campsites to my knowledge. So that is Area 2. Area 1 is right off of the marina when we come in. This is 3, and then I think just around the corner... Hang on, there's actually 5. So this is 3. That is 4 around the tree line, and then there's another really small one on the backside. Let's go check it out. Oh, we can get ripping in this thing. Oh, do not get too close. Do not get too close to that. There's the dam. So the dam comes across through the tree line, cuts back down, and then that's what wraps around to get to the backside of the other areas. It's a really, really, really far drive. I'm kind of surprised they didn't build the dam a little bit, you know, closer and make the lake a little smaller, but it's really nice because for like top speed runs, it really makes this boat able to get up and go. Yeah, that's the message that I was kind of inferring about, that it kind of gets a little annoying. Keeping it at about 50 is pretty nice. It's just fast enough that you can get around, but it's not fast enough that you can't control it. And there's the little cabins I was talking about. Holy cow. Okay, there's the other area. There's area 4. And then area 5 is really tucked up back along this side. Those two things are like clubhouses, apparently. Like, those are two very super rich people. Is that a Dollar General? Hold on. Is that a Dollar General? It wouldn't be a Dollar General if it wasn't placed in the absolute middle of nowhere. You make me laugh. Oh, okay. No wake zone. Dang it. I think Daryl's is this very last one with the red flowers. Might as well just stay in the buoys. But park up next to the dock. I think it's got a nice little loft in it. Pretty nice place. I've been out here before. There's the Hooters, and then I think there's another park on the far side, and then that's a wedding venue to my knowledge. Let's crank it up. It's kind of like a private, I don't know if it's a private or a public pool, but there's a pool up in there. And then there's the other small campground. Okay, this needs to be a speed limit. I'm gonna beach this thing. So yeah, that's kind of the layout. Place is awesome. And then we got a big open stretch of water. We can just let her rip. Turn off that stinking HUD and get a little bit of rip action. Now, if you guys like 4th of July content or really just special content like this in general, you guys got to let me know by heading down below and smashing that like button. Consider subscribing. If you're asking what map this is Kruger, Mississippi. But before you just start going to look for this thing and finding the campground, I actually hand-built about 80% of this whole thing. So I love putting time and effort into these things for you guys so you can get a really, really cool experience. And I'm glad you can tune into today's episode and just enjoy the celebration of our country's independence. Because we all know Herbie Hancock is the one that signed that document. It wasn't John.
Oh my God, I pass.
Chris Farley got it right. I think I'm gonna go dock up and grab myself a bite at the food joint, and then we'll head over to Daryl's since we're already out here and check out the cabin. First things first, I gotta find the harbor. Oh, there it is. Best place. This one does not have a very good dock. Looks a little rickety. There we go. You guys need me. I'm gonna be getting my sandwich. A sandwich, okay? I'm a married man. That was delicious. There was a group of guys in there that was watching, I think it was the Dodgers and the Mets, and it got kind of ugly. Let's check out these cabins. If this is a nice enough place, I might actually consider coming back out here, and instead of renting the camper, I'll actually rent one of these things. So let me know down below, guys, if we are, because I want to use this map for a lot more things. I don't know how easy it would be to get the other guys on, because I'd have to make this whole thing into a multiplayer game, and that's going to be a task. But should we try and buy the boat, because we can either buy the boat or buy the camper, and then we can come back out here and just camp whenever we want, or should we just basically rent the cabin and then just keep the game or the funness of having the rental as the running gag? All right, Daryl, let's see what this place looks like. All right, little TV, and this is like perfect size. I don't know where the light switch is at, but little kitchenette. Does this place just like not have any lights? Bedroom upstairs for a little loft. Man, this place is nice. Yeah, I definitely would rent this place out. I don't remember what the rates are, but Daryl, do you seriously not have a light switch anywhere? Ooh, that's a nice grill too. Was that a Blackstone? I don't know. I think let's head back to the campsite quick, get the campsite mode, and then I kind of just want to go and cruise around and see what the campsites look like. I should be able to dock up next to the loading dock. Also, why is there a four-wheeler on the embankment? Seems a little dangerous. Once we get the campsite mode, we're just going to come down here and grab a golf cart. But so far, really liking this place. The natural aesthetics of, I mean, this is stuff that the map already came with. So the river off to the right, and then this like swamp area to the left, that is just awesome looking. Got a little playground. Man, we need to get a job out here for game and parks and mow this thing. Oh, this thing has the actual working tailgate. What the? I didn't know that. That's cool. Technically, I think this is supposed to be an electric mower because they don't allow gas mowers. But who cares? We're in the back of the campground. If they have a problem with me, they can send out the game warden. I just don't like a camping stall that you can't even walk around in because you got too many grasses tickling the side of your ankle. With this being the 4th of July, what do you guys do for your celebrations? Do you guys go out with the family? Do you do your own fireworks show? Do you go camping? What do you guys kind of do? Over the last few years, my family just kind of gets together, and then if we separately want to, we go out to the different firework events. But I've also been out to the lake a time or two to just hang out with some friends. I think the one time I saw a guy mowing his yard, he brought like an electric mower that you had to plug into an extension cable. And I was rolling tears laughing because he was trying not to get the cable caught underneath the mower deck. I don't really know where my property line goes, but I'm probably just going to take a line straight back to that big tree and call it a day. To elaborate on the story for any newcomers, the camper that I am using, I have had since, I believe, FS19. And the joke of why my name is the Rental Man Buck, or aka my stage name, is that we did a camping video with Grant, Austin, and Jake back on a map called Pinewood Farms. And at the time, no other campers existed other than a fifth wheel and that thing. Everyone else went with the big fifth wheel campers, and I decided, hey, I want to use the RV. Well, when I rolled up to the McDonald's, Grant's first words that came out of his mouth is,
"Fuck, is that a rental?"
No. So that camper actually carries a very significant weight of this channel's name on its shoulders. So it's super cool that we always from time to time bring it back. I used to have it on my property as part of my vehicle fleet for homeowners, but I just never really got back to it. And now that I built my big shop across the road from my house on Homeowners, we could, in theory, buy the camper back. Like, we technically have enough money, I could probably buy the camper and the boat, but for the sake of memories, we could technically buy that camper back. I think that's good enough. That looks clean to me. I can't quite get underneath the camper unless I scoot it forward, but I'm not that dedicated. Let's go grab ourselves a golf cart and kind of check out the campsites. You know, I was concerned when I made these parking spots that would not be long enough for a long bed crew cab. I think I did a decent job. All right, who do I talk to about a golf cart?
12 seconds later.
It's official. I got a golf cart. Now I just got to figure out which number I'm supposed to take. They said I was supposed to take number 35. 35. 35. In the wake of the Go Green movement, this thing is all electric. But hey, at least it goes quick, right? Now, with this being Area 1, it's the most accessible, it usually fills up the fastest, and you could probably tell there are some very familiar campers in here. Yes, they do move, yes, they are towable, but no, they are not public. They are private. I converted all of these slash some older projects. That was a camper that I worked on back in 2019 as well. You only were able to place that thing. I threw some wheels on it and jack and made it towable. But yeah, none of this stuff was public. I literally converted like 80% of it just for today's video, and they kind of worked. Now this area is the biggest. This is Area 2. There are two main roads. This one, and then the one that is off to my right. This is a loop around because I've been kind of studying how to navigate this place. You have to take this road to get up to these camp stalls. And I think the majority of these run 50 amp circuits, so you could run 2 air conditioners. The big dogs like to park up here. And what the heck is that? That is awesome. Charger. And then this is the little loop one that you have to come back through. So this road is smaller than the one going back out because this is a 2-way. The other part of the road goes all the way back around and then brings you straight out the center. Now, if you're going to the other ones, they just want people to also be able to drive straight to that. Okay, this guy is kind of cool. Dark Horse, Peterbilt, and a side-by-side at a high country. That is awesome. Okay, cool. Another one! Okay, besides that, so we can get it out of the way, this road is another major 2-way because that road is how you get back to the other ones. But whoa. That is awesome. As much as I'd like to drive all the way across the pond, I think I kind of want to head uptown to that shooting range, get a couple rounds in for some freedom shells. So let's take the old wife's car because it gets a little bit better fuel economy than mine, and we'll see you guys over there. Now, I don't exactly remember the name of this place, but I know they said it's got pretty good reviews. Tactical Elite, that's right. Kind of out in the middle of nowhere when you think about it. It's just south of town. But always remember, guys, if you are going to be working with firearms, to be super duper careful. We're doing this in a controlled environment with all of the required safety equipment. Just want to have a little bit of fun and just kind of test out to see how good of a shot I really am. The 4 rules of gun safety. Treat every firearm as if you were loaded. Never point it unless you're willing to destroy it. Don't touch the release thingy. And also, make sure that if you're trying to hit the target, you know what's also behind it. Let me just take off my hat. Grab these. I think we'll do a traditional 9mm with random targets. Dang it. How did that not hit? Oh, come on. Can I get one more time? 3,278% accuracy. Well, the other problem is that I did not really do that in first person. That was still third person. So let's try this again. Freedom, baby. Freedom. Now we're on a hot streak. Yeah. Oh, dang it. Missed that one. Come on. Oh! 94% accuracy. That is pretty good. Kind of want to try a different size. Let's see. Ooh, big boy. Let's see if we can handle the big boy. Definitely a lot more kick on this one. Holy cow. Ow. Can I get that? Oh, that just ruined my entire score. Yeah, 75%. Now we gotta do it again. Let's try this way. Yeah, look at my wrists. Holy cow, there is some kickback on this. Oh, that is not good. Nope. Dang it, did it again. Can I do it again? Alright, well that's enough of that. I kind of wasted enough money. Just always remember, stay safe with those things. They are not toys. Now where on earth did I park? Oh yeah. I think we might head back out on the boat and just go and cruise around the lake for a little bit. I actually think I might stop for a couple of snacks. Oh, can't park there. Gotta grab the graham crackers. I think we have marshmallows, but I need to get some chocolate. Lovely. Thank you, sir. Hardware acquired. Oh yeah, my truck's still down there. I'm gonna have to go get that. Now we'll head back down to the boat. Trying to think of where else we could really check out. Ooh, could do a loop around the lake. That'd be kind of fun. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Dang, that looks cool up there. This would be really fun to get a pontoon on. Just to be able to coast and have like the glass floors. I think if I am to stay out here next time, I'd like to either go to that area or the one that's on the opposite side of the tree line. Alright, I like to do a lap around the lake as much as the next guy, but I'm not going all the way down to the dam. There really is kind of nothing to see going that way. There's some pretty nice setups out here when you really think about it. A lot of money. But now when I also think about it, I think this is actually Area 5, and Area 4 is the small one back by the Billionaires Club. Because this is the absolute last place you can get to when you go around the lake. And then you put some of those buoys out there, that's a public beach. And they really need to clean that one up. I don't blame them, it takes forever to get there, but yikes. They need to get a job out here. Let's take a little run through the Billionaires area. I still can't believe there's a Dollar General out here. That's too good. Why is the cow's eyes really scary? Doesn't matter. We got a garden to make and grass to mow. Let's roll. We made some modifications to our shop. I just didn't like that bottleneck that the driveway made. And I also put up this carport. Behind the shed is where we are going to be building this garden plot. I have already set out the cones where I want the dirt lanes to be tilled up. And if you're wondering why it looks like Wally's first day on the job, that is because this is a lane, this is a combined lane, and then another one with this being a walkway in between. And then back here we will have a little garden shed along with pond, wheelbarrow with flowers, and the windmill that originally sat back behind my pool. We've done a couple of jobs around town, but we've taken the mower deck off because I also picked up this really cheap garden plow for the back of the 445. That is what we are going to use to till up the garden. However, we got to mow first, so I'm going to put the 60-inch deck back on. But my tools for this, I believe, are in the new backyard shed. The little Wilkers shed wasn't bad, but this came up on the market for a really, really good price. 25 by 10, pretty much a glorified storage unit. I caved, I bought a golf cart, but we also invested in a cheap pressure washer to help with all of our anti-clean work. We still have the 4-tracks, our fertilizer buggy, seeds, fertilizer, and Johnny 45. I really need to get Johnny 56 out here. That would be awesome to get the little 56 lawnmower. You can never have enough lawnmowers. Backyard is looking really clean. We did a little bit of re-landscaping to get this place in its tip-top shape. And the yard, it kicks the neighbor's rear end. I mean, come on. It's the best yard you got. Now that I got my tools, I'm going to swap over that deck real quick, and we will get on with some mowing. Thank you guys all so much for tuning in to the Homeowners Series. It is a pleasure to have you. If you like this series and would love to see more projects, you gotta let me know by heading down below and smashing that like button. Maybe even consider subscribing. If you missed out on last Homeowners, we ended up investing in our own lawn care company. This thing has really been an animal, but I'm slowly realizing I probably should have looked for a zero turn. The Public Works has been hard at it trying to get the approval to get the new shop built. Hopefully next episode we'll have more information on the progress of that situation. Just a heads up, the words BUCH'D UP Custom might sound relatively familiar. I'll be launching a secondary channel that will be dedicated to real-life projects like Johnny 56, Johnny 75, another rear-engine lawnmower, snowblowers, garden tractors, maybe even some four-wheelers, you name it. So if you'd like to see me in the flesh actually cranking on a motor, you gotta go and follow that channel. I'll leave that link in the description down below. Otherwise, let's continue to mow. I promise you I'm not trying to be Dr. Seuss. I just seen on the Mod Hub that the 330 garden tractor has now been released. It is a smaller series to the 445. I think out of the 3 iterations, this one still has to be my favorite. The really old 110, 112 being the 3rd variant. But if you've never really been around a garden tractor like this, it's amazing at how big it actually is. I would think that the 445 had a hydrostatic transmission, but what I'm surprised to see is that it doesn't have the independent right and left brake like the 317. If you know the reasoning behind that, let me know down in the comments. I'm always interested to learn more about engines, tractors, and anything mechanical. I'm definitely late to the gardening party, and if you've never been around a small town, everybody and their neighbor wants to give you their produce like a community flea market. It's amazing how much sweet corn gets tossed around. I'll have to run down to the home and garden store to buy me a water trailer so that way I can keep up on the fluids. Even though I'd like to just use the gardening hose, Farm Sim does not really work that way. I did look into the cost of getting a well dug with one of those Iowa hydrants. Getting in between these cones is going to be a nightmare because they do not move. I think I'll chop off this long section and just go back and forth for a little bit. We'll see you guys when we're ready to start hooking up the plow and making our new garden plots. Not quite done, but we are most certainly getting close. How many of you guys do garden yourselves or maybe with your parents? I grew up, we had a big garden in my backyard, and while we didn't always eat everything from there, it certainly was delicious. There is nothing like homegrown food you can pull out of your backyard. One of my personal favorites is that we had a rhubarb plant, so we make rhubarb crisp. If you've never had that? Oh boy, you gotta go get some. That finishes up the mowing. Let's get the deck back off and throw the 3-point on so we can get the plow ready to dig. Oh yeah, we also ended up buying the boat from when we went boating over 4th of July. We never did buy the camper. I think it's only fair that we keep that strictly as a rental, for obvious reasons. We probably didn't need the front weights, but I feel that having that extra weight is going to help us in the long run. So let's get our plow stationed. And let's see how hard this is going to be to till up. Squeak our way around the cone. We're not really tilling up. There it goes. I was like, we're not really tilling up the grass like I thought we would. These aren't going to be very big plots, but they're going to be big enough that we can fit maybe 5 to 6 tomato plants, probably 3 vines worth of green beans or peas. You get the point. While I'm down at the hardware store getting the water trailer, I'm also going to be looking for some lumber. That way I can build up some sidewalls and get some more topsoil on top of it. Kind of like a planter box, but instead of just having that planter box depth, we're going to build up a big case around it so we can have topsoil on the top and then the regular ground underneath, but it does not have to really till through all of those really thick roots of this Kentucky bluegrass. This might sound really morbid, but it kind of looks like we're just tilling up a burial plot. I guess that's what happens when you're the son of a mortician, and that is an actual true fact. My dad is a licensed mortician. The soil's tilling up nice and smooth. While the soil is pretty clayey around where I'm at, we're not putting the plow very deep in the ground. We're really just kind of trying to rip out the grass roots. So when we build up the sides for the planter box, the new stuff can just dig straight in. There's our first half. Let's try and work on the back half. For you that always wonder what map we are on, this is Forest River, North Dakota, OS modding and mapping. You might think that because I have $3.9 million, why don't I just have everything in the world? Well, this series is shared with the Public Works series, so that is also the town funds that we use to help develop the Public Works shop. I'm just an average Joe, while I might have a little bit more money. Not all of that is mine. I like to clarify that in case there's any misconceptions. Technically, it's not that far of a drive to the hardware store. We might just load up on the ATV and haul the rest of the stuff home with that. That finishes up the garden plots. Let's head south. Where might we be able to find this? Pick up order for buck. I don't need a grill, don't need a propane tank. Yep, I think that's it. Holy crud, that thing's bigger than I thought it would be.
That's what she said.
I know this thing's supposed to be rated to haul a certain amount of gallons, but that's a little high up on the hitch. I seen a Yamaha Grizzly on Marketplace the other day for like $1,300. It looks exactly like this one, and I'm like half tempted to go buy this thing. It's a great way to do a tire change. We're pushing it, okay? We're pushing it, but I think we'll be able to make it. Hydrant's already on order, so let's get ourselves to the backyard and start working on the construction of the garden plots. We'll probably throw down another gravel pad that'll help us get back here, and I'd like to put up a fence around it to try and keep maybe some of the wildlife out. I know they can pretty much climb over it, but helps keep out the lazy ones. This should be enough of a potting soil, topsoil mix in order to get us started. Let's pop up in the sky and see what we can do. That is what our finished product is hopefully going to look like. I'll end up throwing wood chips as our walkway in between all of the different plots. But we all know this isn't going to build itself.
2 hours later.
Something tells me I'm going to be here deleting cones for a little while. And there it is. All of our garden plots have been built up. We're going to use the rest of the topsoil to fill in the tops of our plants once we get the gardening started. I never really made mention of this, but my good buddy McLean Modding ended up sending me this. It's pretty much the same ATV trailer I have in the shop, but it's got the sidewalls. And I do still have the little black trailer from the previous episode. Keep our tools off to the side, but inside the little shack, we kind of got almost like a playhouse, preparational cleaning area, some extra shelving, a little light, and then comes my favorite place, the outdoor patio. Like I mentioned, we still got to lay down the wood chips for the ground, but again, another outdoor seating spot, grill, wish it was propane, but we'll deal with charcoal, and this is our windmill from the back half by the pool. I say let's get the plots filled up with the plants that we want to grow. I want to do carrots, peppers, beets, potatoes, strawberries, and tomatoes. Anything else? I guess we could do lettuce. They might look dead right now, but that is because we need to get the water. Trust me, I'm not that bad of a gardener. Only a little. Oh, that's really quick. Cool. I'll make this short and sweet. If you've never drinking water straight from one of these things, you're missing out. Just start dumping water. Plants are looking spiffy. Not sure where the best place to store this would be. Might just tuck it back up against this wall in front of me. How much more water does it need? Oh, we might be here a while. That should be plenty of water. Just a little bit under 39,000. Now it's just really down to building the pathway in the garden and the road to the garden. I can't get rid of these like weird looking gravel spots, but what I can do is lay down this really nice wood chip bed. I feel like it just gives a nice walking area texture. Just like so. Maybe continuing with the lighter gravel. We'll bring the road back to the shop and then divert off. I think that looks pretty much done. Just gonna extend this a little bit. I think that finishes out the garden. I will have to come back in and mow this. Let's grab our gravel and feed that out to the right for the water. And just nicely wrap it around the building. Looking good. And presto, driveway to garden. I'm going to be taking the four-wheeler to work because we officially got all of our approvals for the new building of a shop. We also, come next homeowners, we'll go over this a little bit more. You already know exactly what that thing is. When zoning finally got completed, we ended up getting about a 2-acre plot. The back half was rezoned into a residential area, and it now has 5 new homesteads on it. As you can tell, this is our area that we are going to be able to build public works with, and our shop is going to be going in this back left corner. The tall tree is where our property line goes to, and the blue spruce on the right is the other end of it. The new development really did come out nicely, as there's a slight variety of homes. I kind of feel this guy got the best deal because his backyard ended up getting the entire tree line cleared out back to the cornfield, and these people live on about half-acre plots with a very small cul-de-sac at the end. We have to get ourselves up in the sky to start developing the new shop, so we're going to tune you guys into 3800 the buck, and then afterwards we have to transfer everything over. Just remember, if you guys like content like this and want to help support the channel, gotta head down below, smash that like button, and consider possibly subscribing. As Gary Allen says, there's nothing on but the radio. Let's crank that dial and get some stuff built. Okay, I believe that is really all we need to do. It's not supposed to be a public meetup place. It's supposed to be a public works place. We're on a budget. We have our dumpster system on the far right. Don't know why on earth I'm starting with this, but it's one of my favorite things to kind of build. A little unique. But we have 5 parking spaces, unlike our other shops that really only had 2 on a good day. Here is our new yard. Once we start shuffling stuff over, might put our more outdoor stuff, maybe like shorter trailers in this little unit or like skid steer attachments. This is an all-fill system. That way if we need to get rocks, topsoil, dirt, really anything and everything into a dump trailer, that goes there. Fuel barrel, which we're going to call Sap Bros, get that filled up. 8250. Beautiful. And then here's the new shop. That is a herbicide or fertilizer bin storage. We have our shelves up on the right side for any and all seeding, paint, buckets, you name it. Workshop off to the left, Old Glory on the wall, and a Andy Clean Bay on the far north. Well, this would be the west side. And then the floor drain, which is connected to our sewer system. But there's our light switches up on the top, and here is the work office. We'll be able to manage all of our projects from what'll be a bigger computer setup, but there's a laptop here for the meantime. And then I believe this is, yes, the bathrooms. I seen this shop out at the Farm Progress show, so I wondered why it looked familiar. That looks good enough to me. This is our easy access door to get in and out with things like the road grader or my service pickup. And then our main yard entrance for you obviously could probably infer or figure it out. Now comes the fun part. We got to drag anything and everything out of the old shop and bring it over here so we can organize the new place and get it ready for services. We're going to cross our fingers that a water line doesn't break or somebody needs to have help, because this could take a little bit. As we mentioned in our last rendition, this shop is going to be going up for sale. I'm going to try and buy it for my own personal lawn care company. I'm kind of just collecting lawnmowers as they fall into my lap. But with the addition of my new backyard shed and my big shed across the road, I don't necessarily see a reason to buy that old shed, but the enclosed yard would definitely be nice. I would take over the plow blade, but I kind of forgot the bulldozers, you know, crowding all that in. So we'll take the 6230 over first with the flex swing. I think until we get the landscape of how big or how much equipment we really have, I'm just going to kind of set this stuff outside. The tractor I know will go indoors. But this place is going to stack up with equipment fast, especially with things like that road grader and possibly the trailers. I want you guys to head down in the comment section and let me know what has been your favorite project completed on the Public Works series. This is one of the few series that I actually do a lot of research on before doing a project because of the fact I have connections to my own local Public Works. But it's going to be so nice having everything really just under one roof. Just sucks because now we're going to have to try and find out where everything got placed. I kind of lost track of it all. That's Stack's full trailer number 1. If this truck just had a plow mount on it, I think it would be so much better. One thing I am kind of concerned about is the maneuverability I'll have in the new lot. I considered bringing this all the way down to the roadside, but I think we'll be able to make this work. If we can keep our organization in the shop good enough, this could just be a big drive-through bay. Skid steer is small enough, it could sit right yonder. Ooh, that gooseneck's gonna be a tight squeeze. Let's just see how hard it'd be to get this in that little nook. Ah, shoot, I forgot the wheelbase on this is wider. I'll haul a bit more stuff back, and then we can start playing the game of Jenga. We're getting down to the last few pieces. Corey's currently working on strapping down the Prowler, and it makes me sad that I have never used this truck yet. I'd like to use it for something, but I just haven't really found a use for it yet. If you guys have any ideas, let me know down in the comments. The plows have really been an interesting issue. They don't fit in, like literally nothing fits inside of that little hut. I ended up selling off the midweight plow. No other vehicle in the shop has a plow mount on it. Could I add one? Yes, but we're still in the month of July. If we're gonna do that, we have time. Plus I'm still torn on where I'm gonna put these trailers. I guess I did say the old Public Works shop, the big one, is staying in our possession. But I might just get rid of that little hut thing and we'll just put the trailers over there. Because I don't want the trailers to be in a completely different area from where everything else is loaded. That just seems very impractical. We'll keep the new dump truck and likely the International stacked right behind each other. They'll be the most used of our fleet vehicles. I kind of like this mower sitting right where it's at, but maybe it might be more beneficial to put the Prowler trailer against the fence, that up against the door, and then the gator up against that wall. Or even better, scooch this over and then put the big gooseneck over there. Oh, this is a mess. But at least we're bringing the last of it. This should be their final load. The Alice we can definitely leave outside. This thing's pretty much built to sit outside its entire life. And now I'm really kicking myself in the butt. I should have brought this pad all the way over to the roadside. Maybe we'll have an expansion in a few years. Okay, some things I didn't get the way I wanted, other things they worked fantastically. I really did not want this truck to have to sit outside. The gator trailer went right up against the fence, have an open gap for just, you know, turning, maneuverability around the yard, and then this stuff is now all organized and positioned. Getting to look at it from above, I think this really turned out nicely. Holy shit, that wind is blowing hard. I'm gonna have to head to the basement. We'll see you guys here in just a bit. Well, good morning, everybody. That was a rough way to start the day. We're gonna be on Public Works because we have some storm cleanup to take care of. You guys remember about a year or two ago, Iowa had that one thing they called a derecho? Yep, they're even covering it on the news. We're supposed to get another round tonight. Doesn't look like it's as bad. But we're gonna check around town to do a scouting report. Holy cow. News this morning said it registered at 102 mile-an-hour wind gusts. I don't know what the rest of the village looks like, but I am supposing this is not going to be good. Still got rain covered on the roads. I think my rain gauge, you can't get an accurate reading, but mine said at least 1.20 inches. Did not feel like we got any hail. The shop's still standing, so that's a plus. Oh, we already got a tree down. Whoa, we got some limbs on the ground. Everything seems to have held together in the main yard. What about down here? Got twigs on the side streets, but it seems half decent. Oh, we got a big tree down behind the house. It is a new development, man. That sucked for an insurance claim. You just get the house built and you gotta go and claim insurance on new siding and new roof. Whew! It looks like we got one down tree right across from the shop. Another one on this guy's property, but if it's technically on their property, we're really just kind of helping them out. That's not really our responsibility, but the whole community is gonna need to come together for this. Whoa, okay, Main Street's got some limbs. This is right where we did our patchwork. Got tree limbs down there. Ooh! Yeah, we're gonna have to probably chop that down. That place took a beating. That one's got one laying on its roof. Yeah, we're gonna have a long day ahead of us. I got into this tree line. Even got some stuff back there. Wow. What about downtown area? Well, Home and Garden lost the fence line, and stuff is blown all over. It seems about right. Ooh! The garage! Yeah, there was a garage standing there. Yeah, that's not good. And watch out for all the pots laying around. Yep, the park definitely took a beating. This is really just going to be a fun day. I can already tell. If you guys are as excited about this storm cleanup as I am, then you gotta let me know by heading down below, consider smashing that like button, and possibly subscribing. We gotta pull out the wood chipper, and I think I'm also gonna pull out that Ford flatbed. It might be the first time we actually have a logical reason to use it, because if we're hauling tree limbs that can't fit in our wood chipper, we can take them in the back bed of that out to the dump. It also just might be easier to throw them in the bed of the truck than it would be to try and shred this stuff. Now, I was not expecting that weather pattern to get as bad as it was. If you guys know, last weekend in my own area, we had somewhat of a similar storm, but we only had winds register in about the 80 mile an hour range. We did some reorganizing in the shop to optimize our parking situation. The wood chipper ended up going against this wall, and then I brought that Volvo over that sat at the water treatment plant for the longest time, so this will be used during, you know, snow season. The amount of rain we keep getting, it's going to be a mess this year. Well, we'll get the wood chip truck. I think we are set to go. I got my chainsaw filled up with fuel, and we will throw the mixed gas in the back of that truck bed. Question is, where the heck do we even start? Probably gonna start on the main roadway that's blocked off. We gotta get those streets opened up. If you don't know anything about wood chippers, man, they can be extremely loud. That's a solid unit of a tree. Just happened to have the one limb get ripped off. We'll have to throw the trunk likely in the pickup, but we could chop off these main limbs and try and get them in the shredder. Storm cleanup is something that it sucks to do, but it's so great to see a small community like this come together to really try and work on it. When we had the storm system come through my area last week, I went to do my stream on Saturday. There was a whole crew of people that got a tree that split right down the center. The whole thing was done by the time I got done streaming. Granted, they had a tractor and 12 people, but it was amazing how fast they got that thing taken down. I hate how these branches never want to feed themselves. There it goes. There is one. There goes number 2. The other thing about these kinds of storms, there are a lot of trees that usually need to be trimmed anyway. So the Mother Nature kind of does the work for you. You just got to clean it up. Now we're cooking with gas. Oh man, it even took out that one. Well, it chopped the top of it off, but you're probably going to have to chop down the whole tree. That's going to be up to the property owner. So we'll check back with some of these guys if they want us to help them with it. But there's going to be crews with farmers all the way around, you know, toting things away in their own trailers. The amount of trees that are going to have to come down around town now is going to be sad. I think, oh, I didn't even see this one. We might run back to the shop and grab the Ford and just start picking some of these trees up. Scratch that, we'll still get the flatbed, but I'm going to drop this off at the park because we're going to need to use it at the park anyway. And I'm getting a call from my buddy Mike. Yeah, what's going on, Mike? Your camper tipped? What? Well, I'm down at the park right now. We're getting ready to start taking down that big tree that fell. I mean, I guess we could probably bring the Volvo over, because that's the only thing we got with front loaders. Yeah, give me a couple minutes. I've taken the Ford flatbed. All right, see you in a bit. Oh, that's not good. Mike's one of the guys, he lives on that last strip that goes down the highway. But I guess his camper actually tipped over. It's an older unit, so it's not like it's a really light camper, but go check out that situation and see what his place looks like. Here's another thing we haven't gotten to use at the shop yet. So hopefully I can maybe get the blade underneath the side and just kind of hoist it up. These types of storms really just suck. If it was just rain, it would be fantastic. But now you got down corn, you got broken gutters, ripped off shingles, tree limbs that cause damage, or really just disintegrate a tree in general. Yep, there's the camper. He'll have to get his pickup out of the way if he wants me to lift it up. Ooh, he's even got a tree down. Yeah, let's get his pickup out of the way before we decide to flip this sucker. I mean, it looks like it's resting on one of the limbs, so I can actually get the blade underneath it. Just have Mike guide me underneath so I can kind of just lift it up with the straight edge. Tilting back. Oh, there it goes. Oh! Sorry about your plate wear there, Mike. But hey, it's back over. If you need any help, give me a holler this afternoon. We'll be around chopping trees. Pretty sure Thomas is already on his way with the dump trailer. He'll be scooting around town. But I gotta get started clearing out all the branches that fell in the park. All the big stuff we'll throw in the back of the Ford. Anything else we'll chip through the Toyota. Kind of squeak my way through. And might as well start with the big boy. Best way to break it apart. Try all these like freestanding limbs. Lovely. Let me take out one of the bottom ones, or better yet, 2 for 1. Now get out of the way. Nice. Oop. And this one. Let me know down in the comment section, guys, how many of you have been impacted by severe weather this year. I know being in the Midwest, or pretty much the Ohio Valley, you really have gotten absolutely demolished, especially the state of Wisconsin. Where I'm at in Nebraska, we've kind of fared pretty well for the most part. But this last storm that we had was probably one of the worst in recent memory. All I know is that according to the farmers, or technically like the Farmer's Almanac, yeah, we are probably due / going to have a very bad winter. So good thing I bought that 317 with the snowblower. If you guys haven't seen the or heard about that, there's a garden tractor I'll be working on here in a bit, pretty much to just clean it up and check through it so we can have the ultimate snow throwing setup come this abrasive winter that might be coming. Last limb. I'm not going to be able to lift that, so I'm going to run back to the shop and get the skid steer with the pallet forks. I sure hope we have long enough forks on this. Come on. Don't be a stinker. Yeah. Probably should put the stump side towards the back. Dang it. Careful not to tear up the turf too much. Not saying wheels are any better, but tracks are possibly the worst thing that you can bring on grass turf with a skid loader. Alright, let's try that again. Please work nicely. Yeah! How many more do we have down? We got a whole tree. I think those are just limbs. We'll shred those. That another tree or just a branch? Ooh, that's a whole tree. Dang it! Well, it's just a branch, but that's a little too lopsided. This whole one's gonna have to come down. This one didn't fare too bad. That's just a dead limb. Another one back there. We're gonna be hauling everything back. Take this one over while I'm close enough. I should probably put on safety goggles and gloves for this. Not like I'm trying to be a wuss here, but ever had a wood chip get thrown into your eye or something sharp? Not fun. Much better. Take care of yourself, people. Your body will thank you later. Let's try and sneak this boat through here. This thing's a long truck. How many of these are just little branches that we can get off with the chainsaw? Oop, maybe a decent chunk? Nah, I think that's about it. Where'd the chop happen? Oh, there it is. Come on off. There you go. Shoot the shred crew. And I think that's light enough. Just... Oh, come on. Get it over the edge. Ugh. Whew. And just slide it towards the back. Yeah. And... yeah, we'll just try and take down this one in the back. The rest of these in here, we can just shred them. Yeah, that really sucks. I didn't want to have to cut down trees, but there's going to be trees cut down all around town. That down. Clean her up. Nice. Get rid of that. We might be able to shred that, but I'm going to have to chop this little end off. And shred that. See if we can just kind of collect them all on the forks and then take it back in bulk. Give me a minute. This might take a second. Where on earth are the log forks when you need them most? I tried getting that last one on, but it's being stingy. This is a true story. So when we were doing the storm cleanup, I was down at the gas station at like 6 in the morning, and we had all of our different rescue and brush trucks around town. They were towing the trees to the dump with chains down the highway. Oh, it was so funny. Okay. Load and go. Load and go. Come on. Don't be stingy. How full are we getting? This thing doesn't, like, spew out as much wood chips. Yeah, we're fine. I say it doesn't spew out as many wood chips as it probably should, but I just want to make sure I'm not filling the whole box up. And if every tree chopped like that, we'd be in business. Let's run back and grab another batch. There's one, and I think we can grab these. Well, that's actually 3 branches. Pretty sure we can get them. Let's try that. Nice. There's... oh, we got the fork still in the front. Oh, there's 2. And... there we go. That should hopefully hold on. Sorry, kids, I'm probably gonna have to drive through the sandbox area. I guess I can go around. So many trees everywhere, I can't tell where the open patches are. Park's definitely looking better, that's for certain. I think that clears out all of them. Besides, you know, cutting the stumps out, but we can come back later and do that. We just need to get the main storm damage cleaned up. My phone is going off. Let's see. 370 West 2nd Street. I think that's the house that has the tree limb on the roof. I could be wrong. Let me check my GPS. Because that's Main Street. There's 1st Street. And then, yep, that'd be 2nd Street. Yep, there they are. Oh, yeah. That's gonna need a new gutter system. Probably gonna need to take this whole chunk with the Ford, but that half we can kind of just snip up and then shred it. Let's get our Caterpillar over here and kind of set the forks in between this and see if we can lift it off. I'd cut it, but let's not cause more damage to the roof than we have to. I'm pretty sure that middle branch should have enough to... Yep, hold on. We got enough support to help get it off the house? Yepers. Yeah, there we go. Set it on the ground. Chop this part off. Let the shredder do its magic, hopefully. And this we chop off the ends. It lets me. Nice. Feel like that'd be pushing it to get that through the chipper. We'll just do these and get the chipper out of the way to load that trunk into the truck. Haven't gotten any more reports of downed trees blocking roadways. Might just try and scoot around town. I didn't even check down that alleyway with the treatment plant. I didn't think I saw any, but I could be wrong. Get that in. Nice. Oh, that's right. We have the one that's... no, we chipped those up. Wait, did we? Hold on. Oh, that's right. We took off the branches, but we did not take the trunk. So I'll just grab that real quick. Come here, you. Oh, hello. Taking flight, I see. Up, up. This thing just wants to be a pain, doesn't it? Get on there. Ah, we should be good. Rain said to leave the area with probably in the next hour and a half-ish. It's making the conditions not the most ideal, but at least we're getting stuff cleared out. If I can help it, I don't want to drive on anybody's yard, so we'll just load it from this side. Maybe if I push the forks, I can get that one log I loaded to hit against the other wall. Dang, I really love this new joystick. If you guys are looking for a pretty good joystick that I think also can go to console, I can't confirm that. The WinWing USRA Miner is a really, really great option. I'll try to remember to leave a link down in the description. But a little bit over $100 and pretty dang good build quality. It's said to be the top joystick in its class for the price range. I'm just gonna take the Ford around town and see what else we might have to clear out. I'm like 99% certain we don't, and as I say it, there's one tree right there. And that is blocking the roadway, isn't it? Yeah, we might be able to chip this one up. I got the chainsaw with me, so let's just see what we can do with that. I guess worst case scenario, we just leave it for the chipper. These ones will have to be chipped. And one more. This one can go through the chipper, but I'll take the back half. Let's come get that in a little bit. Abracadabra, camera magic zoo. I sentence you to the back of the boo. Yay, it worked. Now I'm pretty certain there's no other trees down. I'm sure they'll get most of these taken down, or we'll help them get it taken down over the next few days. That garage, man, that sucks. I don't think anybody's used it over the last, like, 10 years. But just for the sake of someone's property, man, that is awful. We might need to help out with this one, but we'll wait until we get a call. Some of these guys, again, they have their own crews. They have their own family members that'll help out. The park really cleaned up nice. We got a lot of, like, you know, drag spots or twisting spots from the tracks on the skid loader. But we can't really help that. Let's check out the treatment plant, see how that fared. Looks like they got another tree they'll have to cut down the whole thing on. I guess check my block out last. Oh, we got another big tree down. Luckily, nothing happened at my place. I think my trees are a lot younger than some of the surrounding ones. So the trees have better access to nutrients, and then the wind can strengthen them over time. Yeah, I think that's really about all we had. So I'll take these over to the dump, and we might really just kind of keep heading around to find some stuff to clean. Hang on. Is that what I think it is? Did that umbrella blow over from... Hold on, we gotta go down to the home and garden. I think that blew all the way across the flipping field. Because those guys are gonna have a nightmare trying to get all of this stuff reorganized. Oh, okay. Oh, I hate to be the poor guy that has to restack all of that. That's gonna suck. Yeah, because the umbrella... Yeah, it sat right here. That blew all the way over the top to the water tower fence. And then they lost this section of fence going down the strip. Damn, that sucks. They didn't lose all the flower pots. I'm surprised they didn't take the swans, but they might have just been too small that it didn't really catch anything. Lost some flower boxes, but no one probably knows where that went. Wow. Yeah, that... What? How? Well, I'm going to do myself a favor and get this stuff taken off to the dump. We'll head back to the shop, grab the rotary mower, and we might just try and mow up some of the ditch sides to get some of that debris just chopped up. It'll obviously be a few weeks before everything kind of just blows over or gets rid of itself. What you guys are looking at is an overhead view of our current city park layout. There's a shelter with a fire pit, a random bench all the way in the back, numerous picnic tables scattered around the plot, a very small playset, the bathroom and maintenance shed, along with a handful of trees. What this park is lacking is entertainment facilities for our growing community. And the trees that got damaged in the first storm just kind of got the finishing blow on this round. Meaning with the bad trees gone, that opens up the entire northeast quadrant of our park. Courtesy of our town board, inside the red marking, we are going to be installing a tennis/pickleball court. Another thing we're looking to upgrade is the playground setup. We found a contractor that is willing to build us a really cool wooden structure that is still up to code, and that is going to have to expand our sandbox area. We've already found a buyer for the old playset, and we're just going to be moving the picnic tables out of the build site. But another thing we're looking to add is a basketball court. Yes, the pickleball court could have the dual purpose, but we have a lot of real estate that we can really work with to optimize the amount of stuff we can fit in a small area. We can fit a basketball court comfortably without having to demolish any buildings in the assigned area. But this raises another issue. Parking. I cannot delete these vehicles because FarmSim is so great, but the limits for this park go all the way up against the railroad track. So what we're going to do is we're going to make a gravel driveway that goes all the way from the main road connecting by our hardware store all the way to the backside to connect to our other property line. The yellow indicates our parking zones, and because of the pickleball court, we're also going to make a curbside parking lot right up against that. And that really is about all we need to do. We certainly have quite a bit of work ahead of us, so let's head down to the shop and get loaded up to start working. I hope everybody's having a great day today. I ended up walking to work because it's so nice out. But the breakdown of our job is going to cost us about $200,000 with everybody's quoting and labor, materials, time, and most importantly, money. Every episode might be someone's first time tuning in, so I really do appreciate you guys. If you like content with Public Works and you'd love to see more, you got to let me know by heading down below. Consider smashing that like button and subscribing. We're definitely going to need the cat and the mower at some point too, which I just might take this with me to go and clear that one tree that's laying on the ground. Chop it up, throw it on this truck, and get rid of it pretty easy. Really forgot how fast this mower went. 22 on one of these would be terrifying. All the materials that we're going to be buying are going to be sourced locally from our home and garden. Otherwise, they'll be coming in from the county's depository. We'll just need to cut this tree out, that tree out. I would like to have an open grass pad so people could be out here playing football, soccer, or any other foot sport, but I'm just kind of running out of real estate to put things. Well, I just screwed up my entire sense of direction. The entire park might have to rotate its dimensions 90 degrees. That is the east corner, north corner, west, south. For those that work in the public works or landscaping divisions, feel free to let me know in the comments some video ideas you guys would like to see me try and interpret. The Public Works series is very special to me because I like to try and put in as much research as I can that seems on the utmost realistic side without getting boring. I do have special ties with the Public Works in my own communities, which is where I'm able to get some on-site research. This might be stupid, but I'm going to see if I could cut the tree to kind of just land in the back of the truck bed. Got a headache, Rack. Come on. Yeah! I need to make a public dump site like Landscape has where you can just take all of these big tree limbs. I just haven't gotten around to building one yet. I might just get rid of some of these pesky ones, which might be the way to do it with this as well. That's a little bit better. We are set. Wait, that's right. We got to chop that one down. Same thing. Let's see if we can just get it to land in the truck. Over the next few months, we are going to work on planting a couple more trees to replace the ones that are being taken down. It provides shade, it provides air, and we don't want to take that away from Mother Nature. It'll just take some time in order to set up some nursery orders and get them planted. That I'm going to have to pick up with the skid steer. I will not be able to heave that. Let's go ahead, run back to the shop, grab the skid loader so then we can complete phase 1 with the tree work, get phase 2 of mowing done, and it is off to making the parking lots. I really do love the Caterpillar, but once again, you already know where this is going. Last month, I convinced the board that we could get that forestry mulcher that I love so dearly. Just need to get it on the fork so we can tote it over to the park. If I'm gentle enough, we'll use this to grind out the current stumps still left in the ground. But its other main function is going to be mapping out the different areas that we're going to use for the driveway, the tennis court, and the basketball court. I do have a set of light up pylons that we have to guide us so we know where everything's supposed to be. We'll try our best to keep the turf intact since tracks are the fastest way to tear up a turf. No sharp turns, only gradual. Go ahead and leave that. We'll also snag in this, and it is off to mowing. It might be a little greedy of me, but something I'm going to try and convince the board of is I'd like to get a bigger lawnmower additionally for the shop. For smaller projects like our city buildings and the home and garden, we can knock them out with this mower pretty quickly. But big open pads like the park take forever when I could be using that time to go work on water samples, checking our electricals, even prepping for other bigger projects. The goal is to try and get at least a 60-inch, but preferably a 72, but only time will tell what we're going to be able to come up with. I think we'll tune you guys into 3800 the buck, crank the dial while we do the most American thing possible. Maintain that sweet green lawn. 99% sure that takes care of all the grass. Pretty certain we have 6 total stumps we need to cut out, whether it was from the old storm or our new work. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I've run this mulcher on a few different skid loaders and see how well it handles the stumps. Like a champ. There's 2. Snag this big boy before we forget it. 3, 4, 5, and 6. Ooh, big boy, huh? Gotta chomp that sucker. Look at how much open space we have. That is awesome. Let's do ourselves a favor and get some of this stuff taken back to the shop that we don't need. And now we're on to phase 4, parking. Hey, ding dong. Did you ever think that you're gonna need to get rid of the other 2 to fit the basketball court in? We'll take care of these ones off camera. We'll see you guys back in a bit. With these trees now removed, the only things we're going to need to get out of the way is the old playground equipment, benches, and some of these picnic tables. I have some new ones on order because we have a couple rotted out ones that we need to replace. Everything inside these pylons needs to be mulched up with the mulcher to then level out with the laser. And for the sake of the driveway, we used blue ones to not misconstrue what we need to do. And to note, this path will be about as wide as our regular city streets to ensure proper flow of traffic and not cause any blockages. While I'm tearing up the road, that gives the city enough time to get the old playground set and benches either relocated or disposed of. Even though the roads do look wet, the turf's really not that damp. What I'm more curious about is the tracks and how they will perform when I'm tearing up the turf. The wheels can kind of bounce around a bit, but the tracks might ride smoother. Let's get it lined up with the pylon, start tearing it up. Just try to keep as straight of a line as I possibly can. This thing can get a little squirrely if you're not careful. I like how the grass that's not being taken by the mulcher is like still kind of creeping into the dirt. It looks pretty real if you ask me. Right up to that pylon. I really don't know why I love doing this kind of work so much, but it just feels so relaxing and satisfying. One of the few things in Farm Sim that you can feel like you're actually making a difference. If you're wondering how this parking lot is going to work, I'm going to give the traffic enough flow that they can come around wide and then angle park going towards the exit. For a massive pickup truck, that's going to be a stretch to get that to fit, but I have faith in the design that we have left enough room for the most common people that are going to be utilizing this area. And if it doesn't, then we will work on a solution to the problem. In fact, my pickup would be a perfect test subject for it because I have an 8-foot box and a crew cab. Hit this pass and then get the last one coming back. Finish the parking lot on the south side and then we'll rip up this one little strip on the shoulder for the north. And I'm gonna need some Andy clean after this. Skid loader is making a mess of itself. And I think we're gonna have some rolling to do to try and flatten this ground out. I'm leaving ruts like I'm planting potatoes in here. That completes the south side parking lot. Let's head back north. This one's a little bit more of an estimation because it's not really a dedicated parking lot. We'll bring it about 2 feet from the pillar, get it to the pylon, and swing it back. Make sure we don't clip the roadside, just like so. And there's that. Go ahead and check on the park and see if we can get started working on the expansion of that sandbox. Well, that's not looking bad at all. And I guess they took all of the picnic tables. Not gonna lie, I might actually fight to see if we can just not have those picnic tables. I don't think we need 9 picnic tables for a city park that might have 5 people on it at max unless they're hosting an event. And even then, you're like way over here when all the other action's happening over there. Except we need to get rid of this, hopefully. Yay! Clear off the ground, square the edges, and then we will bring in a boatload of sand. There's no need to rip up the old stuff. I'm just going to leave that one as best I can. And that completes the park section. That play area just got significantly bigger. Holy cow, that's massive. I better get started on the basketball court so they can get that concrete poured. I didn't even think about that. The concrete's the most expensive part about this build, as the only other things we're going to need to invest in are the fence line, hoops, and the paint to make the different lines. As for the tennis court, that's a different story. Could we go with a typical concrete floor? Yes, but most tennis courts are actually made of a various amount of different materials, and some of them can cost upwards of easily $140,000 to make. Yeah, we don't have that in the budget. Not trying to go super cheap, but definitely one of the cheaper options. Why don't you guys let me know down in the comments section, what is one of your favorite episodes on the Public Works series? I still think to this day it has to be the sewage problem that we went up and addressed, the lift system, and the pipeline that was in the middle of the street. Well, sewage pipe. But this one just might be creeping up there as well. The reason I love this one so much is just like the other one, there's so much more immersiveness than just saying you're doing a whole bunch of the steps. I'm legitimately tearing up the turf as we speak. You already know the drill. Head down below and let me know. Basketball court looking good. Finish it up over at pickleball. I got water samples that I'll need to travel around town and collect, along with a couple other maintenance tasks in that new district that was built behind the shop. So while we let the professionals do the concrete work as well as the gravel work, next time I see you guys, we'll at least have the playground set up and quite possibly the tennis court. I shouldn't be surprised, but I am astonishingly amazed at what you can do when you actually think through something and plan it out. Taking a look at the new park layout, we still have a few minor details to add ourselves, but here is the brand new playset. Look at how massive this thing is. This looks like the old trapeze thing, where like hold your arms up and try to do gymnastics. Yeah, I don't do that, but I don't know why the hamster tube just drops out randomly. Probably still need to put up a safety net on that. Have some fun crawling along the netting. Those are always pretty fun. Got a really cool looking lookout post. Look at the old community hall. Wave to some of the elderly when they come down for the meals once a week. And we can even go and yell at Dave when he comes out of the bar. Priorities. See-through roof. I like it. What I'm hoping for is that I can walk across all this. Nice. Go across the bridge. I feel like this still needs to have its railing installed. You got access to the slide. Very nice. Moving towards the back, here is our brand new basketball court. We had this all leveled off. The grade on this wasn't as bad as the tennis court over there, but we certainly had to haul in quite a few loads of concrete to get this pad poured. Sometimes, I swear I don't know why, I'm better at playing basketball in Farm Sim than I am in any NBA 2K game. I swear. I feel like some of you can relate to that, but maybe it's just me. And last but certainly not least, here is the tennis ball pickleball court. The ground's a little shiny, but that's because, you know, it's brand new, and over time, I'm certain this thing will get caked to breed, and kids will drive their bikes on it, riding around in circles because they think it's the Indy 500. And don't you dare tell me that you haven't done it before. We all know we're all guilty, even myself included. I guess someone's already going to have a match this afternoon because they brought out Gatorades and rackets. Here is our shoulder parking zone. The only difference that we changed is this just didn't make any sense biting all the way back to then go straight into the turn like 2 seconds later. So we just squared it all off. But here is the new driveway, which leads back to the parking lot, which we have to put in a couple barriers. Might even put up a couple along this roadside too. Just kind of depends on how much they cost. But I know what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting to see if my own pickup can fit in there. Let's test it out. The only thing that I had to make a modification on was the sandbox area for the playset. Everything fit within the beacon lights that I had placed down, but that needed an extra foot on the east side and a slight bit to the north. I think I might be able to perform a U-turn into the shoulder parking. Okay, that's definitely reassuring. And that gets the vehicles way off the road. You can almost park too wide on that shoulder. Now comes the money question. Wait, there's enough room for 2 people to drive down the lane. Can I turn this thing around and put it at an angle? Oh, I can do straight on, but for an average car or even a small pickup, I think the angle parking will work just fine. Let's get up in landscape, finish out the last few additions that we're gonna make. That being a flagpole, some extra concrete walkways to get to both the basketball court and the badminton court. I keep calling it badminton. I mean, you could play it if you wanted to, but you get the point. And some park benches for the new playset. I see no reason to not continue the same texture that's already on for our walkways. Take this up past the picnic tables. Split the line between the bullards, even though it's off to the right. It's going to drive me nuts. Connect that. And of course, that one sits right in the middle, so we're going to sneak it around. These things don't have any collisions, so I can't hide them anyway. We'll just kind of work with what we got. And even though this court has like 6 ways to gain access, we're only going to make the path come off of the one where the Gatorade tub's at. It just makes the most sense to route a path coming from this. Just like so. And there we have it. Try and find out where my flagpole went. There it is. Where to put this? That is the question. I feel like it kind of be best right in the middle. Makes the most sense. Yeah! Because from the sign, it's right in the center. Architecture 101. Where on earth are those park benches? Heck, if we really wanted to, I do have these sets of bleachers. Yeah! Tournament weekend, you get to view and watch your favorite contestants? Let's do it. Bam, bam, bam. Wild thing. Nice. We'll probably have to come in here and throw gravel at some point because people are going to complain. But for now, I don't really care. Barrier, barrier, barrier. Where are those barriers? There they are. I can get them lined up about like this. And give plenty of room to the next car. That one. There we go. Another one there. And there. That'd be a heck of a swing to get to that parking stall. And they're cheap enough. Might as well block this off so people know where they can and can't park. Gotta leave enough room for me to do my job. Beautiful. Now to find those park benches. There's one. That one there, there, and there. I think that's just about do it. This will be our new city park layout for years to come. I think it turned out absolutely stunning. I gotta one-up my neighbor. Look at what this dude built in his backyard. How am I supposed to be able to compete with that? You're right. I'm not, but I can construct my own tailgate, office, and brainstorming headquarters in my other backyard. Welcome back to Homeowners, everybody. It's about to get spicy. I still can't believe that dude got the build permits for that. But then again, the county let me build this. Well, it might not look like it on the clock. This town has drastically been changing over the last couple months. But we have to head over to the latest major addition to our town, and that is Home Depot. I love me a good trip to Home Depot. And I got a whole supply's worth of material I need to pick up for the construction of our silo house. Ever since the Public Works Division has taken its massive step up, Forest River has really been growing absolutely like crazy. It's like a weed over here. And not having to drive like 35 minutes into town has been such a blessing. Do I expect to pay the lowest prices at a big box store in the middle of nowhere? No. But I probably spend less in fuel getting here than I do getting to town and back, plus material. And to help my situation out, I've already prepaid for about 85% of the building materials. Plus, I got myself a part-time job being a forklift certified operator, therefore I get to load my own materials. Pays to be skilled in multiple areas. Okay, let's just see. Where... I have the collector's edition of Farm Sim, so you got that USB key ignition. I pulled the key out and set it somewhere on my desk. I couldn't find it. If the key's in the off position, you can't start a vehicle unless you unplug the module. Okay, now we're on the road. This is going to take multiple steps to complete, but for starters, we have planks, long planks, and wood beams. I'm hoping this doesn't take longer than 3 months to complete, as it might start getting pretty chilly by the end of this, and if you're working on a big steel building, that's not going to be very warm. Look at how sharp this thing turns. Every time I think of these forklifts, I always think of the ones that go on the back of the flatbeds for a Home Depot trailer. I've never seen one in use, but running a forklift as a slight job would not be something I would be against. Would it get repetitive? Yes, but you can't tell me this wouldn't be fun for at least a day. Very nice. Wait a minute, what? The pallets go... I didn't know the pallet forks went out that far. I didn't even need to readjust it. We're set to go. It's homeward bound. If you find yourself enjoying the Homeowners series, and better yet, any of the series that are on the channel, then be sure to head down below, consider smashing that like button, maybe even subscribing. If you'd like to help us get to a goal of almost 180,000 subscribers by the end of the year, it would be very much appreciated, and you get to be a part of one of YouTube's greatest communities. It has been quite a while since we've been on Homeowners, and a lot of that is really just due to the ideas that can be made into videos. Homeowners is a little bit harder because you have to have something that's not just, I'm going to mow the yard. What also does not help is that Homeowners is tied to Public Works. But for this project, I kind of wanted to be a little bit more frivolous with the money. Go ahead and spend it on some stuff. And no, I'm not only doing that because my new neighbor decided to drop $500,000 on about a 2-acre plot, but treat myself to something nice. Okay, maybe it was to show off a little bit, but I do have one piece of dignity left. My yard looks better. Let's go ahead and start dropping the loading materials off, and I'm gonna have to start the clock, because this will not build itself if I keep the clock at 0. Why is that not doing anything? I've wasted a day and nothing's happened. Give me a minute, I'm gonna see if I can get this figured out. 2 days and a handful of spawn pallets later, we're finally underway. I would like to have known that apparently you have to put the materials that are required for the project in the box, but then you also have to put in the other materials, which would be the prefab walls, a desk, concrete, wood beams, whatever, and then the project will start. I don't know if that's a map thing, but I've never had that issue before. So now let's watch and see what happens as the thing gets built. I'm gonna put on my carpentry hard hat. Oh, that's right, I can't put one on that just has the helmet. Hard hat. My guess that because it would be the wood beams, planks, and long planks, we're probably working on the decking first, that or the framing. Why the structure would require prefab walls is beyond me. I would think it would require metal, but to each their own. Now that is a solid foundation. Except we're in need of some cement bags. I'd go to my local Home and Garden, but I don't think they have the amount that we're gonna need to finish the rest of this. So let's head to Home Depot again. Go ahead, get on my phone, pick up concrete. Ooh, you know what I don't have yet? A safety vest. I could probably pick one of those up while I'm here. There. Now I can be seen at the job site. The best practice is to load this not right over the axles, but slightly towards the front. That way you're putting weight on the tongue. If you do not load a trailer properly, you're going to look like the guy on the highway with his truck flipped over because all of the weight was put towards the back and it fishtailed the truck. Don't believe me? Look at some pictures. I am going to put this one down. That seems a little top heavy. That should be good enough. I mean, it's getting towards nightfall. I got to get home. I didn't think I spent that much time here. Oh, it's right. I still have it on times 15. If I don't keep the clock rolling, then it's going to take forever for that project to get done. On my next trip, I'm definitely stopping by Sonic. I could really go for I honestly really could go for a grilled cheese right about now. Oh, that's it. Why did I do that to myself? Now I want a grilled cheese. Okay, how far have we gotten? I think they're starting to lay the deck. Yeah, oh, they're working on the flooring. Okay. Start throwing in the cement bags. There we go. Ah, shoot, we needed another 2 pallets. This is a very odd way to start building a house. Why would you start building the deck before you start building the floor? Dang, Farm Sim. Okay, I gotta make another cement run.
A few moments later.
I put $37,000 as a down payment to the build kit for this place. so I really hope I don't go over that. And labor is being done by me, Jeff, Daryl, and Corey. So I'm saving money on the guys working on the project. It's just materials that are going to get expensive. The only things that drive me nuts about these kits is that they don't tell you how much materials you're going to need over the whole course of the project. I just went ahead and got 8 pallets worth of cement. Whether this is going to be more than I need or less than I need, we'll just figure that one out later. Checking back in, we had to go to Home and Garden to get some more of the prefab walls. Home Depot was out, but we got the floor finished last night, and the boys are currently working on getting the last 4 segments of wall ready to be put up, that being the ones that's on the trailer, and there's a good chance I'm going to need to make another run back to get lumber. We're supposed to be getting rain later this afternoon, so that is definitely going to delay some of our work. But we'll try to do something to get these walls covered up so we don't get water in that insulation. That's the one downside to these prefabs. There's that wall and the front door. Beautiful. Now I can just tape this off with the plastics. It looks like the storm clouds are starting to roll in. Ah, it's just starting to rain. We're getting the drywall done. We're just going to have to hold off until the rain gets done. I don't want to get this drywall soaked any more than it already is. Let's see, how bad's the cell? Oh, it's not bad. We're just in that marginal spot on the top left. Should clear up in about half an hour. Hopefully it doesn't start downpouring. But checking back in with our lawn care company, we've been doing quite a few jobs. It's just been kind of hard to keep up with work because I've been planning to get this building done for the last couple weeks. I just have to balance between workload, public works, and my clientele. Looks like I'm going to need to throw something in the box to get these guys going again. These constructible things, man, they're kind of finicky. Let's try that. Yep, I hear the hammers. Let's just see, how hard is it going to be to finish this drywall? We got 6 pieces left. I would think we could get it done by 12:30. Last one. Boom, shakalaka. Now what are they going to do? Start working on the... Whoa, hello. Okay, so there's the walls. Hey, now I can walk around. Nope, never mind. Hang on. We're putting more up. Wow, we are... This place is coming along. We already got the trusses, all the bottom rooms laid out. Looks like we're going to need to run to get more long planks. But I'm pretty certain that this is the kitchen. Wait a minute. Okay, this has to be the staircase. Oh, we're now out of planks. But if I'm remembering how the layout of this goes, this should be the living room, and then this would be the lounge. I believe it was kitchen on the left, dining room on the right, and our back door. Yeah. I got another trip to make. I'll show you, bud. I also ordered a couple more of those prefab walls. Home Depot should be getting them in within the next 2 days. I just need to find the planks. Not those, not those. Ah, they're on this side. Same as the other materials, we'll just load them in bulk. Come on, one more set. There we go. Don't know why we're starting on the walls for the upper floor, but that's just what they have planned, I guess. Man, you gotta love progress, but their steps that they're taking make no sense. Why on earth are we building the deck to the outside first when we do... Oh, never mind. We just got the drywall in. But still, we laid all of the paneling that goes along the inside wall before we even put a floor. How does that make any sense? We do have a roof on top now, so that does help us with that problem. I'm hoping that one of the next things they put in is the staircase, because if they don't, we're going to have some serious problems. Oh, nope, we got our floor in now. We pretty much have finished like 90% of the upstairs and still have yet to put in a staircase. Construction. Well, let's take a look at that flooring. Oh, and now they built the staircase. Place is looking good. Ooh, we even got the railing on now. Man, these guys are moving. It can be kind of nice out here, watch the race happen. Or like my wife would do, she'd come out here and curl up and read a book. Trying to see how much we can get done tonight. We've been working on the door jambs as well as the window sills. All of this is going to be done in oak. I like having a nice solid wood door. I know it's an expense thing, but sometimes there's nothing more annoying than having to close a door that weighs less than half a pound. You can't slam it. And wow, it is getting dark in here. Oh, geez, we got the... Oh, wow. Are they just decorating? Oh, we got lights in here now. We finished up about 11:30 last night. I did not think that that was going to go as fast as it did towards the end. But here is our new silo house. Still need to work on getting the pathway made to get to the building. But here is the new place. This is probably going to be my wife's favorite room. Still need to put that bookcase in here for her. We get a little heater, a bookcase, and probably an entire stack of blankets. And she will just be out here all the time. And we got... Oh, the kitchen was on this side. That's a pretty big kitchen, I'm not gonna lie. Also, why is the fridge in this corner and make it look like it's from the 40s? I'm not making fun of it. Just saying it's kind of an odd design and an odd placement. And this side was the bathroom. Wow. That's a pretty decent sized bathroom. With a very small... Realistic question. How am I supposed to sit on that? That toilet's for like a 5-year-old. I couldn't have gotten a better toilet. Wow. Well, that's going on the shopping list. And then as we head upstairs, there is no door. It is just a massive, and I mean massive, master bedroom. It's a very nice dresser. I think the big TV is probably going to end up going in this corner or this corner. Probably more or less this wall. Or right here. That probably works too. Glass door to the front patio. Very nice. I didn't even check the bottom back deck, but what's on the back deck up top? Literally just a standing balcony. Gotta say, I like how it turned out. Except I need to put some inset. Ooh, I even have a skylight. I think it's time to put some finishing touches on our new little homestead. Clean it up with some grass. And then we will be done for the day. Some fresh sod down. Just carry the gravel away from the main walkway. And then if I had a way to connect it to almost like an opening in this fence, which is that a door? I don't think it is. No, it is not. That'd be a perfect little walkway to make from here to there. And here comes the actual sod. Now let's build some flower beds. 2 sectors back. And we can just dazzle it up. Just a nice thin coat of liquid white. Except I'm a Husker guy, so I'm going to do red and white. Bring this out so I don't run over it with the mower. Oh, nice. And let's put ourselves a grill up on this top balcony. It's the one thing I was surprised it did not have. I don't remember. Do I have a placeable bookshelf? I think I might be able to put one in the house. Well, it's not really a bookshelf, but that will work. Find the big flower pots. There's got to be something that goes in this corner. I don't know what. What does this look like for scale? Ooh, I might be able to make that work. Yeah. Put a little flag. Still have nothing to put in that little gap. Ooh, a chess table. Except it doesn't fit. Ooh, what about the little hut for gardening tools? Yeah! It doesn't technically need a roof because it's undercover. See if we can get something that matches the floorboards. And that looks cozy. Just needs one more thing. Something to make it look like it actually has stairs. There. Now we can just step up. Otherwise, you'd have to jump up and down. And I think that's going to do it for us this time, guys. Thank you all so much for tuning in. The place does look rather dazzling. It kind of just complements whatever this guy did to his backyard. You might remember that I drive a white GMC Denali, but last week I went in and just decided, you know what, screw it, and picked up a 2025 F350 King Ranch. I put up a poll a couple of days ago asking you guys what you would think about moving the Homeowners Series out to the countryside. It wasn't even a competition. It absolutely got destroyed by people wanting us to move. So that is exactly what we are going to be doing. I have to finalize the sale of the old house. We're looking to get about $300,000 for it. And then the back property across the road, we're going to see if we can get maybe $200,000 for that, giving us $500,000 in total to build our new house. Public Works and the town development itself has been investing a lot in its urban areas. And hopefully at some point our money starts going back up rather than constantly going back down. I let my wife pick this out, but she sold off her car, and to move out to the country, she bought a 76. At least I think it's a 76. Yes. She would much rather have bought a Ranger, but this was kind of just what came up, and she said she liked it. Plus, it's more of a full-size truck, so it's going to be able to do more. Yes, my wife had a better taste in trucks than I do, but I'm still waiting on getting my real-life truck in game, so I have that one for the meantime. That or I'll just add the other one to my collection. We'll figure out which one comes first. Looks like the garage is cleaned out for the most part, but we're going to have to decide what all we want to get rid of and what we are going to take with us. I'd like to take my tools with me, all of the lawn care stuff, and, well, I mean, really just everything that's in here. But I don't need both of those trailers. I'll keep the one with the sides, get rid of the one that doesn't have it. I'll keep the boat, sell the disc, sell the cedar, probably sell the water tank, even though that probably should, I might leave that with the property and that could go for the garden. I'll take care of all of the paperwork with the realtor. And we're going to jump up in the sky and get building our brand new pad. From our old property, we are going to be moving to the outskirts of the northwestern part. If we follow the main paved road all the way up to the first gravel intersection, we are going to be taking a hard left. And then following the creek bed, this open spot that I have actually done nothing to, we are going to be building our new homestead inside these parameters. It gives a great place for me, the wife, and the kids to go fishing, like Little House on the Prairie, along with enough development space that we can really grow the homestead if we so choose to. The plot itself is going to cost me $100,000. And I will warn you, none of this is going to be planned whatsoever, so you're going to watch a live demonstration of me building a house. Enjoy!
I saw your mama just the other day. She looked glad to see me again. Do you remember when I used to come over to your house every day? Felt so good staying up all night. That will forever be our place. And I know it's been a long time since we were together. There's a special place in my heart that's yours forever. If I could fly right back to where I belong, fly right back to my home sweet home. If I could, I'd take it all back and fly close my eyes and I'm back in your arms, I'd fly. Sometimes it feels like you just wanna run. It's easier than facing your own doubts, but it will get you no matter how far you go. It haunts you every night. I tried so hard to forget what we had, but then something reminds me of you. Do you remember the necklace you gave me? I wear it every day. And oh, it's been a long time since we were together, but there's a special place in my heart that's yours forever. If I could fly right back to where I belong, fly right back to my home sweet home. If I could, I'd take it all back and fly high up above the open sea into another destiny. I close my eyes and I'm back in your arms, I'd fly. I'd fly. If I could fly, I'd fly right back to where I belong, fly right back to my home sweet home. If I could, I'd take it all back and fly high up above the open sea into another destiny. I close my eyes and I'm back in your arms, I'd fly. I'd fly. I'd
I decided to be boring and just put the mailbox on the opposite side of the road. But here is our new homestead. This is going to be something we'll work on in the episodes to come. Might wait for the winter to go through first. But we have built a small barn-dominium complex. This house just came out in the mod hub. Beautiful place. Got a couple of different flower boxes. Technically, yes, you could have a walkway right here, but I don't really see a reason to, since we're mainly gonna have the front door just lead right out to the driveway on the right. But if we take a look inside, we have a small kitchenette, a table that seats 8, a nice sized TV, and a wood-burning fireplace. I kind of wish this door was solid to see in the garage, but that's okay. Got an interesting choice of light, but a really nice wagon wheel top, nice bathroom, twin bedroom, and the small masters. We don't need a lot of fancy things around here. All we need is a picture of a John Deere, a deer, and enough stuff to keep us busy outside that we're not always cooped up on the inside. But heading out to the backyard, we have 2 different wells. We have the one that sits right in the back of the house, and the other one is connected to our side hobby shed. Got multiple different seating areas, the picnic table one, and then our outdoor seating. I wish this could have a fire pit in between it, but working with the outdoor furniture will be good enough. Our pool bay area, where you can keep all the pool noodles. I really like this pool from my other place, and I just kind of didn't really want to give it up. I was going to save some of this stuff for other videos, but why not just put the pool down? And this is going to be the area for my wife, so she can come out here and read while I'm working in the shop. In case I take only 5 more minutes, she can then sit out here and at least watch me. This will come down to our makeshift dock. Now, with the incorporation of the new Alpine DLC, wait, Alpine? No, Highlands. We can now go fishing. So if you have never experienced the Highland DLC yet, you just cast the reel and you wait to catch a fish. Sometimes the game is nice and it gives you a really expensive fish. Other times you'll pull up the little fish that's attached to a wooden board and sings to you. All you gotta do is keep your hook within that area where the fish is at, and you catch a fish. Of course, the yard needs to be mowed. That'll be the first thing I do. But I didn't want to overcrowd the property with trees. I love trees as much as the next guy, but for an open, acreage kind of like this, you don't really see a huge amount of trees. It's going to drive me crazy that the tree lines aren't straight, going north, south, east, west. But we have the one barrier along this wall, and then the other going along that side. This shed is a shed by a creator named Hashi. And while I'm not a huge fan of all of the truck parts just chilling outside, we'll be able to make do, because on the inside, this place is just a man cave. I mean, this is the man cave of man caves. All of my different lubricants, workshop tables, oils, filters, whatever you name it, it's probably on this shelf. We even got our welder, tire changer, balancer, even a whole rack of tires, and a random exhaust pipe that I don't know why it's here, but it's here. That does not look like the guy was having a good day. All I was really trying to do was build a place that felt more like a home rather than how much stuff can we cram into the smallest area possible and call it a series. This feels like a legitimate place that somebody would indeed call home. I completely forgot to mention that's going to be where we put the Model A. Yes, the tractor is still usable, but I wanted something to be able to sit outside as a decorational piece, and that would be kind of cool to sit right there. For starters, I'm going to need to grab my trailer. My wife will end up taking the boat. I think I'll probably take the A over first. The house has already been dunged out, but we also have the little storage shed in the backyard. That'll have the lawnmowers, golf cart, probably my pressure washer, which I'm going to sell that one and get my Andy one. All of our lawn care stuff we can take over with the little Honda. But you guys let me know down in the comments, what do you think one of our, if not our first homeowners project should be? Building something around the house, maybe go on an adventure. I really am going to miss this place. It was convenient to get into town because you were already there. Where's my golf cart? I could have sworn I had a golf cart. Oh, that's right. I had to, reactivate the mod, so it just doesn't exist. I don't have a golf cart anymore. I don't really need one. Not where I'm going. I'm obviously keeping the 56. Anything that I have in real life, I am most definitely keeping. This might be great to help clear out around the shop, if I have the wit to get it up on the ramps. Back tires are a little wider. I'm going to use that. Come on, buddy. Nope, we'll have to He-Man. Oh, the ramps are dynamic. I don't think I've ever seen that before. As for my lawnmower situation, I really don't want to get rid of my walk behind, nor do I want to get rid of the 445. Sell these two and sell that. Let's take care of it. That's not surprising. You get not even 500. Maybe we can get more for this. There we go. And the drill, I'll probably be lucky to get 500. Never mind. That will work. Except I might have just screwed myself. That is not fitting in there. Can I take the walls off? Oh, no. Looks like I'm gonna have to buy another one of those trailers back. Still gonna pull that trailer with this. Beautiful. Just grab the boat, and I think we are ready to head out. Never mind, that doesn't hook up to this receiver. Wrong size ball. Really? That's the wrong size too? This truck does not have any attacher joints to haul the boat. That sucks. Oh, maybe I'll put this on that trailer, and I'll tow the boat with my truck. Let's try this on for size. Yeah! There, I'll just go ahead and just set it next to the roadside. We're gonna have to figure out where all this stuff goes anyway. There's really not much left in here. I might just throw the fertilizer spreader and this on the trailer, and then I'll just come back and get these two. Efficiency. It's the name of the game. Bet you my neighbors are slightly excited that I'm gone. About time they got rid of the guy that hoards everything. Same thing I told Daryl, hon. Just park right next to the roadside and we'll be good to go. My wife has told me that she does want to make a few, like, vocal appearances in videos to come. Where's she at? Honey! Why'd she stop? Oh, it's paused. Just had to unpause her. There's a very high chance I'm going to need to build another shed at some point. Well, I will worry about that later, because I also know I need to get rid of a bunch of stuff. Oh, hello. I always forget how big Forest River actually is. This is a 4X map, and while you'd think, oh, he's got to be getting close to the end when he gets to the edge of town, no, I, like, just got to the center. Oh, this place is going to look good when it is done. Just throw on the hazards. I think the boat should fit in the main shop, otherwise we're going to have to put it in the back. But I don't like that because I'll have to drive on the grass for the majority of the way to get to it. What would be nice is if this stuff wasn't here, and I could just park the boat underneath the awning. We'll figure it out. And of course we're going to have to park it in the back. Dang it! If you notice me painting the ground a lot, that is because the front half of the yard is technically sodded, and then the back half is still the traditional grass that was in the area, which is why I left this door a part of this grass pattern. It's not going to matter as much because I don't care if I tear up this stuff. I just don't want to tear up the sod. Pin this back by the work desk so I can have some room. Now let's see how this all fits. The small stuff I'm going to put in the main garage. Heck, the Honda probably might turn into a more personal landscape truck than anything. It's compact, it's efficient, it's got a bunch of versatility, plus it can tow a trailer. Ooh, I should have looked at the building instructions. I might not be able to fit my truck in. Well, I can fit the truck in, it's just not going to fit the whips. It could be a lot worse, but that is kind of a tight squeeze. I think the 56 will store at the main garage, and then the bigger mower will store down here at the speed shop. The trailer's obviously going to sit back behind the shed. I don't know at what point I'm going to start tearing apart the backyard to make a garden, or where that's going to be, but that will be a future project at some point. Let's just get that Model A into place. Hope I made this pad large enough. Oh, that looks good. That looks really good. The 56 just looks so dinky. Sorry, that was completely out of context, but it really does. It just looks so dinky. I need to work on my real life one. The drive belt that comes from the transmission has been stretched too far, and every now and then the drive belt pops off of the spindle that connects it to the engine. So it sits there neutral. The pressure washer will go over there, and my walk behind will sit behind the 56. Let's just go grab everything else with this truck since it's already on the trailer. I completely forgot there was a legitimate working train on this map. It has been a while since I've seen that. It's official. We are officially out of the city. Thank you, Homestead. You provided us a lot of great memories. But on to the next adventure. Made a quick trip out to the John Deere dealer. Got my pressure washer. We'll see if this fits in the gap between the truck and the wall. I don't think it will. Ooh, that's going to be tight. Aha! I can sneak it. I like how I wanted to put something in there because that is the main door. Everything is at this door. Literally everything. Per usual, we'll get Sabros to come out and fill up our fuel tank. About $2,000. We'll see how well this fits next to my pickup in the garage. If it really comes down to it, since I'm looking to get my real life pickup and both of those are regular cab long beds, we could put both of those in this garage and then I'll put my new truck in the back garage. Wow, that is a tight fit.
That's what she said.
But at least we got some room, right? Except I need to mow the yard, and I don't know if my mower is gonna cut this or scalp it. If it cuts it, then there's a good chance I'll at least mow my front yard, and then I'll figure out how to cut the back half later this afternoon. Just please don't scalp it. And it's gonna scalp it. Dang it, that's why I love mulchers. Mulchers don't do that. So let's go grab the garden tractor and take the bagger system off. I don't need that right now. And we'll try cleaning up our yard. This is what I mean by I wish that mower was a mulcher. See what it's doing? Same exact grass, but instead of disintegrating it, it actually cuts it down to a lower level. Oh yeah, I never finished that one point earlier. My wife would like to make a couple cameo appearances with her voice every now and then, so you guys might hear her from time to time. She will not be a consistent character, but she did voice that she would like to be a part of my job every now and then. I will really need to invest in a zero turn. Well, it has certainly taken a while, but we are in the final stages of cleaning up this monstrosity of a yard. My guesstimation is that if I am to purchase a zero turn, I'm likely going to get a 60 to 72 inch. 72 might be a little overkill, but I'm mainly looking for the mobility factor. This garden tractor, I love it. I really do. But unless I have a snow blade or a snowblower on it to clean stuff off for the wintertime, it's just, it sucks to get around this yard. But look at this place. It is immaculate. I mean, downright gorgeous. At least in my eyes. So I would like to thank each and every one of you guys for tuning into today's newest homeowners. I'm certain we'll have quite a few new adventures on our new homestead acreage. If you'd like to check out the original Homeowners playlist, you can check that out in the top right-hand corner of your screen. I'm certain we'll be back on Public Works here in a couple of days. So let's get a quick overhead view of this place, and then I will let you guys off with the rest of your day. From our humble hometown beginnings and slightly overkill expansions to the simply beautiful acreage to grow a family for generations, I think we've done pretty good for ourselves. Now, I've been communicating with my wife on some of the things we're looking to build with this, and I know that my main machine shed does not have adequate space inside. I would like to have a place to store the boat, possibly my bigger truck, and some other miscellaneous things like the four-wheeler, lawnmower. You get the point. That's going to go down in the bottom left. But my wife wanted to put in a couple other things. Honey, what did you want to add?
Well, I mean, we need a garden. Where else are we going to get food if we don't grow it by ourselves?
The convenience store. That's where all food's supposed to be growing.
But this way we know where the food comes from.
Okay, fine. But where do you want to put this food?
Well, I'm thinking kind of the north part of the homestead. We could have like a little outdoor garden, and then so we can have fresh veggies and fruits all year long. We can have a little greenhouse. We'll probably need a shed to store all the implements, so we can put that next to your man cave shed.
The shop. It's not a man cave. It totally doesn't have Babish on it right now.
Oh, is that what you're doing when you say you're going out to work, dear?
Yes, I'm watching someone else make delicious food, because otherwise I gotta make my own food, and half the time it turns out okay, but not what he makes.
That's not my fault. Further down the line, we can have some chickens. That way we can have farm fresh eggs. And then also we can use the manure to fertilize our gardens. So we're multi-purposing here. And we can give the chickens garden scraps, so that way we don't have to spend as much on feed. It's a whole ecosystem.
Something tells me you're very environmentally friendly.
Also cost friendly, because if you're reusing stuff, then you don't have to buy other stuff.
Just for everybody to know, my wife is the money manager of the family here. I'm the expensive one. Can you believe that?
I mean, it's not like you just decide to buy a truck on a whim.
Marketplace has great things. I'm not that bad.
So you say.
Well, honey, I gotta run down to the store so I can actually get all this equipment. You just sit here and wait for me to build the garden. How's that sound?
Sounds fantastic, dear.
I'm sure it does. Thank you, honey. I appreciate everything you do. Since last time, we have cleaned up the shop, and I've made some key improvements. Nothing against Hashi, I just kind of wanted to have my own spin on things. I kept the rug, because to buy one of those in full size would have been very expensive. But we might have hung up a couple more appropriate banners. And I wasn't lying, Binging with Babish was indeed on the TV. If you haven't watched the macaroni 10 levels of macaroni and cheese video, it's definitely worth the watch. One last thing before we get on the road, I did make one final memorial along the backside wall. Figured you guys would really enjoy this. And to be fair, it really does make a good piece of wall art. We did quite a bit of cleaning in the shop, got rid of a bunch of stuff we technically didn't need, like that exhaust pipe, a bunch of stuff crammed back behind the shelving, even moved the toolbox so we could park the big truck in this bay. But we're not going to be worrying about the new shed or the chicken coop in today's thing. We're mainly focusing on the garden. But I need a tiller, some sort of a harvester, a planter, seeder, and a roller. We're going to head down to the home and garden and see what they have available. You may have seen it in the community post, but it is official. We have Mac. My wife mentioned it, but yes, I did just buy a 1996 F-150 about a month ago. Now, if you love the Homeowners series and getting that sweet taste of acreage country life, and you'd love to see more on this homestead, you gotta let me know by heading down below, smashing that like button, possibly considering subscribing. I got a goal to try and reach 150,000 subs by the end of this year, as I just love making videos for you guys, and sometimes my wife might even be a part of them. Like she mentioned, she wants to do a garden plot, but also a greenhouse. Luckily, the Home and Garden has invested in a store display of one of their greenhouses, meaning we're definitely taking a look at this. Strawberries and tomatoes, possibly some lettuce. Not sure if that's what she wanted to have, but we at least have the option. Ooh, well, there's a nice water trailer. I'd like to put a well right next to it so I don't ever really have to worry about filling up the tank, but if I have the one that's right next to the main machine shed, then we could use this barrel to transport the fluids over to that. Now we need something we could use to seed. Well, there's the roller. Seems a little bit more like a fertilizer spreader, but that would probably work as a seeder. Ooh, the little cart. That would definitely be nice to haul stuff around in. I will make note that I contacted the guy I sold the other ATV trailer on Marketplace to. I asked him if he'd actually want to do a swap for the one that had the sides on it, and luckily he agreed. So back at the house, we have the black ATV trailer that I originally bought for the lawn care company we started a couple months ago. But this we can use to fill up material, fill up stuff that we collect from the garden. However we see fit, this could do that job. Hold on. I remember this thing. My old yard machine. That is a beast of a tiller. This could really tear up the garden nice. Now, what do we have for something that could harvest? What on earth is that? Okay, I guess that is the harvester. But what's the difference between this one and this one besides the reel? Oh, if this one, if you wanted to get something like corn out, it's stupid to have a reel for corn, but I guess that's what it is. It's an option. So we'll buy the one that comes with the package so we can just take it off and harvest. We'll get the one that has the combined package. That way we can just take it off. Get the tiller. That greenhouse, which that's going to cost quite a bit of money. Technically, I need to buy a chicken feed, but I don't have the chicken coop nor the chickens. But I could plan ahead. They even have chicken feed? Pig, horse, calf, see... Oh, there's chicken. I don't have very much. That's all right. Let's tally all this up. Factoring in all of our expenses is going to come in at a total of $9,050. What that does not factor in is the building materials to flatten and level off the area for the greenhouse and the side shed that's going to need to go beside my place, but I think I might be able to get that part done for about $1,000. I did not end up buying any chicken feed. We're just going to worry about all that next time. Ever since I cleaned out the shop, I don't really need to move anything right now. Now just comes the fun part of fitting all of this on the trailer. I don't want to throw anything in the back of the truck quite yet, but the roller for certain I'm going to put in the back. If only my tailgate opened and closed that easy in real life. This is what I'm the most excited for. I originally made this thing back in FS22. I sourced quite a few parts in order to construct it, but this is based on the real-life MTD tiller that I had as a child growing up at my parents' house. My dad and I always had a competition of how many pulls do we think it would take to get it going. Very rarely did it ever take more than 2 pulls. That thing was a beast. That greenhouse, I'm going to have to do some dirt work to get the foundation built before we can have it constructed. Have to widen the ramps. Just please go on nicely. Yeah! All this stuff's going to look a little funky, but trust the process. I think this will work a lot better than other gardens I've done in previous years. That'll work. Let's get ourselves back to the house and start working on a garden. What I need to do is look for a really small cultivator that can go on the back of the 445. The garden's not going to be tremendously huge, But if I already have the one bottom plow and the tiller, which is mainly supposed to just chop up the soil, but it's scripted to work like a plow, we don't have anything to put the dirt back to a seedbed. I'm gonna get Daryl on the phone, see if he can come out here and help me do some dirt work. That shed I'm looking to build is gonna be right back by the drain spout. I'd just rather get it a bit more level before we finalize the placement, but this will help keep our equipment out of the way and also keep it protected. For now, we'll just put this stuff in the side shop until we get the garden shed finalized around the corner. I don't remember if I finished this topic, but the problem with the tiller was that in 22, I could not get the tiller to properly tear up the soil. Well, with this hand-pushable equipment pack, somebody managed to do just that. They made a pushable version of a tiller that would look like this. I then asked myself, I wonder if I took my MTD and gave it the coating that thing has and see if it works. I now can safely say that yes, this does indeed work and function as a proper garden tiller. Except I have no idea where I'm going to be building this because I have yet to put the markers out. It was mentioned the greenhouse was going to be tucked into this tree line, but for dirt work, I need to raise it up from this specific point all the way back into the trees. Honey, do you happen to know how far out you want this garden to go?
Just start walking. I'll tell you where to stop.
That's not very helpful.
Well, what do you want me to use as a landmark, dear? Stop at that blade of grass.
Fine, be that way.
That should be good.
Yeah. How far out going towards the creek bed do you want me to go?
Say about even with where the back of that greenhouse is gonna be.
Okay. Like that?
Looks good to me. And then when I decide I want a bigger garden, you can make it bigger.
Okay. I'll have you know you'll be the one that's doing all of the weeding. Love you. She didn't like that part. But look at this thing rip through the dirt. Thing works fantastic. Oh, look at that. They got the shed built. That was probably already done before I started making the garden. But, oh, we got some stones we're going to need to pick up. Of course, I can't just go out and pick up stones with my own hands. But I wonder if the home and garden also has a rock picker. I never even thought about that problem. This just gives me so much nostalgia to my childhood, because the first time I ever got to run this thing, I didn't realize how much that ripper underneath would like drag you in. If the soil was hard, this thing would ride like a bucking bronco, but if the soil was soft, then this thing would dig itself into the ground, and if you didn't lift it back up, the machine would bury itself. I'd love to get to do an actual garden again. Both me and my wife really want to. But the place we currently live at doesn't have the greatest places to put stuff in a garden. Like, there's no real good place to put a garden. I could tear up the yard, but I wouldn't like that, and I certainly know my landlord would not like that. Let me know down below, for you guys that do garden at your house, or someone like your grandparent, what do you guys grow? I would love to grow potatoes. I love potatoes. Doesn't matter if they're Yukon Golds or red potatoes, but I also really would like to grow carrots. I don't know why. But I want to grow some carrots because I love me some carrots. Who here loves carrots? Wow, that really looks nice. Except I got to get that greenhouse up.
2 hours later.
Dang, that really turned out nice. Seriously, aesthetically, that looks amazing. I just hope I'm able to sell that beacon light now. Well, there's one. Can I get to the other? Yes. Take a look at my checklist. We were going to grow strawberries, lettuce, onions, tomatoes, and then carrots, potatoes, sweet corn, and maybe radishes. I'd really like to grow some rhubarb. Rhubarb crisp sounds really good right about now, but we also have to remember there's a lot of food that might go to waste if we just plant everything under the sun. Get the onions started, strawberries, lettuce, and tomatoes. Those are looking a little thirsty. Because it's September, do we have the ability to plant anything that I'm interested in? It does not look like it. That's okay, it gives us time to prepare. I never grabbed the water trailer. How am I supposed to fill up the water tank if I don't have a water transporter? My bad. If you've been wondering about the state of the Public Works Division, the town has been doing fantastic. We haven't had any major breakdowns. All of our standby generators are currently getting tweaked and prepped for the wintertime. Even though it does use fuel, I do occasionally run the systems all on the generators, just so they are still up and running rather than just sitting there and collecting dust. Something I also forgot to mention is our lawnmower situation. The GS45 has now been modified to work as a mulcher. This pack also contains a mower that acts as a mulcher, so naturally I fixed the Honda and the Johnny that I can now mow the yard without having to change my lawnmower. And this is the nice thing about living out in the country. You can just leave your doors hanging wide open and no one usually thinks twice. But it's always good practice to lock, shut, and secure your stuff. You never know who's out there. Okay, let's get some water. I don't know how much this thing holds, but I also don't remember how much the greenhouse holds. 500. That would be a decent chunk of weight to try and push around. Now, how much does this take? 10,000 liters. Wow, that's a thirsty greenhouse. I do find it funny that the cap of the barrel does come off when you're near a fill point. That is a nice touch. Well, that's filling. Let's get our new shed stacked full of some equipment. Depending on how sensitive some of this stuff is, it might be easier to set the roller in the back and then just drive something over the top of it so you can just compact things in. At least I hope it's that easy. That harvester thing's going to take up quite a bit of space. Just so I can get a scale reference, how big is this compared to the garden? Might only get a very small lane of each crop in, but that'll work. That's fine. Oh, this is going to be a tight fit. If I absolutely have to, I can keep something else in one of the garages. I just kind of want to have all of the gardening tools in their own shed. That way it's just easier to know where things are at. That trailer we can leave outside. Not going to be a huge issue. Man, it almost seems easier to pull the trailer. I guess if you need me, I'll just be over here transferring water for the next 30 minutes. Whew. I am never making 20 trips at the same time ever again. That was horrible. And look at that fitment. Please tell me it just closes beautifully. Yes! Oh, that is so nice. Probably gonna need the wife's opinion to make sure everything is up to standards. I would think it is. She's a very simplistic woman. Other than that, I don't think we have much to prep for other than the garage on the west side, along with the chicken coop and the playhouse down by the dock. Honey, if you want to come out and tell me about the garden, that'd be nice.
It looks very nice, honey. Thank you for putting in all that work.
Well, we already got the stuff in the garden. That the greenhouse is growing. It's got the strawberries, the tomatoes, onions, and tomatoes. The garden we're going to have to wait for the next year. Do you think it will get the job done?
Yes, it will definitely get the job done, and then once everything starts to bear fruit, I'll have stuff to cook with. I mean, for all the major amount of cooking that I do for our house.
Right. Welcome back to Public Works. We're going to have to start at my place because I got something cool to show you guys. I have a giant leak in the roof. Just kidding. I don't know why there's snow on my desktop. But I pulled up my bootstraps because I'm not really able to push anything with my 56. How about the cab 317 with a functioning snowblower? I'm going to take this thing down to the shop, try and clear out around our sidewalks. I still need to buy a snowblower for the Public Works. And we're going to head out and do a couple of snow clearing jobs. I got ramps in the back of the pickup, so we're going to load it in the bed. We've gotten about 6 inches of really heavy snow, and the forecast is showing we're supposed to get another 2. The problem is that it's getting warm enough throughout the day, still has time to melt, so it's creating a hazardous ice layer. No one to my knowledge has cleared out the fire barn yet, and that is the most important to keep clear. Usually people around town kind of take turns since most people on the department have their own snow plows, but if nobody is able to do it, then the Public Works then takes on that responsibility. Other news surrounding the Public Works shop, we finally got approval to purchase a brand new skid loader, as the board decided it was going to be worth it more to just replace the skid loader rather than to put the maintenance in and fix the one that we currently have. Well, now that I think about it, we're not going to be able to get that tractor up the ramp. That's a little steep. I just didn't want to tow the trailer on an icy road. You guys really seemed to enjoy last episode on the homeowners when my wife actually joined us. I saw somebody was saying, am I actually married or am I using an AI voice? No, I am legitimately married. It's just more of a privacy thing than anything, but she has showed interest in wanting to do more. But man, oh man, look at these roads. Salt trucks have hopefully been out for the last couple hours, but it kind of doesn't matter. It keeps blowing snow over the road, which is just freezing anything and everything. Looks like Daryl's already getting some stuff set up. Last weekend, we did a blizzard cleanup live stream that covered the initial snowfall for this storm, and it pretty much just hasn't stopped snowing. The Alice had to come out and clean out the majority of the streets because it was the only thing that could get those massive clods of heavy, wet snow off the road. That should be good enough. Let's grab ourselves one of the pickups. The dump truck's going to be the better truck to take because it has... Oh, never mind. They do both have winter tires on, but this one's got more weight. The dealership we're heading to is right next to the Home Depot. You can see the Home Depot sign in the distance. And the one attachment we're going to see if they have in stock, I don't know since it just snowed, is the snowblower attachment. We did an initial plow route to get to the fire station, but as you guys can see, they only have the door somewhat cleared to the ambulance. If we somehow managed to pick up Home Depot for a contract, we'd be making millions, but neither Public Works or myself has been able to score that. And this is just bad. Look at the blowover. I might have forgot to mention, but if you do enjoy Homeowners and Public Works and you'd love to continue seeing this playlist grow, you gotta let me know by heading down below. Consider smashing that like button, maybe even subscribing. Here is the dealer, and ours is the Bobcat to the left of the one with the red tracks. We did get a wheeled unit. I feel like it's going to be the better of the two alternatives. We do more projects where we need traction over compaction. Tracks are okay, but they just don't get good grip on especially stuff like this. If we're going to be clearing, we want as much pressure on the ground in small areas as possible. And this S76 is just what we were looking for. Would I have liked to get the Deere? Yes. Do I have almost $100,000 to go and blow on a skid loader? No. This thing is looking minty, Platinum Series. Controls are convenient, cab is cozy, and most importantly, it looks good. I'm going to go talk to our sales rep, see if they have that snowblower, and we will be loading up and heading back. Well, Ken, I appreciate doing business with you. You never let me down before. I'll be excited to use it. Oh, look, it's Ronald and Wyatt. But for a combined total of $80,000, we have come home with this amazing looking setup. This snowblower alone retails for almost $12,000 to $13,000, but we got it for the combo deal of $10 for this and $70 for this. So I'd say we made it out all right. Probably could have gotten a little better deal, but it is what it is. We're going to take this straight over to the fire barn and get clearing. I do want to take a moment to thank our emergency services. In times like these, nobody wants to be out on the road, and quite frankly, if you have the ability to, you should not be out on the road. They go out there and risk their lives to make sure that we come home safe, so the least we can do is help them out. However, I do realize that this does not have a safety beacon on it. Meh, it don't matter. Oh yeah, this thing's making light work, except I should probably be clearing in front of the doors. The parking lot's important too, but I think the doors that house the emergency equipment's probably more important. Yeah, that's better. The nice thing about this snowblower is that it chucks it so far that it doesn't even really register, and you're pretty much just deleting it. Since we're already here, we might as well just clear out this road that goes down to the highway. We tried clearing this with the Volvo on the stream, and it worked great. But once you get one pass down, then it just becomes a nuisance to get the blade to do anything you really want. Snowblower is going to be the more effective way to go. We just didn't have one. As long as we can create a big enough lane for two-way traffic, that's the main goal. We'll take this all back to the shop, and then I'm just going to roll around town. I think we're going to have to head over to the water tower again, try and clean that all up. That is so much better. Not even joking. Wow. I do want to check down at this intersection. The problem with when the plow trucks go north-south, they usually leave massive mounds of snow that you can't see the blind spots when you're driving east-west. It doesn't look like they did too bad this time, but I might want to knock this side down if I can, just so you can get a better example. You sit here at the stop sign in the lower vehicle, this thing kind of sits pretty high, and you'll be looking at a mound of snow rather than a clear visual. There we go. That's a bit better. However, I do not like the way that looks like it's iced over. I didn't feel the skid loader slide at all when I went to stop, but it does look like it's going to become black ice if we're not careful. I might just go throw some salt on it. want you guys to head down below and let me know in the comment section, what is your favorite brand of skid loader? I personally am a John Deere guy, but Bobcat is definitely the close second. To make this even more confusing, the only brand I've actually operated is a Kubota. Fire whistle's blowing. Guess for the heck of it, we could turn on the scanner.
All units be advised. We have a multi-vehicle pileup at the corner of 55th and Carpenter.
Hang on a minute, isn't it the
Squad
intersection
10,
that I was going to
Engine
put
1,
some
and
salt
Rescue
on?
4. Please respond.
Holy crud, it is. It's just south of town.
Witness on scene explains that one car rear-ended another due to ice, sending the front vehicle into cross traffic. The vehicle traveling northbound on Carpenter failed to yield at the four-way, causing a T-bone collision. At this time, only one occupant has been rescued with minor injuries.
Dispatch, go ahead and show us on scene. Currently analyzing the situation before taking further action.
10-4. Law enforcement is en route to assist with traffic flow and redirection.
And now I just feel bad because I was going to go throw some salt on that. What, 20 minutes ago? Not even? Oh, shoot. They even got sheriff already in. How big is this wreck? I'm just going to take my pickup, man. They got to have this stuff blocked off, but the curiosity's killing me. I'm sure they've already been in touch with the county, but if they're going to have to pretty much clear out detours, the side streets are still not great. So whether it's me or the guys that work at the county building, we're going to have to find ways to clear out the detour lanes until they get this accident scene cleaned up. See if we can take the highway route if they already have this blocked off. Okay, well, they already have that blocked. Oh, yeah. There it is. Oh, it was a minibus. And we're not going to be able to get up close and personal to the wreck. Hey, excuse me, officer. I got a question for you. By any chance, do you already have the crews on to clear the roadside? Or do you not have anybody that's clearing that road going westbound?
To my knowledge, I don't know. But I know it hasn't been re-cleared yet.
All right, thank you, sir. How long do you think it's going to take for you guys to get this thing cleared?
If it all goes to plan, I'd say about an hour and a half.
Hour and a half? All right. I don't know if it's in your power or not, but would you be able to tell me, is this looking like it's going to be a fatal one, or is it everybody's fine? Everybody just kind of hit him at the wrong time?
Sadly, I'm not legally authorized to disclose that information. All I can say is we have it under control.
Well, that's good news to hear. But I'm going to try and get a plow crew sent out to 55th Street. That westbound lane's been cleared at least once, but it's got a massive blowover drift that's currently blocking the detour. The road grader doesn't really work that well, so let's just take the International. If it really comes down to it, we'll get the county involved, but otherwise we might just bring out the skid loader and just blow it with the snowblower. Just let the officer know that we are heading to the westbound lane. This will probably be my only up-close look at what's going on. I guess take it in while you can. Ooh, that is not good. Ooh! Oh, that is not good at all. Yikes. That is scary. We're not going to get the whole road cleared. All we're trying to do is get this up to the next section. And I really would have thought the county would have plowed this better, because this is the section.
12 seconds later.
Oh, wait. No, it's not. This is someone's driveway. Whoops. Just shows you how much of the rest of the map I explore compared to town. I got to stop yapping, though, if I want to hear what's going on the scanner.
Engine 1 to dispatch. We are currently underway with the extraction process for the victim in a red sedan. Vitals are weak, but the person is conscious. The roof will need to be removed to extract the person with the least chance of injury.
Finally got myself turned back around. Sounds like they're starting to get him out of the car. They have not called in a medvac with the helicopters, so that's at least good. Life flight has not been called.
Also to note, the occupants of the yellow bus have been moved to the squad for further treatment. One sustained minor injuries. The driver will need to be transported for further treatment.
Yes, that's what we want to hear. I am really not doing that good of a job on the way back. I really don't know why this plow is just having a bad day. But whether I take half the pile, the full pile, or none of it at all, it just does not want to clear that right-hand side.
Dispatch, go ahead and show Squad 10 loading the subject for transport. Vehicle extraction was a success, and the occupant is still in stable condition.
All occupants have been removed from the wreck site. Squad 10 will be en route to First Care Health Center, code 3 in T-minus 5 minutes. Paramedics are preparing both occupants for transport in stable condition.
I don't know, by the way the accident looked when I drove by, it seems as though when the white car was the one that rear-ended the red one got shoved out in traffic, and then this bus, wherever it's coming from, I think it had Maine plates on it, did not stop, and then proceeded to destroy the front end of the red car. I'm amazed that it didn't start a fire, but they did have to cut that roof off. Yeah, it looks like the ambulance is already gone. I'm gonna try and fix this last part that got real screwed up. But that would be my guess as to why it is not as bad as it might look. In this weather, if you're driving normal highway speeds, you're borderline psychotic because you can't tell where the black ice might be or what the road conditions might be in general. So let's just say the short bus was driving 45, 50 miles an hour and the white car hit the red one doing 15 to 20. That would push the red car just far enough out that it clips mainly the front, and the impact is not on the driver's cabin, but rather the front fender well, and then it crunched that back into the driver. I don't really know, but I don't think I'm authorized to go over and investigate. That should be clear enough to at least help until they clean up the intersection. I'm gonna go check with that officer to make sure there's nothing else that they need me to do, or they just need me to vacate the area. Nope, looks like we are off the hook. They're going to get the rest of that all cleaned up, and I'm sure insurance is going to have a fun next couple of months. Merry Christmas, everybody! Welcome back to Homeowners mixed with landscaping, snow blowing, yeah, whatever. We're going to meet up with a classic old-time friend and get some snow clearing out. I need to run to Sunbelt and pick up a special setup for this occasion. Let's get on the road, and I'll meet you guys in the next small town. You would think for small town USA they wouldn't really have these big name brands, but all I'm looking for is the Circle K, and I believe that's the gas station? It's been a while since I've worked with Square, and I really want to do more with him, but our schedules really just don't align like they used to. I got my sweet little setup and another fellow plow truck that might be, yes, that is Square. Howdy do, bud.
Hey, how's it going?
It always seems like it's the holidays we get together.
Yeah, it's a great time for it.
Merry Christmas. How was the drive down? Was it a little slick?
Yeah, I did see a few cars slide off the road, but luckily I stayed on it.
I humbly believe the weight is the only thing that kept me on the road, because that trailer was definitely kind of fishtailing.
Yeah, you brought some big equipment today.
I did. I hadn't showed anybody yet. You ever seen one of these Boss Mags before? Like a zero-turn snowplow. It's got a built-in salter on it.
Wow, that beats shoveling by hand.
It does. If you could put a snowblower on the front of it, perfect.
Yeah.
Now, how many jobs do we have to do? I know you contacted saying we got Tractor Supply, but was there any other one that I'm unaware of?
There's another big gas station in town. There's 2 contracts. This is my first snowfall with them. Having you here is going to be super helpful.
Well, good. Glad I could be of assistance. Not too far of a drive down, but if I'm going to be helping out more, I might as well invest in my own equipment so I'm not doing this.
Yeah, I got a next-gen cat at Tractor Supplies. I tend to bring it before the storm.
Well, let's get a move on so we can get ahead of the ice. I think he's stopping for donuts. I hope everybody is having a very merry holiday season. This episode is recorded on Christmas Day, and as we get to celebrate that time with family or whoever we might get to cherish these holiday seasons with, I do hope that it brings you joy. If you like homeowners, landscape, public works, really anything that has to do with the channel, please consider heading down below, dropping a like, and possibly subscribing. Small Town USA is a PC-only map made by Stover. He's done a handful of mods for 25, and this map is quite beautiful. It's very simplistic, and it's got a lot of functionality to it. FedEx trucks looks like it got stuck, and for good reasons. I hate the Postal Service in this game with a passion. I'm going to presume that that is the gas station we're going to be clearing later on. Ah, another mail truck stuck. Hey, nothing against the Postal Service, but I have a, they do not like me in this game. I get run off the road every time.
Yeah, I'm surprised they're out today, even with the snow.
Now, how do you want to tackle this? So we want to try and use the V-blades a little bit first, or you're just going to go run with the snowblower?
We could give it a try here with the V-plows. At least we could get a path all the way around the building would be a start.
If you can clear out just a little bit of a pathway, I'd rather not park the trailer on a downhill slope.
I'm going to do the entrance up by you, might be a little bit better.
Yeah. So what were your holiday plans for the New Year and Christmas?
Well, we opened up Christmas presents this morning, and I definitely want to go back to my garage. I got some tools and things I want to play with.
Very, very nice.
Now, I did pick you up a donut and a coffee, so remember to take those from my truck.
I will. I know, right behind you. That is a big mound of snow.
Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of that. I think you should almost be able to get in here with your truck. Let's see if we could move a little bit more of this.
A 95 would have probably worked a bit better. Got more weight behind it. This thing kind of feels like it's slipping a lot. And I'm spinning. There it goes.
Yeah, those dirt tracks or are those all-season tracks?
Well, I don't know. You tell me.
Yeah,
Looks more like a turf track. Not like those
Yeah,
exist.
that looks
but
more
looks
like
smoother.
a turf track. If those were dirt tracks, I think you would be slipping even more.
Alright, I think that's good to see if I could start to snow blow some of this.
I'll just give you a big mound to start with. What brand's on the front? Because I got one for our public works shop, and that thing is a beast.
This is the Muzzcog?
Yes, that's the same one. That's a good blower.
I heard these are pretty good.
Holy cow, you are munching away.
Yeah, I tend to have the skid steer plugged in, so that helps out getting them started.
So when did you bring that up, or where's your trailer? Did you just track it up?
No, so I dropped this off at the start of snow season, so they kind of sit at the parking lots all winter long.
How many snow blowers do you have? Or how many skid steers?
I have 2, so they're at the 2 big contracts, and then I use my truck for the driveways.
Oh, okay.
We'll have to try out your machine here on these sidewalks.
Oh, yeah. Let me just back the trailer in, and I'll take it off and try it out. You are definitely going to have to be the one that munches through those snow mounds. I'm not getting through that.
Yeah, you're making some pretty big piles. I mean, this is a lot of snow. I'd say at least probably 7-8 inches.
My only pet peeve is that the mechanism to raise and lower the blade is inverted. Other than that, I love it. I guess get on the salter. That might be a good place to start.
That just looks so handy.
It is. Okay, this is working very well. That works phenomenally. I mean, if you want to give it a try, you can.
Yeah, no, I will give that a try. I think that would be pretty cool. I'll have to look into buying one of these.
Oh yeah. Yeah, go ahead. Give it a try. Kind of fun.
All right. Is it just like running a 0 turn for the controls?
Pretty much, but your raise and lower is going to be backwards.
Yeah, I see that.
And there is a toggle switch for the salter.
It has a salter built in. That's pretty neat.
I think you should be able to hit the 1 button on the dash and it'll kick it on.
This thing has pretty good traction. Like the tires on it are pretty good for moving snow like this.
You said you went to Dunkin' Donuts. Why do you got a Starbucks coffee in there?
Well, I think I had both. So,
all right,
I got you one of those Christmas donuts. You have to try it.
Okay. Well, give me a minute to clear myself out, and I'll come and get it. Whoa, hi, how you doing? Well, once you are pushing the snow, there is no turning.
Wow, we're moving a lot of snow.
See, that snowblower, it's almost a cheat.
It's a lot easier than trying to use a snow pusher.
Yeah, don't ask me how I know. I think this is the first time I've been to Tractor Supply this year. I don't really get around as much. Usually I'm going to Home Depot now.
Yeah, I've been finding better deals at Home Depot, but there's not really too many Tractor Supplies around.
No, and it's kind of sad. I'd like to find me a Baumgars. That's the store I like.
I'd like to go to Menards. I know it's a big store in the Midwest area.
Oh, yeah. Plumbing, electrical, appliances too, savings will always come right back to you. My wife hates it when I start singing that because there was about a 2-month stint where all I sang was the Menards jingle. You might have to dig out the door over here. I don't think I'm gonna. I mean, I can push it, but I'm just causing more problems than not.
All right. I'm not sure if you could do a few passes over here. I'm just thrown over the top of the building, but I can't get much closer.
That's about as close as I'm gonna be able to get. Does that work?
Yeah. We just need to be able to get some of those pallets if a customer comes in. I know some of those are actually salt pallets. The rest of it, I think, is like feed and things.
I should have brought a stocking cap. My ears are a little cold on this. That is the downside.
The other sidewalk machine I've used before is a Ventrac.
Oh yeah, I love me a good
They have a
Ventrac.
nice cap you could put on for the winter months.
I should have brought out my lawnmower with the snowblower on the front of it. That would have probably worked nice.
Yeah.
But why would I do that when we got yours and then mine does the push work?
Did you bring any salt with you?
I did. I got it already loaded in the tank.
All right.
Why, you need some?
Yeah, I was going to put some out front, and then I think we're almost there, getting all the main areas of the parking lot.
I already salted right in front of the door when I did the main initial push.
Okay. And then it's the 2 garage doors we have to salt.
Okay. Then I will just go and do that because the rest of this can be done by you. Again, why did I don't even have gloves on. What am I doing? Hang on a minute. I gotta fix my setup here or I'm just gonna have to jump in the Kubota. Hey, I could drive up on top of the mound. This thing's like a tank. Nope, nope. I high centered it. Nope. Hey, wait. No, come on.
Yeah.
I think I buried it. Sir,
I think so.
I might need some assistance.
All right, I'm gonna have to.
Wait,
Oh.
I got it. No, I don't.
All right,
I can do it.
Let me get the snowblower.
My wheel is float. I don't think my wheels are supposed to be floating. Oh, we also didn't really do.
You're able to even get up there.
Hey, my wheel's moving. Can I get down?
I have to get a little closer.
It's neat enough to be able to swivel to the right, and to the left. Careful! Sir, I require medical assistance. Help! Head went straight into the snowblower. Okay, we're good now. Maybe, possibly, hopefully.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna load this up before anybody else gets hurt. I don't know if I
Don't get
can.
hurt even. Put it on the trailer.
I don't know how I loaded this thing. There. Oh, nope, backing up. Totally didn't just pick it up.
That maneuverability really helps out get it turned like that.
It does, but it also has its downsides. We've seen why.
Yeah, like almost falling off as you do it.
So on to the gasket gas place.
Yeah.
I might just track down with the Kubota, and when we get to the driveway parts, I'll come back up and get the pickup.
Actually, I think I should probably take the skid steer instead of the pickup, right?
Yeah, clearing snow is nice, but when you can do it with the snowblower, it just makes more sense.
Yeah.
You waiting for me to go by? This is what the beaches of Normandy look like, colorized. Careful now, it's a rental. Maybe I should be kind and dig out the postal man, even though he's run me off the road more times than he probably wants to admit. Nah, how's it feel when you're off the road, nerd? I think that was the main road. That road has not been cleared.
No, not at all. I think the entrance is right after this sign.
And here I am, just clearing the shoulder for some apparent reason. This is a big parking lot.
Have you ever plowed with a backhoe?
No, I have not.
That's usually what the county runs with, but maneuverability is a bit trickier with the back part of it.
And the beeper's annoying.
Is it because it's a rental, they had to put that on?
So the bonehead that doesn't know what he's doing, or people he's working around can hear him coming. You're just making me look bad over there. I'm over here trying my best just to push one foot and look good, and you're just back and forth.
Yeah, this snowblower, I think is the way to go for snow removal.
It's just a cheat code. That's what I feel like. It's so good at its job, and it's on a machine that's built for agility. I should have just rented one of those, because I think the dealer I went to had one.
Have you tried the next gen CADs?
We used to have one. That's we just swapped over our Caterpillar for the S76, the wheeled Bobcat.
Oh yeah?
I didn't mind the Caterpillar. I really liked it. It did good jobs. But the board just was like, you know what, let's put money into a new lease on a new skid loader, then put in the maintenance costs of the Caterpillar.
Yeah.
Gotta love local government.
I like having the new machines because they're under warranty, and when something breaks, it's not coming out of pocket.
Yeah, I think that's a big reason why they did what they did. But still, it was a good skid loader.
I ran these for quite some time, and I like it. This is new. I picked this up end of the fall.
I personally love the Deeres. I've only operated the Kubota, but the Bobcat to me is just, it's the original. When someone says, draw me a skid steer in color and everything, Bobcat's first thing that comes to mind.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go and get the little guy, plus the pickup.
All right.
Why am I tracking all the way back up there to load the skid loader, take it down, have to unload it again to get the other part off, and then come back and load it again? I am full of not thinking about things today. If I can clear this roadway without getting too stuck.
Hopefully the county hasn't gone home for the day yet, because they definitely forgot some roads.
Yeah, it tends to happen that way. They do the main street and then nothing else. There we go. Now we're making some progress. If you want to go to the farmer's market today, you better have an off-road vehicle or a snowmobile.
Yeah, or a tracked ATV.
Yes, that is true. Hello, there you are. I was like, where'd you go?
Yeah, I was running low on diesel. I have to get one of my other trucks with the transfer tank. I had to hop back in this.
You like just started the day.
No, I think it was half empty when I showed up there.
You blew through half a tank of diesel in 20 minutes?
Yeah, I was on high flow, so I was using a lot of the gas, it looks like, the fuel. fuel.
Ah, if you have the ability to cone the blade and come take this patch that I keep sifting out between the pumps, then we can get this cleared out.
I'm gonna have to look at picking one of those up though. They look so handy.
They definitely are. My only complaint is I think the mounting bracket for the blade's a little too high. It doesn't ride level on the ground. So I'll have to look at how to modify that and get it a little lower if I am to buy one.
Yeah.
I just can't seem to get that last little bit right next to the pump. That's always how it works, isn't it? There you go. And whatever you might not be able to get with that, I can push with the Kubota.
Alright. Yeah, I think I have to look at getting a new cutting edge for this plow soon. I don't think it's scraping the best. What are you having for your Christmas dinner?
Doing a little bit of ham. Usually we do some sort of soups and sandwiches deal. And then we do a white elephant.
Nice, nice. We do soup and prime rib.
Ooh, who does the prime rib?
Not me. I'm not that good at doing it, so.
Oh, you're not the chef? Chef Square?
No.
What? Come on, man. Okay, I'll try and get those little mounds pushed with a Kubota. And apparently the boss thing has a Kubota diesel in it. I'm just the Kubota crew today. Prove me wrong, Kubota diesels are one of the best motors. I love a good Kubota diesel.
We're gonna have to come back once the storm is over to push back some of these piles.
Well, I don't know. We might just be able to let him because we're on the grass line. The only problem is if it drifts. So what's your plans for the new year? You got any resolutions you're gonna try to uphold for longer than 2 weeks?
Not really sure. I definitely want to see if I could expand the landscape business. That's my big goal for the year. How many lawns are you up to mowing on a weekly basis now?
Depending on the client, it could be upwards of 15 on a bad day, 30-ish on a good day.
Wow, those must be like 30 smaller yards?
They are. We got a lot of quarter-acre plots, but that's also the main shop. I just moved into a new Suburban that's got like half-acre plots.
I do a lot of the acre-plus properties in town, so I only can do about a dozen a day.
It also doesn't help that I have a crew of 3 to 4 people, and I have a commercial and a residential shop. The residential guys are the ones that are doing the 12 to 15 a day. The commercial guys, we either have quarter-acre yards or 15-acre mansions.
Wow, that's awesome, though.
I think that's about as good as we're going to be able to get it, unless you can get the snowblower. Oh, that's right, yours is low on fuel.
Yeah.
Well, why did you fill it up down here?
Right. Yeah, but I need the off-road diesel. It's cheaper.
This is true.
When you have to drop this rental off?
I rented it for the day, but I might rent it for at least a few more. I don't know if I want the Kubota. I like my Bobcats.
Yeah, I think that's the right size skid steer for landscaping.
It is, and it's nice that this one comes with the strobes on the roof and the back. I just don't care for the beeper. I believe those are 2 really well-kept properties. We got our job done.
Yeah, no, I'm glad. If this was a solo, this would have taken an extra 4 or 5 hours.
Well, I don't know, man. That snowblower, it's so good.
Yeah, that thing moves snow.
Unless you need me for something else, we could probably go and get lunch or breakfast somewhere. That or I'm probably going to have to head back, because I'll have to get started on some stuff with Public Works as well. Got to make sure our generators stay online.
No, I think after the holiday, we could catch up again and pick up the camera again.
Yeah, I like that. I like that idea.
All right, well, thanks for the help today.
Absolutely. Have fun one, bud. Good to see you, Square.
Yeah, Merry Christmas.
We got a couple of warm weeks ahead of us. We're going to do some construction work and invest in some new equipment. Let's roll. I appreciate all you for tuning in to Homeowners. It's been a minute since we've been back, and the snow has since subsided. We haven't had any major traffic accidents. I have not decided on a specific place to put the blade, so we're just going to put it back by our shed. But with the purchase of a new skid steer, that brings up the question, do we start working on possible side projects with the landscape business and accumulate some extra cash? As you can see, since last time, our money has significantly depleted, and most of that is due to budget cuts for the city and the county. For those that might be first-time viewers, this series is paired with by Public Works. Therefore, not all of the money in the top right is mine. I'm really going to have to watch how we spend the money for the shop, but luckily we have no super big plans for expansion other than maybe expanding our yard so we can park our implements more efficiently. Now let's just see what we have to pick from. My personal budget is no more than $22,000. I understand that skid steers are not cheap, but I also know that I need to get something that is going to be able to take the load of what I might be putting on it. I think that's all of their used ones, or at least the small ones. What do they have in the big section? Well, nothing's changed. They still got both deers. Those are expensive. The Kubota would be really nice, but that's a $60,000 to $80,000 unit, depending on how new it is. This stuff's going to be more where I'm looking. I got another Kubota. What's that? 75? Ooh, badges tell me that's a 23 at minimum. That's going to be no less than 40,000. What about the Takashi? $26,000. Very nice. With the Bobcat. 15.3. Now that is more up my alley. Except this thing would not have a very adequate hydraulic system to run something like a brush mower. Plus, I don't see any mounts on the back that you could put weights. You'd have to weld your own. It's not a huge problem, just one extra step I don't really want to do. Let's see, 773 and an 863. Pretty nice. Very simplistic. Yet again, this one does not have any rear weights, but it does have the holes for them. What about the 863? Yeah, still a very clean unit. And they want 11,000. That's not bad. Went ahead and got the key from the guy inside. It's not terribly chilly out, but let the motor warm up. The thing I'm not used to about these old Bobcats is they had foot-mounted controls. The joysticks in your hand were mainly just to run the wheels, and your feet did all of the loader and bucket controls. Feels like it moves nice. It's relatively compact, but it's one of the bigger units. I believe for my wallet's sake, I'm going to have to bite my tongue and go with this thing. But we are going to have to also rent some of the attachments like the mulcher and the Harley rake. And what is that next to the pallet forks? Is that a receiver? Ooh, kind of looks like the one I pieced together a couple years ago. Except I don't have it anymore. 500. I'll see if I can get it as a package deal. Let me do some negotiating with Keith up front, and we'll see if we can bring some of this stuff home. $12,500 later, and we are set to roll. The skid loader I was able to talk down to $10,500, but our little receiver mount I had to pay full price. That leaves the rental fee for both the Harley rake and forestry mulcher at $750 a piece. Don't know why the ramps are out on the truck, but I'm gonna have to address that. Can I strap this down inside the bucket? Yes, I can. Oh, I strapped the loader as well. Heading into springtime, we will have the ability to finish our renovations by adding the chicken coop, and we are also going to try and work on planting the garden. We have all of those self-propelled, like hand-powered tools, so we should be able to make a legitimate garden. The only thing I'm still looking for is somebody gave us the idea. In the mod hub, the International 70, which is pretty much just a Cub Cadet lawnmower, this thing came with a 3-point mounted cultivator. And while I still have not found one, I am still on the hunt. I am just going to trust my instincts. I balanced the weight properly, and we will be on our way homeward bound. If you guys do love the Homeowners series and you'd love to support the channel more, please be sure to head down below, consider dropping a like, and smashing that subscribe button. I try to post videos every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday unless I make an announcement otherwise, and I also try to make an effort to cycle through my current running series. First thing we're doing when we get home is getting the pressure washer. I don't know why this truck got so dirty so quickly, but it's driving me nuts. Kind of like the cop sitting at the intersection. I think that might be slightly illegal unless he's off on the shoulder. Nope, I think he was sitting in the middle of the intersection. Ooh. Is he following me? No, he's not. Good. Man, what is going on? Everything on the trailer's getting super dirty. It's not even that bad out. I would like to be using my real-life truck to do a lot of this work, but I also am smart enough to realize an F-150 is not built to tow what I am currently towing right now. Pressure washer, pressure washer, pressure washer. Where might that be? It's up against the wall. Okay, good. It does clean off. I was wondering if it also might have been bugged. Oh, that is so much better. Now, onto the landscape mode so we can document the placement of our stakes so you can see where we have to build, what we have to tear down, and what goes from here. Because if I remember correctly, we're going with this shop, and we'll paint it to match the house. $30,000 will be the main materials for the building's cost. All of the dirt, tree removal, and labor might be a different story. So I need markers at the first tree just outside the balcony. And then we go 4 trees back along the tree line, and we'll make a rectangle. Let's grab my favorite marking light, and we'll go here, here, 4th tree, there, and there. Looks about right. This one might be a little bit off. I should have rented a stump grinder, but maybe I could just chainsaw it down enough. Ooh, I think it's small enough we won't even have to cut it down. It'll just delete it. Less realistic, but less work for me. Man, if only tree removal was really that easy. Enough yapping. Let's get to doing some work.
I saw your mama just the other day. She looked glad to see me again. Do you remember when I used to come over to your house every day? And I know it's been a long time since we were together. There's a special place in my heart that's yours forever. If I could fly right back to where I belong, fly right back to my home sweet home. If I could, I'd take it all back and fly high up above the open sea into another destiny. I close my eyes and I'm back in your arms, I fly.
Well, that worked out great. I think I got a little bit too far on this side, but even if we have to make the driveway portion this wide with gravel, that should work out just fine. I mainly want to see how close we got to the parameters that I set with the beacons. Ooh, we're a little skinny, but for the main shed portion, we are covered. How close did I get the length? Shop? Good. Patio? Not so much. I also was really trying not to drive on the grass because you could see the darker portion. That is actual sod. I paid a lot of money for that. So let's place our order for the color palette the building is going to need. Like a gray roof, white sidewalls, and I think we'll just kind of have to keep it as it is. Yeah, let's put in the order. It's been a brutal last 2 weeks. Even though it says the 3rd of January, I have it set on 4-day seasons, which means that each day is considered a week. Honey, are you ready to go and see the new shed for things that I should have sold but refused to get rid of?
Well, you know, maybe you'd have a better chance of not gaining a massive amount of items if you didn't keep going on Facebook Marketplace.
It's more than just Marketplace!
Yeah, that's totally why we've gone to all those meetups with random people over the last couple of months.
Authorized dealerships?
What are you going to complain about me doing? I don't buy a bunch of random stuff off the internet.
Tell that to your book collection.
They're gifts.
Oh, sorry. As were mine.
You can't deny it.
I don't like this game.
I like winning.
So you're 1 for 3, huh?
Shut it.
All right, let's go look at this shed. Well, hon, what do you think?
Looks very nice, dear.
I still got to do the gravel, but that's besides the point.
Well, it's a work in progress, like most of your projects.
Well, it seems to be very spacious, doesn't it?
It is definitely very spacious, dear. If you weren't going to fill it up with all of your random purchases, I'd say we could have...
It's gonna be organized!
I was just gonna say it would be a nice event space. No need to get all huffy with me.
And that is why we have the other garage that has the fancy fun couch.
Your man cave shed.
Yes, but still, it has a vending machine, food, comfort. What else could you want? Don't you dare say space.
I don't know, I kind of like the aesthetics of this one.
The other shop has heated walls. Wait, does it have heated? I can't remember. Is this thing? Hey, wait a minute. Okay, it is not heated. Yeah, it is. That's an insulated wall.
Looks insulated to me.
Why is there no, like, there's clearly no HVAC.
There's no radiant heaters. Oh, it kind of smells funny in here.
Like motor oil and hardworking man things.
Yeah, and the other one doesn't smell like that yet. You haven't tainted it.
You know, if it makes you so happy to be in that shop, why don't you go out there and spend the night?
You could decorate with string lights and make it all pretty in there.
Are you gonna be the one that climbs up on the ladder to do all of this, or are you gonna make me do it?
I'll just smile pretty at you.
Oh, like you do when you don't get up with your alarm in the morning?
Don't make this personal.
Oh, we just crossed that line. Okay, I'll make you a deal. I'll try my best to keep the place in order where if we needed to have an event, it doesn't stink like automotive leaking oil stuff. We can still use that as an event center, but mainly right now it's parking.
I don't want to use it anymore.
Okay, fine. Perfect storage for me. Besides doing the gravel for the driveway, I need to get stuff shuffled over. This is a perfect time to try and use the new attacher for the front of the skid loader to get the boat over. I know I won't have a full utilization for the tool, like shuffling trailers around a big yard, but for what I'm trying to do, especially getting that trailer out from under the awning, it might help me from saving driving on the grass all the time. And just so I won't regret this, I am going to try to keep the least leaky, least smelly stuff out of that shed, so if we were to use it for a holiday gathering or some sort of just special event, then I'm not getting nagged at that I tried changing the oil and dumping 15 gallons of gasoline on the ground. There we go. Yeah! The last time I remember using one of these, I used to work at a Vermeer dealer, and what always tricked me up about it was it's counterintuitive to the counterintuitive. This thing is pretty much every trailer backer's nightmare that has never done it, because when you think you need to turn the wheel the opposite way, no, now you need to turn it the opposite of the opposite way. This will be the best example I could give you. So now I need the trailer to go left. If I was backing it this way, I would turn the wheel to the left. Well, if I turn the wheel to the left, now I'm going the complete opposite direction. So you really got to trick your mind into where this trailer is supposed to go. I'm screwing myself up. I also got to remember that the trailer's jack is a wheel, so once we get it in, we can just adjust it by hand, which I think that is exactly what we are going to do. There we go. Right up against the wall. Still have enough room to open the door? Maybe put some stuff against that wall. And this is out of the way. Our little Honda hasn't left any puddles. This thing's been very reliable. And that opens up the main workbench, so I don't have to worry about that. We could probably move the 56 over. I need to replace the drive belt on this. It keeps slipping off and I can't put it into gear. Beautiful. What about that four-wheeler? The only thing is this does leak oil, so we might just put it back by this press. Yeah, where the 56 was. That leaves the whole main workshop open. Let's check the main garage. We'll keep both pickups, but I might move this mower and that mower. Really, this whole line besides the pressure washer. The thing about the 45 is that this yard is pretty darn big. What I might end up doing is I will sell the mower deck underneath the 317, and then we'll move this mower onto the fleet for the landscape crew. The Honda's light enough, we'll just store it in the back of the truck. That's really the only thing we'll ever use this for. And that really should do it. I might just leave the fertilizer spreader. It's not harming anything. But this can be big and bulky, so let's leave it by the door. At this point, I believe it's just hauling in rock to get the last of the driveway finished, and we can call it a day. It took one really full dump truck. There is our final result. We might still need to haul a little bit in over the culvert pipe we put underneath, because this is now flattened out and level with the roadside. But this thing is ready for service, and hopefully for more marketplace purchases that my wife won't have to shove me out of the house for. One of these days we'll take my real pickup into town, but the diesel needs fuel. Welcome on back to Public Works, everybody. Our Tony's gas station sadly has now been put out of business and was bought out by these guys. But if only diesel actually costed that much. I loved Tony's, don't get me wrong, but my wallet loves that more. Some of the things we will have to tackle this afternoon is fixing the basketball hoop. The kids were down at the park over last week when it was nice out, and they happened to, when you see the videos of people slam dunking. Oh, that was quick. But they end up like breaking the post in the process. Yeah, that's kind of what happened. We'll have to break out our new welder and grab the grinder. If you guys missed it on our last episode with building the new expansion on the acreage, the city got a major budget cut to its spending. So to try and save some money and keep up with regulations, we sold off some equipment and invested in others. We are still looking to expand this yard to help with our trailer parking, likely in early to mid-spring. But let's go over all that has changed. That Super Duty, we sold that flatbed, as well as the bumper pole gator. The Prowler gets everything we need done and still stays about the same size, and having that international with the flatbed, we really don't need 2 trailers. We just picked this up from Heritage. It is a Mulcher R6CM. This is a 6-foot brush cut mower we can use to get into some of those tighter areas that our big Rhino cannot get to. But this one, you're really gonna see some differences. We've sold off a handful of trucks. And the dump truck just looks different because we put a bug visor and some BF Goodrich with nice Alcoas on it. Our yellow Toyota chip truck has been replaced with a Ram 5500. The old International service truck was also sold off because, again, we have the ability to use the boxes on this one, the dump truck boxes, and all of the side cubbies that, once again, are on the International. And here is the welder. Really nice Miller's Bobcat setup. This is a diesel variant. And we have the new skid steer and the Husqvarna, which the Husqvarna I'd like to upgrade to get a 60-inch deck of something. That'll just happen in time. And we sold the old 4-tracks for a newer Honda that has a canopy on it to carry around more tools. And this thing handles the fertilizer spreader better, unlike the old one where it just pretty much squatted so far in the rear. The only downside, we don't have the ability to run the front loader, but we have the Bobcat. There's no reason to have the front loader. Now that you're up to speed, I gotta get to welding. So if you guys do enjoy the Public Works series and you'd love to see this continue, then you gotta let me know by heading down below, consider dropping a like, and possibly hitting the subscribe button. There's still plenty of time for snow to be hitting in our general region, so we have kept the blades on the front of the plow trucks. I don't know why our tennis court decided to hide itself. All of the collisions are still there, but we gotta repair this hoop. Nope, we are not fitting that gap. Not to worry, we got plenty of cable. Quick public service announcement before you guys tear me to shreds. I don't know what I'm talking about because I have not been around a welder in quite a while. Pretty sure the last time I actually welded something was probably 8 years ago. When we bought and installed these new hoops, the weld was not properly made on this steel tube. So when the kids jumped up and tried to go for the dunk, that stress came down the poles to the main beam, as it should, but because this was not properly welded, that proceeded to make a stress line crack all the way from about here to here. So we're going to fix this before it becomes a problem. Now, I don't remember if we have a legitimate looking welding mask. No, we do not, so we're going to use the bike helmet. Here we go. Oh, no. Oh, no. It's not long enough.
That's what she said.
I swear, the one time we actually need the front loader on the front of the four-wheeler. Now we don't have it. Makes sense. Well, you're going to have to try and find a way to get the welder inside. Well, this is too big. But maybe what we could do is get the welder off of the truck, and we could set it on a cart that's from the Home and Garden, and then we'll just wheel it in. But now I got to go all the way back. Bozo, you need the skid loader to get it off the flatbed. Okay, let's try this again. I don't want to buy a cart. I'll just run in and ask the manager if I could just borrow the cart for like 45 minutes. This really shouldn't take long, but just to clarify with them before we, take something. Looks like we are set. There we are. Wait. Maybe this thing is skinny enough to back in. Oh, come on! Oh, not with the bucket, it's not. Not with the bucket. One more. Yeah. That's the way. I like it. Now we're starting to make some progress. Just get this back down to bare metal. Very nice. Now, I'll be the first one to admit I am a greenhorn in welding. I did this very briefly in high school, and I believe it was MIG welding. We're going to do a half moon. Try to lay as best of a bead as I possibly can get. And before you ask, is this edited in? No, I'm legitimately using a welder. Somebody found out how to do this, and that's pretty awesome. Correct me if I'm wrong in the comments, but stick welding is the hardest version of welding, but it's the most stable, like secure. The temperature, how much power you're putting to it, and the type of welding all have their own different values. We're not trying to weld a bridge together or a main weight-bearing structure other than, a basketball hoop. So for the welders in the chat, I kind of want you to let me know if what I just tried to pull was a legitimate act, or did I just do the complete wrong kind of weld and these settings are completely screwed up? It's farm sim, it really doesn't matter, but I'm actually curious. I need to buy my own welder so I can get back into it. My current tactic is just drilling holes and using bolts. Let's go ahead and get this side done as well. The crack on this side did not go nearly as far, but we don't want to do one side, beef it up, and then the other side breaks 2-3 weeks later. and we're just chasing problems. And that should fix that. Gonna need to grind both sides just a wee bit, clean it up, and we'll be ready to paint. I'm just gonna use the white can because I'll say it's primer and we'll paint it black direct. What? What? They actually empty now? Okay, I'll be right back. I gotta go get some paint. Man, I did not know that they ran out of paint now. In 22, you could just keep on spraying. If I didn't finish that statement before, I'm just gonna use the white can because it looks like it's a can of primer. And that hoop should be solid for at least a couple decades. Unless my welds are just terrible. And if that's the case, it'll snap next week. Let's just get this cart back to the home and garden. And maybe we'll look at some sort of an alternative where if we have this issue happen again, we can get the welder into a tight space and we don't have to rely on them to get a cart. I don't know how much those things cost. Maybe 500 bucks? Who knows? We'll figure something out. Hopefully I didn't just lock down the skid steer. No, I did not. I'll get the rest of this cleaned up and we'll see you back at the shop so we can check the job board. Next thing we gotta do is go check some water samples around town, and we are going to be checking a water meter. We have a new grocery store that just got constructed and needs to be hooked up to our water system. I think we only really need to take the four-wheeler, because I have all the parts on hand. I just need to kind of put them in a little tote. We never really used the old four-wheeler to begin with, but I'm hoping to change that. There's just not a huge amount of jobs around town that would utilize this thing. If you can't tell, this place is the Sunflower Market. Got our hookup somewhere on the back. They're all electrical box. Where's water at? Aha! For those that have not seen what a water meter looks like, that is a picture of it. I'm going to use this barrier as a mock-up for what those pipes usually look like sitting on the side of something. All this does is tells us how many gallons they are using so that we can charge them to their bills accordingly. Looks like our meter is working properly. Sunflower Shop is set to go. Now all we got to do is check a couple hydrants around town and make sure that we are within our legal limits. There's one sample. Go ahead and test our old shop. Fill that up. There's two. Check our treatment plant. There's three. And we'll check the new shop. Very nice. That makes 4. Just got to send in the results so we can keep the books up to date. Yeah, I totally forgot to mention this. We also got rid of the wood chipper. If we need to rent one, it's more than enough in our budget. The amount of times we used it over the course of a year was minuscule to the amount of money we could have saved. So that kind of raises the question, why would you buy another chip truck if you could take the top off and make it a dump truck? Like, what's the point in buying this? This vehicle is a lot more versatile than, say, the Ford or the International, and it also has the additional toolbox rack, giving us a bit more storage. I think all we really have left is just kind of doing some grading on the gravel roads. With all the snow we've been getting the last couple weeks, it's really been tearing up the roads. And we'll probably have to haul in a couple truckloads of gravel at some point. But really just staying on top of the maintaining has been the big priority. Wow, it has been a minute since I've been by this place. I kind of keep forgetting that I used to live in town. Here we are. Booyah. I'm trying to also work on getting this blade to hit the ground straight. The grader really does not work well as an actual snow clearer, but it does work well to get that excess material off of the roadside. Washboards, on the other hand, you can't really do a whole bunch about them. The ground is so hard that it really doesn't make any difference when you do drop the blade. Watch out, buddy. So it kind of comes down to you just need to bring in more gravel, pack it down, and the name is it itself. Just maintain it. Luckily, I haven't had to deal with any frozen pipe situations yet. Knock on wood, but the power grid's also been holding up nicely. That last big storm that came through, I was certain that we were going to have some sort of a blackout or some part of the town's grid would be out. Nope. We'll just keep on trucking with the luck that we're given. Other than really checking on the standby generators for all of our town's resources, it's just been a slow, quiet winter. It is officially springtime, and you know what that means. We're ending the series today. Goodbye, everyone. Just kidding. April Fools. It's April 1st. Honey, what was on that list of stuff I'm gonna have to get?
Well, if you could get some corn, potatoes, carrot seed. Chickens were starting to run low of feed, so we'll probably want some more of that.
Honey, what chickens do we have? We don't even have the coop yet.
Thinking ahead. Sorry, I had a dream where we had a bunch of chickens, and apparently I'm still stuck on that.
Well, conveniently, that dream somewhat lines up with the way the thumbnail looked. But I do have something to show you. I cleaned out the shop.
Oh, you did? Were you bored?
No,
That sounds like something you'd do when bored.
No, when I start a project, I do it to the fullest extent, get everything done, and then I think about my choices later.
You were definitely procrastinating doing something else I asked you to do, weren't you?
I'm just over here trying to get the place cleaned up so you can have your other one as an event center.
You don't need to get sassy with me, mister.
You wanted an event space, so I tried dunging out my stuff, and all I get is complaint.
Okay, I apologize. Sorry.
I don't want your apology.
Ungrateful.
Insert beep here. Anyways, come. Believe me on this one, honey. I cleaned this place out. 3, 2, 1.
Ooh. Looks nice.
I really did clean it out. All of the stuff over here is gone. I am going to go get a different toolbox because I do not have enough cabinet space to store all of the wrenches and stuff in just this cabinetry.
Okay. The man always needs another toolbox.
Yes. Well, I got rid of all the other ones because there was like a random one sitting over here and however many against that wall. Andy even hooked us up with soap so I can keep the cars clean.
Yay.
So what do you think? Think this will have enough space now?
It does have enough space, and if the floor stays clean, we could turn on some music and do some, like, dancing in out here.
Yes, honey, you would like to do some swing dancing, which, Toby Keith, we can definitely do that. Copperhead Road would be kind of fun to do, too.
Yeah, a whole group of people out here.
Hang on a minute, I actually got to check my email. Nope, doesn't look like it. But hey, there's some cool-looking hats.
Yeah. You get another one and I'll steal it.
What?
I like to steal your hats. You say I look cute.
Yes, you do. Well, I'm going to head into town. So if you want to get started on prepping anything, go right ahead.
Or it's a beautiful spring day. I could just sit outside my little serenity garden and read a book.
You would do that.
I would.
Anyways, have fun.
I will.
Thank you, honey. Really do appreciate you. Love having you on. Honey, before you get too busy in your book, how did you want to do the garden? Because I don't know if we're going to be able to plant something 4 wide. Do we want to extend it out sideways and make it wider? Or make it longer?
I mean, it might work better to make it longer, but it also might be easier just to do a pass of each and make it wider. You're the one doing all the manpower, so I might let you make more of the decision there.
Thanks. I'll figure it out.
You're welcome.
One thing that you guys did mention, and I was able to find it on Marketplace, $400 later, we have the 3-point mount that goes to the back of our 317. Now, I have to put the 3-point kit because it's not currently installed. Otherwise, I can't hook this up because it doesn't have it. All of our winter stuff's been put away. The gardening tools are in that shed. Let's take... wait a minute. Yeah, we can take my pickup. Ooh, we got something else to show you. I'm going to ruin the surprise for my wife, but she got a different vehicle. So the 72 dent side Ford, it has now been replaced by a little International Scout. I'm pretty sure it should be smaller than the F-150. We're not going to worry about that. Now, if you guys are fans of the Homeowners Series and you'd love to see this one continue and grow, you got to let me know by heading down below. Consider smashing that like button, possibly subscribing. The mower I'm going to be picking up, I've already purchased, and you probably saw it in the thumbnail. It is a Grasshopper 900. Bambi just got leveled, but that is the deer's fault. Our tennis court has since brought itself back. Apparently it is seasonally based. I'll have to figure out how to change that in the codes. I don't know why it just disappears during the winter months. This is not ours. This was the store model, and this one has the 51-inch mulching deck. While this is not exactly a Grasshopper model mower, you might recognize this one as that black Swisher that I did in 22. I just rebadged it as a Grasshopper because I was lazy and I thought it would look cool. This is the mower we're going to be taking home. 66-inch finish cut and a 33 horsepower Kawasaki, I think? Yes. That is the toolbox that I've had my eye on. Now, I don't know if they have one in stock, but I'd like to take home that red one. Hang on, what do we need? I'm going to have to call my wife. Honey?
Yes, dear?
What were the seeds that we needed?
Corn, potatoes, carrots, peas.
Okay. Found them. Thank you.
You're welcome.
There we are. Chicken feed. Oh, sorry about that, Gate. I'll just take both because we're going to have to stock up on this later anyway. And the last thing I need is fertilizer. I might have to come back for that. So the chicken feed, it's $10 a bag. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. It's $100. And then this seed altogether, we don't need nearly this much. We'll just say this is $20 in seeds. So $120. Toolbox. Got a small yellow model. Really want that one. That's too small. If I could get this one technically without that side, it'd be great. What's the price tag on this? Oh, that's $4,000. I mean, granted, it's cheaper than Snap-on, but still, 4Gs. Ooh, four-wheeler. Ooh, they got mud flaps on the back? If only my wife was here, she'd whack me in the back of the head and say, no, you don't need it. But she's not, so I could buy it. But I'm not, because I got a four-wheeler at home. Let me know down in the comments if we should get this four-wheeler. I'd have to sell the other one, but should we get this Big Bear four-wheeler? I'm going to hold off on the toolbox. I'm going to clarify that one with her. I'm not going to do that to her. I don't believe we need anything else. We already got all of our flowers. Don't need a grill. Nothing of this nature. I think we're good besides taking home the mower. The chicken coop materials. That's the other thing I forgot. They got a kit you can buy for $500. But that we're going to throw in the back of the pickup. As for the lawnmower, I'd like to mow the lawn before we start working on the garden. It cost me $15,000. I got it cheap enough because it's an older model unit. And yes, the deck is dynamic. I'll be excited to see how well this moves around the terrain. Why don't you guys let me know down in the comment section, what is your preferred size of mower deck? Some people don't necessarily get the choice because you just mow with what you got. But if you could pick a mower deck size, what would it be? I personally like mid-50s range. And the reason behind that is every time I have gone to mow someone else's property, the ditch sides really are only meant for that wide of a mower deck. Any wider and you're going to scalp. The only mower that does not fit that problem is the 130 Farmall up at my neighbor's. That one, the mower deck, while it is a really wide one, it is the exact same width as the wheels on the tractor, so it doesn't really scalp because it can't reach that far. The other thing I really like is these front-mounted mower decks. My walk behind, while it's not necessarily a front-mounted deck, the mower does sit towards the front. I love the visibility and the ability to reach. You can't do that with a zero-turn or, more importantly, a riding tractor. I sold the mower deck and the bagger setup for the back of the 317 because I'm not gonna use it. If I need to, I could buy a bagging system for this thing, and we can collect the scraps, we can do whatever we want. But on a big property like this acreage, a 54 just isn't gonna cut it. No pun intended. Oh, I forgot one snow post. Have to remember to take that out. Our chicken coop is going to be placed right behind this main shop. We might actually put some sort of a walkway that comes from the basketball pad. And at some point, probably in one of our next episodes, we're going to get started on that tree house. Or the little playhouse, whatever you want to call it. Trying to stay on task and find a pattern to get started on. So what we're going to do is get you guys up to 3,800 a buck while I figure out how to mow my own lawn for the first time. And we will go from there. Just about done. I'm still learning how to navigate this mower deck, but the place is looking gorgeous. It's really able to chop through some of this tall grass. And because this thing has a dynamic deck, what I might do is find my floor jack and raise the front end up so I can wash underneath it with the pressure washer. It's always a good idea to keep those mower decks clean because that's the fastest way you get them to rust through and prematurely wear them out. I'm just going to knock the rest of this out. I'll see you guys in the shop when we start trying to get that 3-point mount put on the 317. Now this will be the real fun part. The snowblower on this thing is heavier than you think. I've taken it off, I believe, twice now, and both times I don't recommend it. And we'll just scooch it. Yeah. I wish it was that simple. This kit I bought is off of Amazon. Tried to do some research and it said it should be compatible. For that, I'm gonna have to do some investigating. Yep, brackets look like they line up. Nice. All I want this to really help us do is stir the soil up to get it a little bit smoother, but I have to grab the tiller because we're gonna extend the garden out. Also, what's the water level on the greenhouse? I mean, I could use some water. It's not hurting. What's right in the front? Water tank. All right, MTD. How far do we need to go? Maybe about a third of the way? Guess we'll figure it out. There we go. That's what we want. I think that's about right. That looks good, but I might extend it one way out towards the tank. I just don't want to run out of room going sideways, because we can make the garden as long as we want, but if we can't fit everything in on the width, there's no use. This is really just my best guess. I don't really know. Actually, honey, would you like to drive the garden tractor to flatten the soil?
Oh, I suppose.
Okay. Now, do you remember how to drive this thing?
Might need a little refresher.
All you have to know is that that lever with the big orange knob, in real life, you push that up, that makes you go forward. You pull it down, it makes you go backward. It's that simple.
Okay.
And then you see that one stick that's kind of to the left of the steering column?
The orange stick?
The little black stick.
The black stick.
That's how you lower your hydraulics in the back.
Okay.
And that's it. You drive. Yep, you'll drop that. Very nice. You kind of want to kick over to the right a little bit.
It likes to kind of swing backwards if I don't put enough gas to it.
All the way through. All right, stop. Now lift it up. Now you can flip it around. Maybe turn your wheel to the left a little bit. We'll straighten you out.
Yes, because my rows are so straight.
So don't lift up this time. Just stop, and we'll have you turn right. Just kind of like loop around. Beautiful.
Reminds me of when I was learning how to drive.
All right, up. You're good. Now straighten it out. Go left. Up. Keep going. All the way to the end, and then lift up. Beautiful.
I should have swung out more there.
You're all good.
Okay. Trying to figure out how tight of a turning radius this thing has. That was interesting.
Honey, I think you're a little off.
Shut up.
Crank the wheel all the way to the right, and just back up. There you go.
Easier if you tell me clockwise or counterclockwise, honestly.
Now you go forward, drop it, and go.
Bumpity bumpity bump.
And good.
Sorry,
You gotta hit the gas. Why do you hit the gas? Okay, I think you've had enough time for the day.
This is why you don't let me drive.
You both put the tractor in the creek.
It's a deer. It wanted some water. Deer was thirsty.
You did wonderful, honey. Good job.
That did not sound like you thought I did wonderful.
You did a good job. Good job. And yes, that was my wife actually driving. She did a very, very good job for never really playing on a sim wheel. Thank you, honey. We'll just finish this out quick, and we'll try and get that cedar set up. Now, what is the best way to do this? Can I sneak it out? Or am I gonna have to move out I'm gonna have to move out the harvester. Now, if I'm correct, this cedar should plant everything we need. We have corn. There's potatoes. What? What? Carrots aren't available on this map. That's baloney. Because it clearly says we can plant carrots. I'll try it. I'll see if it lets me. And peas do work. I just need the seeds. That is a way to dump seeds. All 5 at once. I'm super strong. Honey, if you can hear me, where do you want the certain crops? Do you want the peas? Where do you want me to plot these things?
Well, since you made me get up, what do you got in there right now?
The peas. Which means we'll probably have 2 patches of corn, 2 patches of peas. Like whichever one we're going to use the most of, we'll have a split lane in the center.
Okay, I don't think we're going to be going through a ton of peas. It'll just be nice to have.
Okay.
That should be good.
There's our peas.
Okay.
That is a significantly shorter pass, so we might be able to fit 4 lanes.
Okay, well, I want a decent amount of corn.
So let's do this. That's going to look a little janky. I'm going to try and fix that.
It's okay, honey. You're doing great. Just look at those muscles while you're pushing that cart.
Honey, you're not helping.
Honey, you have hit...
Cedar. Yes, I know. Thank you. Appreciate you.
You have hit a wall. You have hit a...
No, I have not, Cruz. Let's just do 2 for right now.
Let's just do 2 for now, yeah.
Okay, so there's the corn. Potatoes next.
Sure.
Let's do the ones that we're going to use the most in the middle.
Okay, sounds good.
You want 1 or 2 paths of the carrots?
Let's just do 1.
Okay, there's your carrots.
Now we gotta figure out what to do with the extra space.
Yeah. I mean, we honestly go through quite a bit of potatoes. When we're making potatoes for dinner time, yeah.
Better to have more potatoes than too few potatoes. Ooh, we could do a patch of sunflowers for pretty.
Oh, well, we might actually have some in the shed. Do you want me to grab a pair? We can just do 1 line along the... It could kind of act as another wind blocker.
Yeah, we could do a line of sunflowers.
There you go.
Thank you.
Seems simple enough. We went through a whopping 10 liters of seed. So we'll have enough seed to plant the garden for a couple of years. Let's make sure all of this is nice and rolled in. What book are you reading, hon?
Just something my sister recommended.
Anything in particular? Hunger Games, drama, cooking with getting up here with your alarm. What?
I'm rereading Little House on the Prairie.
Really?
Yep.
We watch the show and you read the book. Got it.
They are different things.
They are, but Michael Landon looks better on camera.
Pa's supposed to have a beard.
Michael Landon.
But Pa having a luscious beard.
Yeah, but Mr. Edwards has the beard.
I don't think Mr. Edwards is in the books.
Now, let's just double check if it, legitimately planted. It did! Look at that, we got all of our individual patches. That's really cool. That's honestly really cool looking.
Looks like a little quilt.
It kind of does. I'm gonna have to get to watering. We gotta get that chicken coop built. hon, how many chickens did you want to get?
About 20 or so.
That's perfect. I think that's kind of like what this kit was built for. Do you want the coop to have, like, right up against the wall or the door here? Or somewhere closer to this side? Because if it's this side, I'm gonna have to place it from the inside of the shed.
I think having it kind of like make a little hole right outside the door is fine.
Okay.
Yep, that looks good.
I don't mind this part. We got to build the openness to be able to let them range. Like, rough area, would you want them to just kind of pick around in this? Or kind of sucks they're being put on the sod, but...
Well, maybe put them, like, the farthest left they can go is about where that pine tree / the basketball hoop is.
Here to these trees, down to the riverbed, over to the path, up to this, and then over to that.
Yep, that works.
Perfect. Build up the soil a little bit around the coop. And you said you wanted 20?
Yep.
That is expensive for chickens. And there is our rooster. There's your chickens, hon.
Very nice, dear.
Hey, come back here, you.
I think he saw something interesting.
Come back here! Chickens don't need water. Okay, so what we're gonna have you do is you're gonna go out that door.
Okay.
Actually, we have the door open, so just drive straight towards... You see those little pallets on the trailer?
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna put those on the back pad, and we're gonna lock that down.
Okay. Now, just don't hit your truck.
Basically, yes, but at least have the cattle guard on the front. So you can take the road if you want, or you can take the front yard.
I almost ran over our flowers there.
You did. Careful now, don't hit any... Why is the rooster spazzing out? Honey, the rooster's having a panic attack, and now he's gone.
I think he was an attack rooster.
Oh, hold on. And we're gonna head over to the wheelbarrow. There you go.
Oh.
Oh, back up, stop. There you go.
And we are just dumping seed onto the ground.
Honey, you're strong. You're unloading all 5 bags at once. Ooh, pretty good. Now we just gotta do is not run over them. And you know what's gonna be a problem? And it's gonna suck? Mowing and building that little playhouse thing. Because guess where it's at?
In their range?
Just a little bit.
Well, it's a chicken playhouse.
That's probably what's gonna end up turning out to be.
Apparently they all just like to run across the yard.
Well, would you say that's up to your satisfactory, honey?
Looks beautiful, dear.
Yay. Now I gotta go chase a chicken.
Don't scare them.
They better give me some good eggs.
Well, scared chickens don't like to lay eggs as much.
That sucks. Sounds like a personal issue.
All right, everybody, welcome back. We have plenty of things to do on this beautiful summer day, so let's get to it. I think my husband's in the shop cleaning up. He says he has some sort of purchase he wants to discuss with me. But in the meantime, I got some stuff to take care of in the garden. Been a little hot, so plants need some water. All in all, the gardens have been really productive. That's both a blessing and a curse. We have so many tomatoes. I've already taken the choice crop inside. And then, of course, we had this garden. You'll notice that there's a random dead patch. Husband kind of lost control of the mower for a second. Killed my peas, which... I have opinions on. I'm gonna go over to the coop, check on the chickens, make sure they're doing okay, get them fed, and see how their egg production's going. See if any of them are making a run for freedom. Oh, there goes one. Silly chicken, why are you trying to play in the river?
Honey, why are you chasing the chicken?
'Cause I like looking crazy, dear.
You're doing great, hon, but I gotta get my side of this as well.
Fine, you can have the camera back.
Starting to really enjoy my wife guest stars. But in front of us, we have 245 chicken eggs. Honey, did you end up bringing those eggs into the house yet, or is these all good to go to market?
All good to go to market, dear. I got 2 dozen eggs inside the house for your breakfast.
The other topics we're going to be covering is the holiday house. I want to go to Home Depot, get all the supplies to get this thing started. Another one we're going to tackle is my toy dilemma. As you might have seen, we have completely cleared this one out. My wife is a big fan of it. We could actually use this for an event space if we wanted to, or additional parking, but that isn't the only space that's empty. We might have made a major trade-off. I still have Mac, but I got rid of the diesel. The Scout that we purchased for my wife, it really had a lot of work that needed done to it, and luckily I did find a collector willing to pay a couple bucks for it. But this 73 Ford popped up on Marketplace, and it really wasn't that bad of a deal.
I couldn't resist. He's wearing off on me.
Why do you always have the better taste in vehicles than me?
It's not my fault I'm cool.
You tend to pick vehicles that you've never driven before.
Adventure.
Lord help us all. But this F-250 will be our new heavy hauler, and that saves us on our insurance because a 2024 King Ranch is a lot more expensive to fix, and it takes up a lot of space. These two, we could fit in the garage side by side, and now we don't have something sitting under the awning or taking up a bunch of room in the shop. But after we brought her truck home, I got a massive restock from my buddies over at BEEFCAKE. The vending machine needed some new food in it, and my buddy Dustin, he stockpiled me. Now we have like the best snack selection in the world. On top of that, we've been trying to get some stuff listed on Marketplace because I still want to go and get that four-wheeler that's down at the Home and Garden. But this is where my wife's going to have to come into play, because why on earth would I sell a four-wheeler and get another one when we have this little mini truck that we had for the lawn care company? It just doesn't really make any sense. I've tried pondering, and I just can't make a decision. All right, hon, here's the options. So the four-wheeler that's in the right behind you, I want to get the one that's down at the Home and Garden.
Because mud flaps?
Yes, but it's got more power, but I'm logical enough to know we have the little mini truck.
Yeah, and that one has a bed, so you don't need a trailer necessarily.
The thing is I'm looking for a really good tax write-off, and I already have a guy lined up that'd be willing to buy the green four-wheeler.
And what about the little mini truck from Japan?
Now, that part I'm really unsure of, because I know for one that the four-wheelers together don't even match what that truck can do, but I don't really know how to describe it. I don't really want to sell the mini truck, but we also don't really have a use for it.
Except it's fun.
Yeah. It was an investment purchase back when I still have the landscape company.
I know, and I think it's a cute truck. But I shouldn't be encouraging you to just compile stuff. However...
Well, I'm not compiling it. I'm selling one to at least get the other, but then that leaves this thing. And that's currently holding the push mower in the back. And then you have my dad's lawnmower. It's not really a good way to look at this other than, well, you don't need the four-wheeler.
If you get this four-wheeler and still keep the mini truck, it would be a fun little vehicle for future kids to put around the farm on. But that's a long time off in the future.
They both don't take up much room. The other four-wheeler is not much bigger than that one, but this is what we're working with for space.
And it is your space, so...
I just want to at least have your input because I said I would cover this with you.
I appreciate you asking. Well, I say it's your space. We're financially in a place where it's not gonna be detrimental to buy the four-wheeler. And tax write-off.
So if I came home when I went to go get parts for this holiday house and there was a four-wheeler on the back, would you basically be mad at me or not?
You wouldn't be sleeping on the couch.
Boys, pack your bags. We're getting a four-wheeler. I think we should leave this one up to you guys. Let us know in the comments, what should we do? It's such a usable truck. It's got a lot of versatility, but it's almost too big for a property like this, unless it was our only truck. If we only had the Honda, instead of having all of these little trailers and gadgets and googats, then yes, we probably could just keep the Honda. But because we already have everything else, you either keep the Honda and sell everything else, or keep everything else and sell the Honda. But for right now, we need to get the garden fertilized so I can then go into town and pick up the supplies for the holiday house and drop off the produce to the farmer's market. Where did I put the spreader? There it is. Thank you for your input, hon. I appreciate you.
Love you too, dear.
This really should not take long at all. I don't remember how wide the pass is. Oh, yeah, we'll be fine.
Oh, way to destroy the corn, honey.
I'm sorry.
Apparently, I can't let you go anywhere near the garden.
I give up at this point. I'm just trying to be helpful. Can't have anything nice. Well, it's either the garden got destroyed by me or Mother Nature. At least you can blame me.
And I will.
I'm sure you will. This truck honestly was a really nice deal for the condition that it was in. And with the side exit exhaust, thing's got a good little hum when it goes down the road. If you guys are wondering where this pickup, you can find it. This is from Gear Wrench Modding. It's a PC-only truck, but it is absolutely gorgeous, and it comes with a lot of great configurations. Now, if you guys are big fans of our Homeowners series, you gotta head down below, consider hitting that like button, and possibly subscribing. I almost don't like recording this series anymore if she's not available to do cameos, because it just feels weird doing an episode without her.
Look at you lifting that produce with your big, strong arms.
Can you please? And she just sits right beside me during the entire recording, or pretty much most of it.
So I can comment on his physique.
Okay, well, this is why people think you are an AI. This is exactly why. Let's just double check. Yes, general store takes lettuce. We got tomatoes. Yep. Spring onions and strawberries. Yep. All of them can go to the general store. All right, hon, if you want to go with me, you can. I swear we've almost found every other reason to not take Mac into town. We've taken my wife's vehicle twice, the diesel most of the times, and I think maybe the four-wheeler once.
Want to keep the miles off of Mac there.
Well, it is true. But you know what I think? I think I also have to get out and mow today. I have been so far behind. I have not gotten anything done.
Yeah, the yard does look kind of like a jungle.
Well, honey, I gotta say your truck does work really well in the towing department.
Thank you. I know I have fantastic taste.
You do realize that the old diesel outhandled this thing 10-1, correct?
Eh, I don't care. I take praise where I can get it and I ignore criticism.
Certainly did not pick a vehicle that was good on fuel economy, honey. We've driven it from the house to town, and we're already down an eighth of a tank.
Well, I did some joyriding earlier, too.
Oh, that's right. You put it in the ditch at 75 and rolled.
It wasn't that bad. It didn't roll.
So everything else was accurate? I gotta remember where the drop point is. I believe it's behind. At least we know when we come to get groceries at the store, it's our stuff.
Why would we get our stuff from the store?
I'm just saying, if we had to go get some because we were low, we could get it while we're here. Now, where on earth is the drop point? I thought it was right here. Unless it's on the backside. Oh, there it goes. We haven't even sold the strawberries yet.
Strawberries like you.
$4,200 in produce. That's not counting the eggs.
I think we can definitely afford the four-wheeler.
Yes. Yes, we can. Now let's take a quick gander at this four-wheeler, because I think the last price point I saw on it was like $6,000. And with all the options, $6 grand is really not that bad for this. What do you think, hon?
It's certainly big.
It is. I think it fits me.
I think the little bike off to your left fits you better.
Oh, does it now? Is it because it says mini? Your silence is very, very reassuring. What do you think?
Yep, that's definitely the vehicle for you.
It probably is. $6,000 later, we are ready to ride. I'll just do the eggs off camera because I'm going to have to price out what it's going to cost to get this little house done by the riverside. We took the eggs in, we're just waiting on the check to cash, but I'm going to let my wife take care of the mowing, as I still have to try and price out what we have to get from Home Depot. Han, do you think you can run the grasshopper?
I'll try not to hurt your brand new mower.
It should be pretty easy. Left, right, straight, blade on.
And yell if I need help.
Yes, I've already cut around some of the tough parts, so you don't have to worry about that. Just take your time, have fun.
This is how to not drive in a straight line.
Honey, I'll be judging you on how straight lines are.
Great!
Honey, you're gonna make me get on neighborhood watch because it looks like I'm drunk mowing the yard.
I'm pretty sure you don't wear floral shirts, honey. They'll know it's me who was drinking.
Did you forget who you married?
Chicken's running for his life. Running from the big bad monster.
Not too bad, hon. You did a good job. You didn't even run over any of the flowers.
Your face did not say good job when I was starting out.
Everybody has to start somewhere. You did good. Look at how straight those lines are. Oh wait, that's the power lines. Anyways, if you need me, I'll be down at Home Depot. Unless this truck has a smaller fuel tank, it is significantly better on fuel economy than my wife's truck. Even when I floor it, I don't think I exceeded 98. Man, I don't even think I pushed 80. Finally had that check for the eggs cash. That was $305. We need wood beams and long wood planks to get this started. From my knowledge, this is a 6-step construction series. Since I'm buying this in bulk, it shouldn't cost me as much, but I guess we'll tally it all together once the project's completed. It's really nice to have the ability to load this stuff on my own. Forklift certification is something I need to get in real life. I almost did at a job I had in high school, but I never ended up staying long enough to get it done. Just need those wood beams. I hope we don't come across the same issue I had building the silo house. Like I had to exit, re-enter the game 2 or 3 different times for the project to start. And we are good to go. Riddle me this. What is the least destructive way to get through the yard? Might be able to squeeze between the tree line and the shed. Just need to swing way over. Clip the trailer. Yeah. So let's queue 3,800 the buck while this starts building itself. And we'll be able to showcase our new little holiday getaway spot. And that should wrap us out for the day.
They can shut it down, break it apart, strip the words right from my heart. But they can't erase us, no they can't unwrite what God himself put in the light. You're the truth that won't let go, the love they'll never know. They can't erase us, baby, not even close.
That is a nice, cozy little place, and we can finally mow underneath it. Well, let's see what it looks like inside. Not bad. Got a nice view of the chickens and the creek bed.
That's a weird window.
It really is. And there's not much room other than the bed and the TV. So this is, I don't even know how you call this a home.
It's a place to put visitors if you want them out of the house.
Apparently, we can make upwards of $4,200 a month with this. Airbnb?
But where would people shower?
We can build one inside the shed. It's the perfect place. They could have indoor parking. We block off a corner, put a little shower room. This could be great, honey. We could be making bank. And then they have chickens that we make sure they don't get into.
Only problem with the appeal, we have chickens and a rooster.
It'll be a farmer's Airbnb. That or it could just be a playhouse and a getaway place for you throw me out here if I ever make you mad. Just don't let the county assessor see it because yeah, they'll want to get their money out of us.
That's why we put it behind the shed.
Exactly. Kind of like it. It looks a lot better than a giant caution tape.
This is true.
Chicken, you don't need water. Chickens don't drink water.
Says who?
I think it's almost scientifically proven. So, someone confirmed that. I think it said the chickens don't really drink water. I don't know. But I think that is going to be all the time we have for you guys today. Thank you all so much for tuning in. It's basically time to mow the yard again because, you know, we had to skip ahead time. But the chickens have been fed. The garden's looking good. Hey, our sunflower's starting to have the yellow tops.
Oh, they're going to be beautiful.
Yeah.
Oh, and the peas have they got little flowers on them.
Oh, these are looking good. The corn's looking good, other than our 2 dead stalks, but we're not going to talk about those. I forgot to mention it, but we did end up selling the old 4-wheeler for right at $2,000. Good running machine. Just really wanted to upgrade. Get a cooler one. It's got a winch. It's mud flaps. Don't even think about it.
The mud flaps are the selling point for you.
Okay, yes, they were.
I have to sum up some master plan to figure out what equipment we need to rent. But into the jungle we go.
As you can see, our garden has matured. We're looking forward to a great crop of potatoes, full sunflowers, corn, full bed of peas, and there's even some carrots in the back for my husband to munch on. But right now we're going over to feed the chickens because they are always hungry. Apparently our chickens have flown the coop. There's one over there, so that we got 2 chickens. Give them a little extra food and see if they'll come out. They appear to all be hiding right now. Maybe it's because the grass is tall. I can hear them. I'm gonna go start weeding the garden, but in the meantime, my husband's gonna be mowing the lawn.
You see that sandbar or the beach in front of me with the stick? Yeah, that's going to be a campsite. Thing is, we also have to add on to the shed's parking space so the trailer can have a parking lot, and then that will tail off into the tree line to have a walking path. Before any of this can be done, I don't know what happened to my yard. It's our yard, but I take responsibility why it's horrible. Where's the mower? So I know you guys have been missing us, but my wife and I did go on a vacation. Also had my mom tag along. It was a really fun adventure with her and my other Papa Craig. But we're back to the grind. We got to get this place looking spiffy. If you guys like homeowners and you want us to continue, you got to let me know by heading down below, smash that like button, possibly subscribing. The hardest part about the homeowners is that I kind of feel we've literally finished, and I don't really want to move to a new map because I like this homestead. I like what we've turned it into, and now that my wife cameos all the time, it just feels wrong to be like, all right, moving on to the next place. I had somebody email me the other day that I should look into making a F900 series front mount John Deere mower. Well, that's a great idea. I was thinking about it. The Kubotas that I used to use out at the state parks, they kind of resemble the same shape of what the 900s looked like from Deere. And I know there's a model of those Kubotas floating around. So if I ever did, for some odd reason, make the Kubota front mount mower, I could technically make the Deere as well because it would reskin real easy. Hello.
Don't drive in there, dear?
I had too much rum chata. I'm debating on how we're supposed to do this trail because if we use, say, the forestry mulcher, that's going to be too wide and it kind of ruins the fun of a hike, and it might also take out a bunch more tree limbs than I'd like to. So there's a chance if I pull out the single bottom plow I have yet to sell that's pulled behind the 317, 2-lane plow it, and we'll try to use a chainsaw and do a lot of just tweaking work with as many branches as we can without destroying the tree. Honey, I promise I won't run over the garden this time.
You sure about that?
Yes, I've gotten better. I know how to run the sticks on this thing.
Oh, is that why you ran over my flowers?
Yes. Have you? I watched you run this mower a couple weeks ago.
I was a newbie. You apparently have more experience and you're still running over flowers.
Because I'm the only one putting hours on this thing. What do you expect me to be? Perfect after 2 attempts? Honey, did you make sure to get your daily dose of food? There's a whole vending machine full of beefcake in the shop if you need to grab something.
I'd rather just get some peas off the vine in the garden.
You mean you're gonna eat the cake and the Oreos on the counter?
You're the one with an Oreo addiction, not me.
Hey, I don't want to hear it, Miss Cookies and Cream.
If I opened up that package, I'm gonna guess that there's a lot more cookies gone than what I ate.
Okay, I'm going through an Oreo phase.
Just saying I'm not the only one eating them, that's all.
Okay, that clears up the yard. Finally looks half decent, which I'm not going to block that because I know I'm going to need it later. Honey, done shocking the pool over there.
You need me for something?
You're going to have to help me riddle this one. We're going to build the path to where the trailer's at on the, would this be the northwest corner, maybe?
Yeah, and that last little part there is kind of dependent on how thick the trees are there. Might have to make some adjustments.
Well, I know you're the one that likes to hike. Do you want me to try and save as many of the tree limbs as possible where it's an actual hike, and then if you're just bored, you take the creek line? Or do you care if I just take a forestry mulcher on the front of the Bobcat and I just buzz a path through?
I'd prefer it be more like a hike than a strolling path.
Then I will try to use the 317 because I have no idea what other way we're going to be able to get back there without ruining a bunch of the foliage. Yes, it's good I left the cab on because now I can run into the tree branches and not get hit.
Like a giant hard hat.
It is. It's the same color too. I am going to need that mulcher because we got to dig the path back to the trailer. Which now that I also think of it, do you think we'll need a dump trailer?
We might. I mean, there's probably going to be a decent number of tree branches unless we want to burn them all somewhere.
We can just throw them on that. I would say if we rented the dump trailer, we'd probably have to put it on your truck because yours is the one that has the heavier suspension. And if we're hauling a skid loader, we'll probably need yours. Oh, yeah, we're going to take the pressure washer. I swear, every time we need to go and do a task that we're pulling something, we end up using your vehicle.
Because I'm special.
Or is it because you conveniently just pick the vehicles that have heavier duty? I sold my diesel. I was the stupid one. I sold a F350 King Ranch. We won't need the bucket, and of course I've blocked myself in. Now, does your little 250 have the guts to pull this? A little slow. Certainly burned through a lot of fuel pulling with it. Would you like to drive your truck back home and see how well you can pull a trailer?
Well, that could certainly be interesting.
Well, it's good practice.
Am I gonna have to back up the trailer?
I wouldn't mind watching. You've been able to back a trailer before. You run inside quick and get that paid from Mark, and I'll get the mulcher hooked up.
Sounds good.
You got that taken care of. Thank you, hon. We have to go grab the gray one. The red one doesn't tear all the way down through the dirt. It just kind of like scalps the grass. Really need to just buy one of these, but I don't know if I have the justification to spend almost $15,000 on this. I believe it's $12,500. Great tool, just don't have enough uses for it. So you'll go out the gate all the way to the highway, straight north, but you'll go past the train tracks, take a left. Were you on your phone while I was driving down here?
I was looking out the window, not necessarily paying attention to where you turned where.
Now remember, you got a skid loader on the back, so you're gonna want to kind of be ready to stop it.
We're turning here?
Yes. Right on.
Oh.
Honey?
You know I have a tendency to put things in the ditch, honey.
Please don't put this in the ditch. We do not have the infrastructure to pull it out.
I know we're not British, sorry, I don't mean to drive on the wrong side of the road.
Follow the light gray.
Oh.
Honey!
This is why you trust me to drive stuff.
I didn't know you'd put it in the ditch 3 times and run it into a stop sign.
What's your motto? Everyone's gotta learn sometime?
I think you take some time a little too seriously. Like you take some time. Okay, now we're gonna back this thing all the way, as far as you can go. Hey, oh, hello!
You said as far as I can go.
I did, but then you stomped on the gas and that like jackknifed it. So, go forward just a little bit. It's your truck, not mine, so that's why I'm not scared. Put it back in reverse, and you're gonna crank your wheel all the way to the right. There you go. All right, start going center, a little bit back to the left. Nope, back to the right. There you go. Like, crank it, because you're gonna jackknife each bumper. There you go, now back to the left. Beautiful! And then just guesstimate how wide we need it. Just a little bit past the building, and we'll try and pull the rest. I'll need to get one more pass to finish it.
All that nice grass you just finished mowing.
But it's for a good cause. I kind of hated mowing this little section anyway. I think that'd be good enough for a trailer, or should I make that wider?
I don't know. I mean, you got that little thin strip of grass up by the shed you'll probably want to take out.
Well, the gravel, when we place it over, it'll roll over to that. Now comes the fun part. Are you ready to tear out a whole bunch of trees? Well, part of the trees.
It'll be interesting.
Let's take a look at our little... Whoa, hello. Slam my head into the windshield, why don't I? You'll probably want this 2 paths wide, correct?
Yeah, probably, so we can walk hand in hand along it.
Okay. Got through the trees. And it says to go around that one, and we're splitting through them?
I think so.
I guess we can go around the big one, and we cut back up. And I think it says we're supposed to cut back down and go to the creek bed. Do you want to do something different?
I'd say cut back down to the creek bed, if you can.
Yes, because this is the one where we'd have to pick if we're going to go straight through the middle, and I'm going to have to do some trimming. So how do you want me to cut through this? I can take out this branch, and that might clear a way to do something.
Yeah, we can try that.
Oh, there, got it. Try and trim this side. Okay, now we're making progress. The hardest part is just figuring out where the tree is. I think, oh, this might be him. Could I cut the one tree down in the middle? I cannot see anything.
Yeah, I think you have to, dear. Either way, you're gonna be spitting out leaves for a week.
I don't know where it's going. But that did not help me
I was gonna say,
anything.
That didn't do anything. Those branches are more tangled together than the Habsburg family tree.
I think, yeah, it's something all right. I believe we got it now. At least a path. Because we can deal with this little guy.
Yeah.
But that would take us straight through and kind of wind our way. Where's the beach?
There's the beach.
Okay, there's the beach. Then can we wind back through is the question. Can I take this off? Yes, I can. What about the one above him? I don't even know if this thing's got enough height clearance to get through this. It's like scraping. There you have at least your path 2. Now we just gotta go back.
Yeah, but we did the hard part, so.
This is true. And I could come in through with the mower and try and clear a little bit, unless you kind of like the tall grass.
I mean, the tall grass is pretty, but if you want to make little ditch sides, you can do that too.
You want to leave it as this dirt path, or do you want to put down some gravel?
Probably best to put down some gravel, because as soon as it rains, it'll turn into a mud pit, and it'll be like that one hike we took on vacation.
That is, yes, very true. Well, let's go take a look at it. Honey, I thought you said you wanted to walk down the path. Why are we running?
A little bit of extra exercise, dear. Still got a couple of branches that probably need trimmed back, unless I want to keep getting hit in the face.
You'll be fine.
Well, maybe I should just pull them back and then whack you extra hard when you come through.
Hey!
You'll be fine.
And this is honestly a really cool looking trail.
It is.
Now, where would you like to set the tent? Do you want it to be kind of closer to the trees, like back in this little nook? Or do you want it to be closer to the creek bed?
I don't want it to be so close to the creek bed that if we get a heavy rain, it like washes everything away.
But if you sit really close to the trees, it's a good windbreaker. Horrible bug thing.
But also, if it's a low rain point and the creek's running sluggish, it's a breeding ground for mosquitoes.
That is also true. Hey, we can get one of those, like, zapper lights. It's not like we're going to be using this thing every night.
This is true. We could try something like midway-ish between them.
Well, let's take a look at the blueprint. Wow, that would really fit perfect back in the tree line.
It would.
So what if you almost did this? You come out, and that way everything's towards the creek, and then you can enjoy the beach.
Yeah. You even put like a little dock for tying off a canoe and...
A canoe? Are we gonna canoe down to the thing?
We might. It's the straightest path, Mr. Efficient.
Well, it gives us a reason to have those kayaks.
Plus we can have more of a campfire out on the beach too, because then we're not worried about something going up in smoke.
Yeah, this way we're covered by all 4 sides from wind, and the wind's sheer.
Yeah, that looks like a good spot to me.
There's your choices for all those different rocks. So if we're gonna haul this in, do you want to have the floor of the campsite be something that's rock, or do you want that to be the mulch?
I think it's probably best to do gravel. And we don't need necessarily the whole campsite, but it's probably best to have gravel under that fire there.
And you want this to be your path 1 too?
Yep. And then we might want to extend the path just far enough so it gets to the beach, technically, so it doesn't end in the middle of nowhere.
You'd probably chop up that tree for some firewood.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Just have to wait for a bit for it to dry out so we're not burning greenwood, and that's a bunch of smoke.
Yeah, but we're out in the country. No one really cares. I guess if it's coming from a giant plume of green trees, that might be an issue, but we can tell them ahead of time. Honey, look at how much more things... What the heck happened to the skid loader? Okay, besides that, look, honey, look at how many more places I can put things I buy off a marketplace.
Great! I can't wait!
I know you like to hike, but do you want little solar lights that just periodically go along the path?
Yeah, that might be nice, since the tent's close enough to the house that we could run back for marshmallows if we run out.
Now, anything else you could think of that you might need, want, have, question?
Looks good to me.
Okay, then. Well, then, let's see how easy it is for me to navigate through this. It does feel like a natural path. Not, well, I guess not supernatural, but... You know what we could look for?
What?
We could get a porch swing, but instead of having the porch swing be at the porch, we could make a little gravel path that goes and looks over the creek into the thing across to that sand dune.
Oh, that would be nice.
Like right here.
Yeah.
That one all right?
Yep, looks great.
Although I will need to trim that up, unless we want to throw gravel underneath it.
Might be easier maintenance-wise just to throw gravel underneath it.
Good enough. All right, well, you want to wait to go down and have some s'mores?
Sounds like a delicious plan.
Woo! All right, guys, well, I think that's probably gonna be all we really have for you. We got everything cleaned up. I got to take that back and hope I didn't bend a hydraulic cylinder. But thank you all so much for tuning in. Obviously, thank you to my beautiful wife for doing her lovely cameo, which I really do enjoy on the Homeowners, and it just feels wrong if she's not here anymore.
Just hope everyone has a safe and fun weekend.
Welcome back to Public Works, everybody. I'm going to change into my work shirt and we'll get started. I just love spring. The only thing I don't like about it is the uncertainty of the weather pattern. The weather's been about as bipolar as ever, and we cannot seem to get either a stable rain or a day where it's not 85,000 mile an hour wind gusts. We just picked up this brand new sweeper truck, and it's going to come in handy today, as with all of the local brush fires, all of that dirt that just hasn't really been settling in the fields, our streets are just coated in dirt, rocks, salt left over from all of our winter work, you name it. But yards need cut. Mower blades have already been sharpened. Gravel roads aren't bad, but we might get the grader out this afternoon. I think we might just start with the sweeper, because the roads, they need to be done regardless. Main Street looks terrible, and let's be honest, this is probably what caught your attention in the thumbnail. Daryl's gonna work on finishing out the rest of our prep work, but I have no idea how many times I'm gonna have to empty out this Freightliner. Oh boy, this could... We got it for a really good deal, but oh boy, this could fill up quick. At my own public works, we have like this old, I don't know if anybody remembers these things. They were tractors that were built into sweepers. I cannot remember the brand for the life of me, but they was super, super cool. I just want to thank everybody for tuning in. It has been a blast trying to get back to this series. Homeowners really has been kind of stealing the show lately, and I don't mind it. I really love it when my wife does her cameos. But we got to make sure we show love to Public Works. I might end up doing a legitimate looking dump to this field, as I don't really have any other uses for it. Public Works always has a lot of potential for videos, but the video ideas can sometimes be few and far between. But if you do like and want to see more of Public Works, you gotta let me know by heading down below, smashing the like button, and possibly subscribing. I'm just proud that this time I put the correct name of the town on the side of the tank. When I did the ambulance back in the day, I put Wood River, which is a town in Nebraska, but this is Forest River. I didn't make the sweeper truck. I don't remember where I got it, but I did make the decal for the side of it. Seems like we're also having the issues from the snow plowing where certain streets don't really pick up as well. That or I'm full. I've heard that also might be an issue. Let's try that again. Please tell me I can at least clear Main Street. Yes, I can. I don't know why, but this so-called dirt looks more like just regular gravel you see on gravel roads. So maybe that's just me, but as long as the results, don't get me yelled at, I think that's good enough for me. Holy cow, I wish diesel was only $1.56. Now, if you've seen my latest community post on that topic of diesel, I just picked up the real-life version of the pressure washer that we currently use in Farm Sim. To fill up the diesel burner tank on it cost me $20. It's almost $5 where I'm at. That is insane. My diesel usage compared to someone with a pickup won't even make a dent, but it's still crazy that it takes $20 to fill up a pressure washer. Almost have Main Street cleared out. I won't be able to get all of it. There are certain pockets, but it looks like the majority I will be able to clean. Our local volunteer fire department's really been stepping up their game when it comes to cleaning. They've been catching on with our AndyClean usage, and I got them a hookup with our dealer, so they're now being supplied with some great soap. Andy's been working real hard to find new ways to get the product to you guys easier, and while the product was originally obtainable at John Deere dealers, now he's starting to work with FBN, that Farmer Business Network. You might recognize that name from Millennial Farmer. Farmer Business Network is working to become a direct distributor where you can have the product shipped right to you. I'm just excited to break out my new 2500 John Deere. I never thought I'd actually obtain that pressure washer, but we certainly got to put it to good use. Let's finish up in front of the station, and I'll catch you guys back at the shop so we can get started with the mowing, because we're going to do both ditch side mowing and mowing at the park. Yeah, I kind of forgot we had to fix the rhino bracket on the left wing, because we apparently hit a ditch wrong, and it put a really bad crack in our mounting bracket, so we grinded it off, put a bead on it, and that should hold nicely. Just give it a quick coat of paint, and our flex wing is set to mow. These guys are just out with their first run of the season. I kind of want the fluids to be cycling through, especially the Husqvarna. This is our new Skag Tiger 2. Got it for a steal of a deal, brand new, like 20 hours on the clock. Not sure why it was sold, but Their loss, our gain. The Husqvarna is a 54-inch deck. This is a 61. We'll use this for our bigger, flatter pieces of ground, and this will be for stuff that's kind of like piddling around the shop, tighter to reach areas that this monster can't get to. I also need to get this stuff out of the way so we can get the plow blades off of the dump truck and the chip truck, but I might let Daryl just shift things around and get that taken care of. There's no point in cleaning up the town if we can't even keep our own shop clean. Now, I need you to head down to the comments section because we have 2 questions for you. 1, if you are indeed playing Farm Sim, whether it's 22, 25, which lawnmower is your favorite? Would I like to have some of my old mowers I did in 19 and 22? Absolutely. But that kind of takes time I don't have. If I had to take a pick, I really like my redone version of the Z-Track mower I did in 22. But I've been able to settle with the Grasshopper, which is a reskin of the Black Swisher I did, and this Husqvarna along with the 2 Skags, V-Ride, which is the stand-on, and then the Tiger 2, which is the zero-turn. The Ventrac is also amazing, I just kind of don't have a series that would be good use for it. That's looking pretty nice. Let's grab the Skag and head on down to the park. This shouldn't take nearly as long as last year because of all the additions we've made. Just remember, it's not about how fast you can mow, it's how well you mow fast. If we have any laying around, we might throw some extra fertilizer just so the grass has the extra nutrients it'll need to get kick-started. We have special blends that are safe for pets, safe for kids. Like, it's obviously not recommended that you eat it like Dippin' Dots. We do want to make sure it looks good. There's a little bit of rain in the forecast tomorrow, but we should have enough time for it to bind to the plant. Gatorade. H2O.
Gatorade. H2O.
Water sucks. It really, really sucks. If you've never seen The Water Boy, I feel bad for you. Definitely seems cheesy, but it feels good to be back on the Public Works. I've missed this series. I kind of forgot it existed for a little while, but my hopes is over summertime with the inclusion of Nebraska Farm Series, we can start slowing down the production of these other series and give them better, higher quality detail. I just feel certain episodes, they tend to be thrown together because you're on a time crunch. And if you're constantly trying to cycle through new ideas week in, week out, you just get burnt out and the video loses its pizzazz. Kind of on the topic of maps, for those of you that are always wondering, what are you using, where can I find it? This map is Forest River, North Dakota. Public Works and Homeowners are both hosted on this, and I love it. It's a great map. It's Smebby OS modding and mapping. I don't recall if it's a public PC map or if it's still Patreon based, but it is not on console. That I can assure you. Sometimes I'll have like a sectional diagram I use to, mow the yards in the most effective way possible. This is the first time I've mowed since the new editions, so I'm just going in blind. We might need to see if our home and garden has any of the, it's like R43 total vegetation control. And if we spray it under the picnic tables and throw some rock, it should help keep the weeds down for the entirety of the season. Same can be said for the bleachers by the tennis court. I'm surprised when we built that we never did put concrete or gravel pads underneath. But I think that was a budgeting issue. We had so much going on and they were trying to figure out what went where. That completes one picnic area. I'll finish this. Whether I'll be out mowing road ditches or spreading fertilizer, we'll figure that out when we get there. Well, it ended up being our ATV because we're going to collect the water samples at the same time. The ones we use for reference is the well at the park. We have one that is at our main shop, one that's at our old shop, and then down by the water tower. I need to head down to Home and Garden because the fertilizer I thought we had, we're out. Let's collect our first sample. Beautiful. Here's number 2. That's good. Let's just run down to the tower quick. Knock them all out. Number 3. Very nice. Number 4. Wherever that hydrant is. Where's the hydrant? Where'd my fuel tank go? Oh, that's right. We had the... Yeah, never mind. I forgot there were some issues where we had like placeables disappear a couple months ago. Yeah, let me just run a sample out of the sink. Number 4. One sample did come back a little higher. I'm sure we could do some balancing acts to get this all right. But for what we tested, we're still within range. Now let's go get that fertilizer. Where might I find the fertilizer? I'm pretty certain it's in one of these bags. This is the stuff that's just your generic, you name it, you could probably get it. I don't... What's that? That's lime. Whoa, what the heck happened in this aisle? Brick, mortar, no. Let me ask. Well, it's good news. They had 2 of them in stock. I just wasn't looking right in the aisle. Should be... yes, these 2. $52 later, and, well, we have our fertilizer. Get our other one. We'll knock out the big patches. What? Then I stand corrected. We'll let Daryl take care of this. And I will go out and mow the road ditches, because I will need to make a modification to the XML. That is bull dookie. Our biggest patch we need to worry about is the stretch from the turnoff to get to our fire station up to our home and garden. I'm pretty sure I mowed the little slip that's to the left of the train tracks, but if not, I might be able to just drive it down the driveway. Nope, I cut it. This we just mowed till we get to the first tree, and then the opposite side we kind of go to where the fire station is. The rest of that goes to the county. Very nice. We also have our 3.6-foot rotary mower. That one we use for, again, tighter spaces, steeper ditches that this wouldn't be able to cut. It's going to be weird when we go back to Homeowners and we come back down Main Street and the whole town just looks all trimmed up. I should talk to the gas station if they have anybody that cuts their lawn. Ever since these big guys, bought out old Tony's place, it just hasn't been upkept very well. We need more places to do contracts. That might be a great place to start. And unlike my last time, I'll try and be a little less pitiful and just make a gradual curve up to the roadside. Very nice. I had a little bit of a side quest, but while I was mowing just north of the fire barn, somebody came down. The person who's contracted to cut the yard, he's not able to for at least a few more weeks. Would you be able to do a quick rough cut? So to make a long story short, we also cut the fire station. I don't even know if this town's going to be recognizable by the end of the day. With our community continuing to grow, we have some underground work that needs taken care of. That is right, guys. We are back on Public Works. There's an apartment complex that just went up, and we have to tie in the water lines from the main town water to the building. To note, this is usually done before the building's placed, but it's farm sim. We got to work with what we got. We are going to need our dump truck, which Daryl's already in. Him and Corey are going to follow me in the skid loader to pick up some sewage pipes. We'll also need our gooseneck, and that's going to have to go on the International. So maybe I'll have Corey drive this and Daryl drive that. I don't know why I thought my Diamond C was a bumper pole, but we all make mistakes. I did fix that spreader issue. This little mod came out and it is a perfect fit for the back of our Honda. I do still need to work on getting a sprayer system so we can keep the weeds down, but the construction crew is currently waiting on us as we have to go pick up our newest toy from our heavy equipment supplier. Well, Corey ended up taking the dump truck, but I forgot to press record. Here's our new excavator. It is a Kubota KX027. It's a smaller mini excavator, and it's running slightly higher hours, but as you can see, it currently has a trenching bucket on it. It was either this or a Yanmar, and nothing against the Yanmar, but I have a personal preference towards Kubota, mainly because of their engines. But I'm gonna drop this... What? Of course the engine's being overloaded. It's a Chevy. What do you expect? There's another maintenance mod that came out. It's called Advanced Vehicle Maintenance, and it really does bring out some awesome tools. We'll showcase those more over time. If you guys are fans of our Public Works series, then you gotta let me know by heading down below, hitting the like button. I know you want to see some homeowners action, but there is a really cool video I'm thinking of doing. I just gotta have the right time to set it up. I appreciate your patience, and I'm sure my wife will be able to guest star when that episode comes. But you might see this orange and now white line on the ground. I'll explain that when we come back. Daryl, if you can go flip around the International quick, that'd be great. I'll have you follow me over to Home and Garden. Those guys are currently working on all of the interior fixtures. And there are the pipes. I think I have enough fork length to pick it up. Oh, yeah! We could have bought these from a big box store, but in reality, we want to help support local. This shop has always had everything we need when we need it. We also have an account with them, so this will just be charged to that, and we'll get it paid at the end of the month. This is part of the city's new public housing development, as I think there's 6 total apartments. The very top one's like a full-size penthouse. Daryl, just put the truck back where it was. Thank you, bud. Now, what exactly is this orange line? This is our sewer line. The white line on the far side is the inlet for the water. We dig the trench, we connect the pipe, and that allows the building to have utilities. This one's going to connect right to our manhole, which is sent directly over to a water treatment plant behind the houses. As for the freshwater inlet, we hired an independent contractor with a horizontal directional drill, and they connected that to the water pipe across the street. We just haven't connected said pipe to our building inlet. As stated, this part of the project would have been done long before that building went up, but nonetheless, we're going to get it fixed. We are going to need a leveler, and our contract buddy said it should be, yep, in the back of the trailer. This is the tool that's going to make the magic happen. If you remember from Nebraska, this fantastic tool allows us to do something amazing. We can set parameter values on where we want to dig and how far. Terraform has come a long way, and this is something that we can utilize to make the mess less messy. The first thing I need to do is get this over our starting point. I had that beacon as a marker. We'll kind of do this section by section. So this is all at grade. So with our offset, this is what I'm going to need to adjust. And it's in meters. So let's try 1 and 1. We'll label this as water line. Well, sewer line. And with that information, head back over to the Kubota, and we need to set up the machine. Get our sewer line, and then we'll change our outputs over on the right. Which I want grade, beautiful, and I need my dump truck. I'm going to try to stay out of these guys' way as much as possible. Realistically, we'd be putting these pipes about 4.5 to 7.5 feet down, depending on your geological area. Down in the south, it's a lot shallower, and then the further north you go, obviously the further down you go. But I don't want to be here for 3 days digging a hole, so we're going to start with a 3-foot drop. Get our blade down and get to work. If you've never used the Terraform mod, how this works is you will go down to the level that is set at grade, and it won't go any lower than what you set it at. So in my opinion, it makes the job so much easier, because unlike previous times where you usually just wanted to poke your eyes out, now you have an exact spot where it's aiming for. If I could get a second joystick, I would really like to run more excavator stuff. Oh, hello, we're stuck on the pad. That way I can actually toggle all of my controls on 2 joysticks. I got most of Tri-State's excavator mods, and they all run the ISO or SAE joystick functions. But because I only run 1 joystick at a time, I can't really, utilize an excavator's control panel. I would think I'm getting pretty close to grade. The only problem is I kind of got to do this for that whole line going back. I want you guys to head down to the comment section and let me know, should I get into more projects that involve excavators? And it does look like we finally hit grade, because as you can tell, with the machine currently on, it does not go any lower. But would that actually interest you? As I stated, I'd like to get a secondary joystick so I could really just practice. Simulation games are a great way to just practice something, even though you're not actually doing that said task. Prove me wrong, but this would be a really cool way to utilize Terraform, is to do a drainage tile video. Because you could use this same bucket, do exactly what I'm doing right now, and make an outlet for the drain tile. Because I actually have a culvert pack that looks like a thing of drain tile. It's a shame Nebraska doesn't get any water, otherwise I could really do it on that series. That truck's got to be getting full. 98. Okay, we got just a little bit left. Very nice. For now, let's set this over in the grass. We'll have to fill that pipe back in, and the skid steer can load it back into the dump truck. Well, it was working great over there, and now it kind of screwed itself. I also keep hitting the wrong button when I'm messing with stuff, so my excavator skills are really lacking. But I think this calibration got screwed up because something just doesn't seem right about this. Let me put these as positive and see what happens. Okay, that's where we screwed up. I don't want there to be an angle. I want it to be level, but we want this to be -1 the whole way. Okay. Okay. Now we're cooking with gas. Let's try that out. Yeah. I don't want to cut out too much of this work, but we are going to attempt to time-lapse some of our digging. Hopefully we can get this whole line dug and it not cause any more issues.
12 seconds later.
That is not what I meant to do. This is southern farming all over again.
Top down, hear the sound of the breeze carrying us away. Dust in the rear view, free as a bird. This is our time, no matter what they say. Every mile behind only brought us here. Now the road is clear. Shotgun ride on my Friday night. Sunset fire burning in our eyes. Let's leave the past in the past and deal with it another day. All we got is this open road. No plans, just a cranked up radio. Ain't promising forever, ain't no end in sight. Girl, I'm loving the ride.
You guys get the concept of what we're trying to do. But I'll keep digging away and we'll try and get all this dirt cleared out. I don't know why Farm Sim's kind of been doing this, but now I can pick up that dirt pile no problem. But if I go and try and pick this side up, it just don't like me. I also think the engine workload's a little exaggerant on this skid steer. I'm barely touching the throttle, and it's saying I'm using 30% of the engine's power. That is insane. That's the last of it. That ended up taking about 4 hours, but we finally got to our connection for the sewer line. Can't remember where my pallet forks are. I think they're in the back. I'd love to use the giant blue tubes on the trailer, but sadly we're going to have to use some concrete ones, so visually it's going to look different. Yep, there they are. There's a chance that if I can't figure out how to modify the engine of this Bobcat so it doesn't blow up the engine, we might have to take it in and replace our skid loader. But now we just roll these big Tootsie Rolls into position. This is going to be the most stable looking sewage system you'll ever see. Oh man, I better not get called out on this one when it breaks. I promise you I did the best I could. On to our next little segment. For a town this small, these pipes would not be this big. They'd be probably about half the size. But it is kind of cool that I am trying to, you know, get the actual pipe in the ground. I tell you what though, that orange line really does help figure out where everything goes. Very nice. Get everything sealed up, make sure there's no leaks, and then it's just burying the pipe. We just have this main hole to fill back in, and then there's one spot back by the back door, and I forgot to finish my statement besides, you know, nose diving into a trench. But when I mentioned the directional drill, we haven't done the water pipes yet, so we're going to be doing that over the next couple days. However, with this engine mod that's like saying I'm critically stressing out the motor, I am kind of curious what happens if I just keep pushing it. I know it'll probably blow up, but what exactly happens? Like, do I gotta try and tow it off the property? That scraper I use in Nebraska would be nice right now because I can unload the material at grade and I wouldn't even have to worry about any of this. But I don't know what I have right now that has the tip feature set up for Terraform. Nebraska's been the main guinea pig to try all these new features out, and I'm starting to move them into the other series. What's really driving me crazy is that Farm Sim's always done this, but you can't fill the buckets. You got a whole pile full of material, and you drive up to it, and it just acts like there's just a brick wall there. You can't fill the bucket. I think part of it has to do with the buckets becoming shovels. Well, I've officially hit critical load. Let's just see what happens. I'm kind of curious. Does the motor blow up? It's all still under warranty. Well, this will be the last bucket. No use in making a mess out of something. Doesn't have to be. But there she be. That's looking pretty nice. And if you're wondering what the insides of these places look like, they're all slightly different, but they are pretty nice little units. This would be the other bottom floor apartment. There's only 2 on the ground floor. There's 3 on the second floor. Your first one, kind of a long one, but it does have a balcony. And there's your bathroom. This one's more of a square shape, like the bachelor pad special. Except where's the bed at? Do you not have a bed in this one? Huh. This one's got a nice work desk. And then the top one, which is the main one, this has got a bedroom, 2 bathrooms, living room, take that back, 3 bedrooms, and 2 balcony overlooks. This place is crazy. But we better get back to work because we still have an entire water line system to dig up and install.
Nobody tell him I'm out here. But yesterday he said it doesn't matter how you load the dishwasher, so I'm about to prove him wrong. I think he's inside vacuuming right now, so we'll see how long this lasts.
What the you doing?
Making a point!
What point are you making? Ruining the line?
Yeah!
No!
You are
no,
no,
I'm not. Make me! This is fun! I should do this more often! Oh, it's okay. I am stuck.
What on earth is your problem?
You said it doesn't matter how you load the dishwasher. The way you load the silverware, they don't get clean.
If you want to take 5 hours to wash the dishes, scrubbing each and every individual thing, be my guest. I'm just trying to be efficient.
I was just trying to have fun.
By slamming the deck of the mower into the pool?
Okay, that was an accident.
And taking out the windmill.
It's still standing, mostly.
Remind me to take out all the keys and anything that you can drive around the yard.
I will definitely remember to not do that.
I gotta fix this hole now, so we gotta work on the garden and mow the yard.
I started
the right way.
I started it for you.
You started something.
I'm gonna go weed the garden so we can get ready to harvest this afternoon, since you clearly won't let me near the mower after this.
Well, I'm gonna have to break out the welder and the torch. That caster's pretty bent. Looks like it's back to Old Faithful. Look at that shot. All right. Well, thank you guys all so much for tuning back into Homeowners. We thought that'd be a funny little skit for my wife to just go out and destroy the lawnmower. I didn't really realize we'd also lose a pool, but yeah, it's an adventure. This is going to be our 4th of July special. We have to get the garden harvested. We have to clean up the... What the heck happened to the yard? It left grass trails. We have not mowed this place in a while. But we're gonna head out to the lake, go enjoy some time on the water, do a little fishing. Even in Farm Sim, this mower it works so well. I love front-mounted mowers, or in this case, walk-behinds. I am the world's best backwards mower. Yep, that's me. I'm gonna take care of the yard. We gotta dig some of the garden tools out. We'll see you guys back over at the garden with my wife, and hopefully the yard won't be too damaged. Honey, you got all your stuff?
Yes, dear.
You want to take the water over to the greenhouse?
Can do. Apparently should have watered them a little sooner. There, a little bit of water perked them right up. Peas seem to be doing well. Potatoes are looking pretty ready for harvest. Carrots are looking nice and fluffy. And that corn is really, really tall.
Honey?
Yes?
Why did we invest in the 20-foot tall sweet corn?
I thought it looked pretty. We can use it as pillars to support the house after it dries out.
Of course you'd be thinking about Halloween decoration. Now that I think about it, I'm going to need the little dump cart that goes on the back of the tractor. I haven't started this in a little while. Hopefully the battery's not dead. Nope. Fires like a top. Okay, now we can harvest some potatoes.
Okay, well, here goes nothing.
Holy cow, honey!
Apparently they're very productive plants.
Do you want to grab some of them now and then leave that row that's behind the sweet corn for a little later?
That works for me.
Okay.
Plus, it'd be kind of a pain to get back there. And in pours the harvest.
Yeah. Wow. We're gonna have to lift this thing up to dump it in the cart.
Should have enough for mashed potatoes at Thanksgiving.
You ready?
1, 2, 3. Come on! I think I'm slipping. I'm trying. Trying. That didn't work.
I could have told you that.
Well, I felt the need to say it.
Alright, this might be a little more manageable now.
Yeah, not quite as awkward.
We tried with our best efforts. Alright, let's take it up to the driveway.
Try to be a little less crazy than earlier.
Well, this time we don't have a mower deck, so I'm not as scared.
I could still hit something. There we go.
Good enough. Let's grab the carrots first.
Okay, let's see how many of these we got. Apparently they take the tops off.
Oh wow. Honey, that's a lot of carrots.
Yeah, 94 pounds.
Jeez.
Sorry, 95 pounds. Almost 96.
That's what we were looking for. The door must have been stuck. It doesn't feel as heavy this time. All right, 3,
2, 1, go. There we go. I think we dropped one.
Oh, that should be good. Now that I think about it, it's kind of dumb. Keeping it in the crate was a nice idea.
Well, maybe we can mix it with the potatoes.
Oh my.
That's a lot of green.
That looks more like moss.
Or broccoli?
Well, at least it's light.
It is very light. It made a box.
Honey, can we just take this inside? This seems like a waste of product.
Yeah, I don't think we'll make our money back on those.
Okay, we're using this in the house. Leave it there. Leave it for the deer.
Looks about as much as a midnight snack.
What do you say? Think we can take some of those to the farmer's market?
Yeah, I think we definitely got enough to spare.
Oh, good. I think we just get everything put away and forgot why I had the Bobcat out.
Now we get to pack up.
Now, I don't recall, but were we going to rent or buy that camper?
We've had a good couple of months. Why don't we just buy it?
Okay, well, I'll take like 10 minutes to pack, so you go do the rest of that. I will be back in like half an hour. Well, if you thought I was going with the classic E-Series, you'd be wrong. We've stepped up in the world, and now it's time for a new rental camper. They also sold the one I wanted to buy, so this is what I've stuck with.
Honey, you're no longer a rental man. You actually bought it.
I did! Also, weren't you still in the house?
Ignore that. By all accounts, it doesn't make any sense.
Thank you, Kronk. Maybe I should have taken a measurement. Is this gonna fit in here? Oh, yeah, y'all, we'll be fine. Anyways, are you packed up, hon?
Yes, dear.
Let's load up and head out. It's kind of nice to know this place has a farmer's market. Yeah, it's not a very big lake, honey. I'm sorry I couldn't really get a reservation to a bigger place.
Yeah, always last minute. Those adventures are always the most fun.
They are, but I did at least reserve a very overkill boat. But hey, there's a restaurant right there.
Looks like a nice place to eat.
Got a really nice boat dock. That's our boat.
Ooh, it's blue.
Camping spots were limited. AKA, there are no camping spots, so we're just gonna park it next to these guys and they're gonna like us.
Whether they want to or not.
Exactly. Time to go glamping. That boat is a lot bigger than it looked online. That is huge.
Well, you're always a little extra, honey.
A little? Hey, that's like a $400,000 boat. Well, the boat clearly is not going to drive itself. Did you remember to grab your fishing poles?
I did, yes.
Well, I think the sailboat is about to kick us, so we may or may not need to get going. Hold on. Well, would you like to go drive around for a little bit, or do you want to get straight to fishing?
I can try driving around a little. Hopefully I won't crash it.
This isn't going to be like the cars where it's forgiving. Honey!
Honey, look at the pretty lily pads.
Please don't get the propellers tangled!
Still seem to be working fine. You're the one who trusted me with the captaincy. Don't want to hit the duckies. Oh, there's a lot of duckies over here.
You've already clocked the duckies. You ran over the duckies with the propeller.
I'm sorry.
You seem to like going straight into other balls.
What am I supposed to do? Turn cookies? The lake's not exactly very big.
Again, I thought the registration for this boat was smaller. I wasn't picturing a John boat, but I wasn't picturing Jeff Bezos' yacht.
Should have brought some feed for the chicken. Should have brought some stuff to give to the ducks.
Well, I'm gonna cast a line.
Okay.
Yeah, this is exactly why I brought my Crocs. Also, why is the boat still moving? Alright, here comes the fishing. I'm gonna catch a bigger fish than you.
Oh, is that what you think?
I always do.
I think we'd actually have to go fishing to test that, honey.
No, hang on. Oh. Fish on! Yeah. Gonna be spectacular, honey. You watch.
Okay.
No! Get out of here, yacht. You're gonna tangle my line, your propeller. Hi! Sir! Don't you have somewhere better to be?
I think we're on their lake, honey.
Yeah. Oh, it missed the water, huh? I'm trying to hook the captain. Reset that. Fine. See if you can get better than a trout. Oh, did it? Yeah, there you go. Reel it in.
Darn it.
Come on,
it's too aggressive.
There's a cast.
And we're waiting again. I'm excellent at this.
There you go. Reel it. Reel it. Keep it. Don't worry,
Third time's a charm.
You'll catch one eventually.
Trying to teach you patience.
I'm trying to teach you how to do something the first time.
Character growth.
We're breaking lines here. I think we have a better chance getting hit by the yacht than catching a fish. Why do you even know how to catch a fish?
I just caught
it. Okay, here we go. No, here we go. Okay, so okay. We gotta keep him in the line. No, too much. Okay, let him go. Nice and gentle. Almost got him. Ooh!
I also caught a trout, so it's not better than yours.
Yeah, we can use that $100 to buy dinner. Probably some fish line.
I'm learning, okay? I'm learning.
That's all right.
I'm sure you weren't perfect on your first try.
Actually, I caught a rubber boot. Thanks for asking. Now that
you can't eat that. You can at least eat a trout.
Sir, we would not like to be run over today. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, we're bigger than he is.
Yeah, but he's gonna run right through us. It's the way the water out here works. There we go. I'm gonna stir some fish up out here.
You're gonna run over the ducks.
I'm gonna run over a lot of things. I'm gonna split the gap between two boats that can't decide where they're going. All right, I'm gonna beach it like the canoe. Perfect place to park.
Our neighbors will really appreciate that.
Sir, did you order a box of Hull with a side of mayonnaise, perhaps?
Speaking of mayonnaise, why don't we go grab some dinner?
That would be a great idea. In case you're wondering, this is what the average American 4th of July looks like. Nobody knows what's going on and everything is just an absolute mess. I think it's time for fireworks. What do you say?
Perfect way to end the day is to blow stuff up.
What do you think we should set up? We got a couple options. Star, whatever the heck that is. A sphere, random, or ring, palm.
Oh, we got a couple. They all just go one.
Oh, they're already firing. Okay. Yeah, cool. Woo!
Great fire safety, accidentally setting off fireworks.
I want to know what this thing is. A firework must be placed. What do you mean placed? Okay. That literally just looks the same. That's really cool though. They go until they're out, so that's cool. Happy 4th of July, everybody. We understand that the video started in the month of October and now it's August and we're saying happy 4th of July. Like I said, nothing makes sense. We're all here for fun. But really special thanks to my wife for making a huge cameo. You know, at this point, she's just her own character. It's awesome. But if you guys want to check out the rest of Homeowners, you can find that in the top right-hand corner of the screen. And honey, if you think you can nail the outro, go for it.
Remember to keep it light, keep it loose, keep it fresh, and most importantly, keep it fun.
We'll see you guys all in the next one. This is the Rental Man out. Peace.